Yeah.
Yes. Oh, no, we didn't. We only got, we were one short.
The last copy.
So he didn't give us 10 copies?
Yeah. All right, I'd like to get back on calendar. We were public comment on Zoom. Any public comment on Zoom, please?
Thank you, Chair.
Rhoda, let's go again.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, this is Rhoda Kane from Trinity Center, Coffee Creek area. Honestly, I haven't made it through all the way through all these documents, and I hope you guys have, in which case I applaud your hard work. This is a lot. I am hoping that we'll be able to comment on each section. Maybe you'll tell us ahead of time how we're going to work it, because it's so much and there's so many things in each section. I also agree with the previous speaker that, all of the cannabis stuff is kind of putting the cart before the horse situation. Also, the section 7 that has the definitions, hopefully maybe we could go over that part first, because that, makes it a lot easier to understand the rest of it. And finally, something that's actually not on the agenda, maybe it would be a good idea to send somebody in a few minutes early to these meetings to test the system and make sure it's working, because this seems to happen all the time. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments on Zoom?
Stephen Lyon, go ahead, please.
Hey, can you guys hear me this time?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Well, as the other folks have said, the cannabis section being placeholders is concerning. It's hard to put our faith in this future unknown process. And I did hear what Drew said earlier, so hopefully that's great. I guess I blinked for a minute and the ag rezoning is now off the table, even though there were maps. I strongly oppose that. I think the ag zoning solved so many issues, which now we're back to playing the RR games, which the RR is what's caused 6 years of, or however many years of problems, is all because of the RR zoning issues. So now we're just gonna create a whole bunch more stupid problems. The density thing is very concerning. And it's just also counterintuitive to me that we've called cannabis is now considered ag, but it's not ag zoned, and you can do other ag in RR by right, but not cannabis ag in RR, but we're still ag. So I don't know. It's back to the same thing, which is just making it so dang difficult. It's such a thick document. It's hard to get through it all, to track the changes. I guess just at the end of the day, I'm a small businessman. I'm growing a 1/4 acre of a annual plant in my backyard. Stop making it so dang difficult for me. Leave me alone. I've got all the permits. Just every time this county does something, it's rarely in my favor. It's always making my life harder. It's over-regulating me, which I thought we all agreed that over-regulating California was a problem, but here we are just over-regulating the crap out of my 1/4 acre in my backyard. But I'm not hurting anybody, and if I was growing tomatoes, it wouldn't be an issue. I could do all these things. So just keep that in mind as you guys go through these regulations. I just want basic ability to use my land, maybe build a little shed. The processing stuff seems ridiculous. We have to be able to process. One of the biggest things that we could do for this county is supporting micro business and micro business activities on the farm, because all that money and value goes out of county. Like my product goes to Southern California and literally comes back up here just to get packaged and distroed. So allowing micro business would just change the game, allow us to keep that value in Trinity County. So just, I don't know, keep that in
Thank you,
mind, guys.
Stephen.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone that public comment is for matters not listed on the agenda. So we'll have plenty of opportunity to ask these questions later. This is just opening public comment for items not listed on the agenda. Any other questions on Zoom?
Lena?
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Hello, my name is Lena, and I'm speaking today because of the current proposal for the Reservoir Tower, P2414. It exposes a dangerous loophole in our current code that must be closed in the general 2050 zoning update. This tower is being proposed on a land zoned as public facility, PF. Simply, it's because it's owned by a water district. With that being said, we must distinguish between a public service and a private for profit commercial venture. A operation is not a public facility; it's an infrastructure. The general U1, which is land use goal 1, we must minimize land use conflict between the adjacent land uses by allowing industrial scale communications in a PF, public facility zone, that sits immediately to rural residential homes. The county is creating a direct conflict with that. We moved to Haycourt for a quiet rural character that this commission is sworn to protect for us. If we allow commercial companies to use public facilities as a land backdrop for bypassing residential setbacks, we are effectively telling our citizens that their property rights and community character comes second to corporate convenience. So I am asking you to look over that as well. And the fact that Hayfork is in a very high fire hazard severity zone. And if you look, there are maps on the CAL FIRE website. You can clarify that with, or I can show it to you over Zoom right now. And we cannot allow industrial ignition sources like a 30 kilowatts diesel generator near our houses. I do have that here. Let me just make myself available. This is what that is. Where the dot is. So I'm just asking you, don't let the 2050 plan inherit the loopholes of the past, and let's protect Hayfork and its integrity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Appreciate you guys and everything that you do for us.
Thank you. Any other comments on Zoom? Okay. Going to close public comment and proceed with the regular calendar. Community Development Planning Study Session for Trinity County Zoning Code Updates, Parts 2, 4, and 7. And just so everyone has a little idea of the game plan, we do plan to open it up at opportune times for discussion and public comment. We're going to take a small recess at approximately 17:30, 5:30, and we will try to get through this as expeditiously as possible. Please bear with us. The only other comment I would make is please don't repeat the previous speaker's comment. We do take notes when you're speaking. It is recorded. If someone makes the comment, you don't need to repeat it. So thank you for bearing with us, and let's get after it.
Just one additional comment that might be helpful for anyone who's looking at the agenda packet. On the item in backup that is called the presentation, which is the bottommost attachment on page 29 of 38, there's an overview, and it indicates that, and I think this might be a good way to structure public comment. Discussion will be organized by zoning and land use categories. And so we go through residential, agricultural, commercial, industrial, recreation, and public facility. So if that's acceptable to the chair and commissioners, that would be my suggestion, that along, in conjunction with those sections, we open it up for a round of public comment. And Alex is going to do the introduction.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Alex Vaniskevich, Trinity County Planning Division. We are joined here today by county staff, as well as our private consultant planning team, Interior Harnish. Today's meeting will be a study session for Trinity Zoning Code updates parts 2, 4, and 7. In addition to that, we've included a couple of attachments that are pertinent to today's study session. We've also included 2 draft versions of each of the parts 2, 4, and 7, one clean and one with track changes. There were some comments from some of the community earlier on some of the difficult to read colors. Those are the track changes that come up on the track changes version. And finally, there is also a presentation from Interior Harnish, which they'll be presenting today during the study session meeting, that has also been attached. Thank you.
So at this point, hopefully, Mentor Harnish are online and can share their screen and take us through the presentation that they've prepared.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me in the chambers?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Well, good afternoon. Pleasure to be with you all, Planning Commission and members of the public. Brief round of reintroductions. My name is Michael Gibbons. I am the overall assistant project manager for the zoning code project and the larger general plan effort. Along with me on this call is Nikki Zanchetta, who is a planner who has been integral in this specific task, which is the zoning code update portion. Together, we work for Mintier Harnish. We are the land use consulting firm that has been working with the county for the last few years on the larger general plan, community plans, environmental impact report, and this implementation arm, which is the zoning ordinance update portion of the project. I have a presentation this evening that I'll go through. And because this is a study session, the idea is to have some free-flowing conversation. I think what would be beneficial is upfront, though, we have some upfront information that we would like to provide, and I think sets a good foundation and project understanding, and really tease up some of the changes in the drafts that we have before you for consideration and deliberation. So we'll start with just a brief introduction into the overall project schedule, how we got here today. Then we'll provide an overview, a high-level overview at that, of some of the draft proposed changes within the various parts. Then we have a review of a series of questions that we're hoping to get through with the Planning Commission. And these are series of specific questions that have come up during the drafting portion with the consultant team and your county staff. And as part of that conversation, that is when I'm going to be opening it up back to the commission to have dialogue with us and provide additional feedback beyond these questions that we have tailored and have included in our presentation. So with that, here is a visual timeline of how we got to where we are today. Now, the zoning code, zoning ordinance update portion is just a task of this larger general plan task that I've mentioned that we've been working on for the last few years. And this is really the implementation arm of this larger project, in which we're taking a lot of the vision and guiding principles and goals that we've contained in the various elements of your general plan and eventually your environmental impact report, and distilling those into tangible standards and zoning regulations that will affect ultimately the built environment and the urban fabric of the county. So in order to do that, we've proposed a structured phased drafting approach for this particular task and to update these zoning regulations. The county hasn't updated its zoning regulations comprehensively in decades, so it is certainly an undertaking, especially when we're having a complex general plan associated with that. But nonetheless, we've broken this process up into really two major drafting phases, of which we started last year, back in 2025. That started with the preparation of parts 3, 5, and 6, which the commission has already seen, and we've already facilitated a study session on. In fall of 2025, we facilitated 2 similar study sessions with the commission in which we went over those draft parts. Then moving on to October to January, January 2025, we've been working on preparing the parts that we have before you this evening, which consist of 2, 4, and 7. And tonight is really the study session portion of these drafts, in which we have in our minds, the county staff's vision and the consultant team's vision, draft documents that we are wanting the public to comment on and have the commission to have really a hand in crafting as we are going through this major drafting portion. What follows this is potentially an additional planning commission meeting. As Drew had mentioned, that would be a follow-up to tonight's study session, just given the breadth of information and the degree of changes. And then also to acknowledge that the cannabis regulations that are still being worked on and tooled would be ready to present at that meeting. So anticipate in February, we having an additional study session similar to tonight. Moving on to this, we will take all the public comment, study session comments from the Planning Commission, meet with your county staff, and ultimately produce a refined public review draft that we will release for public review and comment. And so all of that is to say is the comments that we've been receiving to date in these study sessions have only been on really the working drafts of these materials. And so we do anticipate that change will happen. And that is why we are facilitating these meetings and these study sessions the way we are. So with that, I want to just provide an overview of the items that we'll be reviewing tonight. Here is a breakdown of the new organizational structure of your development regulations. And I would say that's probably visually the largest change.
Michael, it went dark in the room. This is Lisa, just an attendee, but I can hear you, but they can't. And I'm on Zoom. So hold off just a sec.
Well, I appreciate it, Lisa.
So you didn't keep talking too.
You're just getting
I can hear you. Zoom people can hear you, but not in the room. So 1 sec, please.
You got it, Debbie. You got it, Debbie.
It shuts off.
Michael, will you jump back one slide and pick up where we lost you, which was getting into talking about the draft, public review draft, and then we didn't get the community workshop piece, I don't think.
Great. Can you hear me in the board chambers?
1 second.
We're working on it. Hold on 1 sec.
Okay.
What's your team have on today?
Lewiston stamps.
Oh.
I've seen this picture elsewhere. No, are we?
Engraving.
Flamorian? Oh.
There we go.
I gotta read it better now. I need my reading glasses.
Now we can see your presentation in board chambers. We test the mics and make sure we can hear you.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
We need to turn up the volume. Give us another minute.
Testing.
Got it.
Awesome.
Wonderful. So I'll pick back up then if we can all hear me at really tonight and the potential for us to have another study session, just given the breadth of information and changes that we're considering, and the fact that we have still some sections that are being drafted. So we are tentatively bringing this back at the end of February. I'll let Drew confirm that with the Planning Commission. But what we plan on doing is after February is compiling all of the public feedback that we've received, compiling the study session notes and deliberation from the discussions with the Planning Commission, and ultimately creating a revised draft of the entire development code that we will re-release for an entire formal public review period. Now, what that public review portion will consist of are multiple community workshops where we will be rolling these drafts out. You'll be asking questions, targeted questions, and feedback that will ultimately then be presented to the Planning Commission and the board for the adoption hearings and for their consideration. Now, the dates and the times and the locations of those workshops is still to be determined, but we have a targeted date, I believe, in mid-May to facilitate those. Now, this zoning code project is unique in that we are aligning it with the adoption of the larger general plan project. So while that is complicated, there is benefits to that, and the fact that we can review these all under the same environmental impact report, which ends up being really efficient from the county's perspective. So what will then happen is this code, along with the general plan, will go out for its own public review period, and then we can start the environmental impact report portion. So envision this zoning code essentially kind of catching up to where the general plan is, being that it's already been published now for public review back in 2025. So next, what I'll do is I'll go over the drafts that we have before you this evening. And I think the most substantial change to the zoning and your development regulations is really the organizational structure. In that we have introduced a new structure based on best practice and based on communication with your county staff as to what is going to be the most effective, easier, and most easier to use from an applicant's perspective, from planning commission's perspective, and from the county's perspective. So what we've done is we have reorganized your development regulations into a total of 7 parts. As previously noted, the commission has already reviewed parts 3, 5, and 6. But what we're going to be reviewing tonight and during the study sessions is part 2, 4, and 7. And these 3 parts collectively really represent, I would say, the most substantial portion of your development and zoning regulations. And that part 2 contains and houses all of your zoning districts, all of the allowed land uses within each of your established zoning districts, and then the development standards for each of those districts. Part 4 really builds on part 2, as I'll further explain, and that contains standards for specific uses. And then we have part 7, which contains all of the definitions for terms, phrases, expressions, and land uses that we use throughout the entire code. Now, I understand, and I've heard through public comment and through conversations that that this is a substantial amount of draft material to review, and we as the consultants, you as the county staff can attest. We understand that, but really, what we're going to hopefully make the case for is that it was kind of necessary in order to present all of these materials all at once, because what we want to show is that these parts are really truly interconnected with each other, and the regulations that are contained therein really need to be reviewed at the same time to get a better, best picture as to what the drafts really entail and their implications. And so when we look at part 2, part 4, and part 7, they are really interrelated in that what we have in part 2, as I'll show in a next graphic, really influences and is expanded upon in the sections that are in part 4. And then as previously stated, definitions in part 7 really contain all of the definitions for the entire code. So the various terms that we use, the land uses that we're proposing, and the thresholds that we use are all defined in that part. So I think just to better illustrate kind of how this works, before I dig into the details of kind of an overview of the changes for each part, I'll just show you a simple use case of just to further prove why we feel that these were really important to bring collectively together. Within part 2, as you'll see, is we've created these tables.
Sorry, we seem to have audio going in and out a little bit, but just continue and we'll let you know if it stops fully.
Can you go back to maybe his 30 seconds?
Michael, did you hear that? They're requesting you go back about 30 seconds.
Sure. So what I guess the point that we're trying to make here is that parts 2, 4, and 7 really deserve to be reviewed together. And I think that's best illustrated when we look at a potential use example here. So in part 2, we have tables for all of your relevant zones. Within these tables, we break down all of your allowable land uses on the left-hand side. And if you wanted to know what the definition or what these land uses actually entailed, you would go to part 7 to figure out what the definition really is for that. And furthermore, when you look at this table, you see that we have zones and then we have applicable permit types for each of these land uses. And within there, we have some references to certain chapters. And this is where you would go to part 4, in which we're referencing that there are additional regulations beyond what is being shown in this table that you need to reference that would be applicable to these standards. So I think that kind of illustrates how these are used all interchangeably and together. So next, what I would like to do is over the next 10 slides is provide the commission and those listening in an overview of each of these 3 parts, the purpose, the intent, and then really some of the higher level changes. I'm going to just, again, repeat higher level changes, the staff report, the track changes that we have for download, I think really ultimately paint a better picture. But what I will do is I will hand this over to Nikki, and Nikki will lead the commission through a series of discussion items that build upon the changes that I've outlined in this portion of the discussion. So bear with me a couple of slides, just have some background information to provide you all that I think would be beneficial from a foundational understanding of some of these changes that are being proposed for tonight. So we'll start with part 2. The purpose of part 2 is to really implement the general plan that we have out for public review now, and that we have been tooling and crafting and taking public comment on. The purpose of part 2 is to really implement that draft and that general plan by guiding development countywide, by establishing a series of zoning districts. We're all familiar with these zoning districts. Within these zoning districts, they regulate where certain land uses can go, the intensity and the density of certain land uses, so dwelling units per acre or floor area ratio. And then they establish the development standards for each of these zones. So how tall buildings can be, what is the maximum coverage of lots and setbacks. The general content of part 2 includes an establishment of each of the zoning districts, so the base zones, and then each of your overlay zones, in which we have proposed the inclusion of some overlay zones that we'll go through here in a little bit. Part 2 also includes purpose statements for each of your zoning districts that directly tie back and link to land use designations in your general plan. And that's really important because state law requires that your general plan be consistent and vice versa, your zoning be consistent with each other. So we need to have general plan land use designations that correspond with implementing zones. Within part 2, we then also specify all of the permitted land uses by zoning district, and then development standards by zoning district as well. In the tables, and as further outlined in part 4, we then have specific standards for certain land uses, as you'll see in the drafts. So really what's changed? In part 2, the largest item that you'll see is change is really the reorganization and the structure. So in part 2, what we did is we sourced all of the existing zoning information as it relates to zones and development standards and allowable land uses. And we consolidated those into a single part that now houses all of your zoning districts, allowable land uses, and development standards. We then organized all of that content into 7 chapters, which is organized by zone type. So as you'll see, we start with agricultural zones, then your residential, then we eventually lead to your industrial zone, and then your specific development zones, your overlays. And the intent here is to have a standalone part that is flexible and that can evolve over time as development regulations change or as new land uses are proposed. We wanted to put it in a format that was easy to manipulate and easy to amend over time. Another series of changes really relate to general plan consistency, as we are updating the general plan while we are working on this zoning code. And so as part of that, again, we refine each of the purpose statements and the intent for each of the zoning districts. This really ends up being a really helpful tool for county staff and your staff reports, and for the board and the planning commission when they're looking at the intent and the purpose of specific zones. We've also standardized terminology throughout these parts in relation to land use terms. So we're making sure that we're calling things consistently and referring to things consistently throughout the code. And then we also implemented a new land use categorization system that you'll see that we believe really reduces ambiguity and improves interpretation and readability of the regulations. We've also had changes that relate to land use and the development standards. These changes have really been informed by Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors, plus public input and staff coordination. This is at various public input meetings, study sessions, and working sessions with staff. And then we've overall reviewed this update through the lens of updating your regulations through state law consistency, which is imperative. And at a foundation, we are meeting is at least and having to set that standard for is state law and federal law compliance through these zoning code updates, being that they do change frequently. So let's dive into the various sections and just broad overview of some of the changes that we've made to some of the zones when it comes to allowability of land uses. So when we look at specifically your agricultural and resource zones, we have added some land uses that help clarify residential types in here. So we've added new provisions for tiny homes, ADUs, supportive housing types, and home-based businesses. But we've also refined the agricultural use definitions. In the residential zones, we've added new housing types. Really, this has been influenced mainly by your housing element, state law, and then some of the changes that the county is currently going through in pursuing a pro-housing designation. And part of the application, there are requirements for some additional incentives to support and encourage housing that we're also including for consideration. Then for the commercial zones, we've established a new mixed use zone to implement a new mixed use land use designation in the general plan. We've then redefined the purpose statements, and we comprehensively have looked at the allowability of land uses within your commercial zones with the idea of creating flexibility and also ushering in the way for new innovative land uses, and overall trying to break down regulatory barriers to establishing businesses. For the industrial zone, we looked at updating the permitted list of land uses and the associated performance standards. And then we have clarified in some definitions of what constitutes different industrial types of thresholds and different approval pathways that you'll see. And then in the overlay zone section, we've introduced some new overlays, both at the to recognize the airport compatibility zones that exist. We also have a placeholder, as was previously noted, for cannabis overlays that is currently being worked on with county staff. And then placeholders for cannabis regulations, as was previously noted, will be addressed separately in a future meeting, as they are currently under preparation. Moving on to part 4. Part 4 contains standards for specific land uses. And so the purpose of part 4 is to regulate these land uses consistent with the general plan and the vision of the general plan, and then ultimately to minimize potential land use conflicts. And it does this by setting permit thresholds for certain land use types. So that would include animal husbandry, wireless telecommunications, special event facilities. And then it also does so by establishing performance and operational standards for certain land uses to provide further guidance. So potential additional parking restrictions or guest visits, kind of whatever operational standards the county feels need to be included to, again, minimize potential land use conflicts. So what's included in Part 4 are really, again, standards for specific land uses. So we address accessory uses and structures, accessory dwelling units, home-based businesses, agritourism, special event facilities. As I hope you're seeing is that these standards really build upon the land uses that are referenced in Part 2 earlier on. So again, the largest change here is the overall restructuring and reorganization. So what we've done is we've consolidated all of the land use and specific zoning regulations that are currently scattered throughout your existing development code and have consolidated them into this single part. We've then aligned the structure and the organization of this part to directly relate to the land uses that are called out in Part 2. So it ends up being, for the most part, a one-to-one comparison in which you can find for those land uses that have additional regulations, you should be able to easily just find it within this part. And ultimately, we've organized this part into a total of 8 chapters that kind of range from density bonuses and ADUs, which tend to be some larger, more substantial ordinances, all the way down to an entire chapter that's just dedicated to some more of the nuanced land uses that having their own chapter would just feel a little clunky. When we look at some of the changes to the accessory uses and ADUs, we updated standards for residential accessory uses and structures. So think of these as your barns or your sheds or your detached garages. Here, we are trying to increase flexibility, but also clarify some of the setback and the height, size, limitations and requirements. But overall, the idea is here to just reduce the amount of ambiguity and create flexibility for property owners. We also have added a new comprehensive ADU chapter, so an accessory dwelling unit chapter. Really, this is all in compliance with state law. There's very little that jurisdictions can do that deviate from the state's standards. However, as previously mentioned, the county is currently submitting for a pro-housing designation through the state. That designation, if granted, allows priority for various grants and funding opportunities that could really help the county. Part of that application, jurisdictions have to prove that they are essentially going above and beyond state regulations. And one of the categories is in accessory dwelling units. And so the county is proposing an additional ADU program that further incentivizes and relaxes some of the current state restrictions just a little bit further to hopefully incentivize the development of this land use type further. Additionally, we looked at updating some of the specific use standards. So we've expanded standards and added some new standards for specific use types. This includes emergency shelters, mobile home parks, special event facilities. We also looked at revising your density bonus language in compliance with state law, and then also refine the wireless telecommunications facilities chapter to better reflect current regulations, though wireless telecommunications is certainly a complicated topic and one that can really use some additional expertise if substantial changes are made. Our review is really limited to state law shot clock requirements, not necessarily design requirements. And then moving on to Part 7 and the definitions. The purpose of Part 7 is to provide some clear definitions of all terms, phrases, and expressions used in the entire ordinance and development code. And really, so this contains definitions for specific land uses and then definitions for general terms. What's changed is we've consolidated and we've sourced all of the definitions that exist throughout the entirety of the development code. We've consolidated them into a single part. Then we've revised them through the lens of creating clearer, more consistent terminology to help support interpretation and administration of various land uses and policies and standards in the code itself. And then we also reviewed these changes for consistency with state law and the general plan. In summary, what changed is we've added a host of new definitions to help clarify regulations of emerging and evolving land uses. So those would be some of those that you would find in part 2. This would include tiny homes and community gardens, family daycare homes. We've also revised existing residential and non-residential definitions and looked at generally updating some of the regulatory terms to reduce ambiguity and overall promote consistent application of the zoning code. So that is at least kind of will end the high level overview portion of our presentation. What we envision next is we have a series of discussion questions that we want to walk the commission through and receive feedback on. But before we do that and I hand it over to Nikki to lead us through that portion, I think it would be beneficial, because I went through so much, to see if there are any clarifying questions on the content that is contained within these parts. Not necessarily at this point take feedback, as we have kind of a structure that we're hoping to get through, but really to take any items that would help provide clarity for the commission before we get into our targeted, more guided discussion.
Thank you. Does the commission have clarifying questions for Mentor Harnish?
I guess I just have a couple procedural questions. So I guess you're thinking, Nikki, will start going through attachment A, which is the things that you want specific input from the Planning Commission on, yes?
Yeah, correct. So we have a series of questions that are included in the presentation slides that we can have displayed up on the screen, but those questions were all pulled from the questions provided by staff in attachment A. So we kind of reorganized the questions a little bit so that we're going to essentially be going by topic. So residential, agriculture, industrial, and going that way through the questions. But yes, essentially going through attachment A of the agenda packet.
Okay, that would be my suggestion, is because, sitting at home looking at all this, I started with, agriculture, rural residential. I'm kind of, going through logically the documents, but the questions in attachment A kind of bounce all over the place. So I'm just trying to figure out, are we bouncing all over the place, or are we going to go through stuff in a more orderly manner?
We are going to go through that series of questions, which has been reorganized by Mentor Harnish and is consistent with the slides that they've presented. Unfortunately, you didn't get a paper copy of those slides because they weren't done when you came in, but we're going to start off with residential.
Oh, because I started with A, agriculture. Okay, so then just my other question is, so there's a lot of comments on the documents that were provided to us, and I'm just curious in general how those comments got addressed or not.
So Carol, you got the only copy of the comments because when it was published originally, even though on our end it doesn't show the comments, when it was uploaded into Civic, the comments were retained. So all of the items that are now published to Civic do not contain any of the staff or Mentor Harnish comments.
You don't have the only version. The version I downloaded for my planning also has comments.
So those comments are no longer on the versions that are available.
So if I
Civic.
agree or have the same questions, I need to repeat all those because you guys don't. All right, so the public doesn't have those.
Yeah, those were internal comments and were not intended to be published.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think there's anything there that, we're.
No, there
trying
were
to-
some great questions.
yeah,
I'm like,
there's
oh,
lots
that's a
of
good
technical
question.
questions, but yeah, feel free to take us through any of those, but I think we've addressed the most, big picture questions in kind of that staff document, attachment A, and then in terms of what is Mentor Harnish has revised and put into the slideshow.
Okay, thanks, got it.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Harnish, take it away.
Great, thank you, Commission. So again, my name is Nikki Zanchetta. I'm with Mintier Harnish, and we just really want to dive into getting Commission's feedback on these three very large documents. And with that in mind, we do know that these are pretty dense documents, very extensive, and we could probably talk about them endlessly. So we're going to try to get through as much as we can. That's one of the reasons why we did create a list of questions to hopefully have more of a guided discussion and using those questions as a way to guide us through getting some feedback that ourselves and staff had during the drafting process. So that's where these questions are coming from, where things that we pulled up and decided that we wanted to take to commission and have a little bit more discussion and get direction before making a decision within the drafted document. So with these questions, we because these parts are so interrelated, these three different parts, we wanted to, instead of going through each part from top to bottom, we wanted to go through these questions by talking about it almost on a topic base. So going through the different zones and uses and addressing the questions that we have and receiving comments, which can kind of be from addressing any of the parts related to these 6 general area topics. So we'll start with residential, move into agriculture, and then commercial, and then finish with industrial, recreation, and public facility and special zones. So just starting with residential, these first 2 questions are specifically related to the rural residential zones. And we currently have in the drafted document, there's the rural residential 10, which is for parcels of 10 acres or more. And then there's the just standard rural residential zone as well for smaller parcel sizes. And one of the questions that we had was if we should continue in what the county has done in the zoning map that the county currently has. There's several different tiers of rural residential zones, and they're all parcel based. So, rural residential 2.5 acres, rural residential 5, rural residential 10. And in our draft, we consolidated that just to 2 zones. And we wanted to ask Commission if it would be beneficial to keep that tiered approach based on the acreage and size of the parcel. And if so, if we should be regulating uses and development standards across these different size parcels. So that could, in the tables that are in part 2, we could essentially have multiple rural residential zones, and different land uses are allowed on different parcel or different zones based on parcel size. So we just wanted to get some feedback from the Commission about thoughts on having a tiered approach to rural residential, and if we should be varying the uses allowed and the types of permits required for those uses in the rural residential zones.
Commissioners.
Oh,
I would propose that there was one rural residential and we don't need the below 10. I mean, every rural is rural. So what's the difference whether it's small or large? I mean, we're not talking residential, we're talking rural residential. So there shouldn't be more restrictions. So rural parcels that were unclassified before are now being turned into rural. You're basically creating non-compliance out of thin air for a lot of people. I mean, I think there's over 1,000 parcels that were unclassified originally, and now they're being changed to rural residential. So why can't we just stick with one rural residential?
And that's definitely an option, and that's why we're looking for this feedback. So there is definitely an option to have just one rural residential zone and leave it at that. We just wanted to get some feedback because since the county has in the past done it a little differently where there's the different rural residential zones based on parcel size, but if that's something, if the commission would like to see just one rural residential zone, we can definitely make that adjustment in the document.
Commissioners?
So I would be a little concerned about that because if you had 1 acre and above rural residential, then potentially you could have some pretty intense land uses, in 1 acre versus if you said that could only be in 10 acres and above. So just a personal concern. I'm a little concerned about starting with A versus R because I had questions about things like agritourism, farm stand, firewood processing, where, I think firewood processing should be permitted, or a farm stand, for example, should be permitted by right for something that's 1 acre and above, because there's a lot of little tiny farms around here. But you're requiring a director's use permit for farm stands, for selling firewood, for agritourism. Right now, you're saying RR10 zoning. So my property is RR10. It's 40 acres, but it's RR10 zoned. So you're saying I would need a director's use permit to have an agritourism operation. So I think some of the things, the level of permitting that you're requiring for RR and R10 doesn't really line up with what you were trying to do with the agriculture, kind of, promoting small agriculture.
I couldn't agree more.
May I provide some additional comments? So I think there's multiple facets to this, dynamic in terms of what the new zoning districts will be. As Nikki referenced, currently in zoning code, we differentiate RR by parcel size to a certain extent. One of the primary functions of that is as it relates to the subdivision of those parcels in the future. So right now, if we were to only allow, to do away with RR versus RR10, and the minimum parcel size of RR is 1 acre, that means that any, in your example, Carol, of a 40-acre RR parcel, you would be allowed to apply for a 40-parcel subdivision on that RR parcel. So that's one of the other functions of differentiating by parcel size, and then agreed that we may certainly want to, propose revisions to what's allowable in those specific parcels. But that is kind of a primary function where, in terms of development in what we currently consider to be, an RR setting, rural setting, do we want to facilitate a 40-acre RR parcel to be subdivided into 41-acre parcels?
So that's two different issues. So to me, you would address them two different places. Subdivisions are one rule, but this table that allows uses, and it says which are permitted by right, which are director's use permit, that's what I'm concerned about, the level of permitting.
Right. And so I think that when you're considering, either how to remove RR10 and just call it RR, and then the allowability of uses within the current structure, you also need to take into consideration the component that will be created by removing those parcel size limitations and the applicable zoning districts as it relates to subdivisions. It's not clearly stated here, but that is part of what would be created by getting rid of RR10 as an example.
So
Yeah,
applying for a subdivision and getting a subdivision are two different things. I mean, you'd have to prove water, you'd have to prove access, you'd have to prove every 1 acre parcel would be usable. So I mean, it's not that if you did this, you wouldn't just automatically be able to subdivide 40 acres into 1 acre parcels. That's
Correct.
wrong.
but it's still providing that pathway and the creating a potential intensity of and density in areas that may not be able to fully support that. It's
Then that would be addressed in planning and it wouldn't be approved.
Chair, if I may.
Oh, please.
So, as the general plan, existing general plan has these different tiers, RR 2.5, 5, and 10. Those are these minimum thresholds based on density in neighborhoods. So Carroll's neighborhood, which is RR 10, has 40-acre parcels, maybe larger parcels, but based on the historic fabric of that community, that it cannot go below 10 acres because that is just like, that's how that community has been established. You can go beyond that with a variance. You can ask for a variance, and if you have a justification to how to subdivide it further. But the neighborhood in Junction City, many of the neighborhoods are RR 2.5. And so the homes are that much closer together. But if we just open it up to just RR across the board, then now that RR 2.5, which I have 10 acres, but it's RR 2.5, your neighbors could have numerous different 1-acre parcels, which changes just the fabric of the community. It changes the density of that. And so these safeguards are placed, these minimum safeguards are in place to kind of slow down development if one person has 10 acres and they want to, so they're all 10-acre parcels or 40-acre parcels, and then this one particular parcel wants to break it up into 10 1-acre parcels. That's a level of intensity that doesn't necessarily fit within all the rest of them. And so there's a need for just I don't know, continuity within different neighborhoods that I see the value in having minimum thresholds. And these minimum thresholds aren't set in stone. Trust me, I know, because I live in RR 2.5 and there's plenty of 1-acre parcels that somehow we're able to get through.
Right. The only thing I saw is a lot of restriction rights on the smaller parcels, which you should be able to have chickens. You should be able to split firewood on your own property. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's what I saw, just a bunch of
That
restrictions
was,
on the
that was
smaller
the point
ones.
I was trying to make. I think the RR10 versus RR it's okay for me personally, but what is permitted by right, what is a DUP, it is
Exactly.
a little
That
bit
was my point on that.
inappropriate.
And I think that as a suggestion, perhaps commissioners want to try and grapple with the allowability of uses across those various RR zones rather than giving direction to do away with those zones going forward. The other thing to take into consideration as it relates to RR is that agricultural uses, I'll say RR10 in terms of what's being proposed, agricultural uses are allowed by right, which would mean then if we go to just RR without, a parcel size limitation, that on a 1-acre parcel, someone could build ag employee housing. So that's from my perspective, a significant consideration and a good rationale to keep those uses, whether they're primarily consistent across all the various RR districts. That is something that I think probably is not terribly functional to build ag employee housing on a 1-acre parcel.
But a farm stand on a 1-acre parcel, if you've got, beekeeping and apiary operation and you want to sell honey, you can't do that without a director's use permit.
And let's feel free to, you all make recommendations to revise the tables to reflect that intent.
Okay.
Yep.
I feel like there's like two parallel discussions going on right now. And so if we could just focus on one facet or another, and we can address that at your discretion, Chair.
All out.
Okay. Well, you spoke first, Dan, about your concern with.
I wouldn't be opposed to keeping the two different ones as long as you or eliminate a bunch of the restrictions on the smaller one.
Yeah.
I think it's unfair personally.
I mean, the question that consultant's asking us is how should parcel size be used to differentiate between uses permitted by right? I'm thinking, yes, right? That's important. And then if a tiered residential zoning structure is retained, should allowable land uses and development standards vary by acreage tier? That's the same question as the first one, I think. So yeah, I think allowable land uses, whether it's permitted by right, DUP, or conditional use permit, that's all the same question.
May I? So the first one is not just rural residential, it's all
Oh.
residential. And then the
Got
second
it.
one is specifically targeted at the acreage tiering system that is associated with rural residential.
Okay, thank you.
So we can address, I guess, one at a time, parcel size and permitting thresholds first before moving into the tiered zones. Is that
correct?
Mm-hmm. Still kind of the same.
So commissioners, I mean, are there any particular, like farm stand that we want to give direction that it's, by right rather than DUP?
I certainly would go for that. Farm stand, small homesteading industry, firewood, such should be allowed to operate. But,
Basically,
additional
everything that's in RR10 could be in RR.
Well, then at the same time, right, an apiary,
Right.
right? So if you're on a 1 acre parcel and you're surrounded by 50 other 1 acre parcels and you have a professional apiary that is more than 10 beehives, that might need to have a deeper level of discretion than someone who has 10 or 40 acres.
That's true. You also can't regulate natural bees either.
Well, that's not where we're talking about an apiary.
I know.
I mean, so hold on one second. So just to put it in a different term, so think about it as your feed allotments and cattle and horses and that kind of stuff, and making sure that there's enough area to support those resources. And so some of this is trying to capture that to make sure that the land use size is correlating to minimal impacts for neighbors and that kind of stuff. So you don't want to have muddy, nasty paddocks rolling into your neighbors' yards and those kinds of things. And so some of that is captured in what's permitted and not permitted. So, think about it. That's how I look at it is, looking at the size of the land and what it could reasonably support. And do I think that there would be opportunities for small options of these? Yeah, for sure. But does that mean that there's going to be a full-blown 19-horse stable on 1 acre land? No. So, it's just looking at the balance of what works. But does that mean that that 1 acre is always going to be written off? No, because somebody could buy the one next door and then keep buying around, and then they could use it as one parcel and work on going through the process to use it the way that they want to.
I'm thinking the answer to the question though, from the consultant's higher level is yes, parcel size should be used to differentiate between uses permitted by right, uses permitted under DUP or a CUP. Are we saying that? Yes?
That's my feeling for it. That's my opinion.
I mean, on some terms, but then on others, like farm stand, no.
Well, I think that they need to adjust what there is on that table, but in general, I think we're saying parcel size is an appropriate kind of way to break those out. It's just how they've broken them out is not the best.
If I may add some additional information to kind of, I think, clarify what that first question may be trying to get at. If you look at part 2 and the residential table, you'll see there's RR10, RR, R1, R2, and R3.
Looking at it.
Right. Currently, in R1, 2, and 3, the same host of agricultural land uses are not allowed. And so from my perspective, it would not, to Amelia's comments, it would not be appropriate to allow for a cattle feed yard by right in R3, which is our multifamily zone. where the intended use of those parcels is to build multifamily housing developments. So I think we're perhaps in agreement that what we want to do is ensure that the uses across RR and RR10 are at least consistent there. And then R1, 2, and 3, I think are somewhat of a different subset in terms of what currently exists in zoning code and the intended use of those zoning districts and parcels within them.
That's kind of what I was getting at with rural residential is it's rural. So you should expect your neighbors to have chickens or horses or whatever. It's not residential, it's rural residential. So if you don't want your neighbors to have more than one chicken or two chickens or whatever, move to a residential place.
And we're not talking about one or two chickens. We're talking about a feedlot.
Yeah,
And, you know, in rural residential zoning, that is in Weaverville, right? It's rural residential is not just in the farthest reaches. Rural residential is just right out on the side of town. Probably 90% of Douglas City that's not TPZ land is rural residential, or Junction City or Burt Ranch. And many of those are in neighborhoods that have, you know, 2.5 acre to 5 acre parcels to 10 acre parcels and such like that. And so while I'm in all support of, you know, freedom and liberty on our, what to do on what we'd like on our property, a feedlot on 1 acre amongst a bunch of other neighborhoods just doesn't fit. And that's what we're here for, to find the regulations and the uses that fit within the sizes.
So I would be okay with that as long as, like I say, as long as you go through each of them and permit some more of them, because there was quite a few that were restricted on the smaller parcel that I didn't agree with.
As do I.
And if y'all want to see reflected here, a breakout of the traditional rural residential tiers that we have, like the rural residential 1 acre, rural residential 2.5, 5, and then 10, so that there's more of the thresholds for some of these like animal husbandry uses, or dairy feedlot, wherever they're higher intensity, then we can look at breaking that down more in the table.
I think you're just causing more confusion. If you just keep it as simple as possible and just make 2 of them and just work on getting the smaller ones to be at least, you know, be able to split your own firewood on your own place would be kind of nice.
And
farm stand or whatever.
firewood would be considered like splitting your own firewood. That is an accessory use, and that would be allowed regardless. It's like when it's talking about it in this table, it's talking about it like a commercial splitting of firewood for to sell to the public or off your property.
But I mean, I sell firewood. I'm a licensed timber operator. You know, I sell 5 cords a year. Whoopie-doo. It's trees that volunteered to be firewood. But I'm just saying, some of my neighbors could have an acre and they could have trees fall down and they could be cutting them up and selling a cord or 2 a year. As long as CAL FIRE gives them the proper exemption or whatever, that's cool.
And in
And that's
that
what
case, it
she's-
would be an accessory use.
That's what she's saying.
It's
that-
not a commercial because you're selling.
It's not the principal use of the property. And
Okay.
it's not the primary like income or agriculture.
Then why do you need, okay, all right. So my only other comment then on, so why is animal husbandry allowed in R2? Because animal husbandry, you can be raising goats and horses and all that kind of stuff, and that's medium density residential.
So we do kind of get into that specific topic a bit more further in the slides.
Okay.
But the reason that it's currently allowed, at least in what we've proposed, is to acknowledge what currently exists in zoning code. And so right now, if you're in R1, as an example, you can have chickens, but you can't have roosters. So we're not trying to prevent, you know, we're trying to just bring in the existing code and mirror it and make some improvements. But we don't want to prevent people from having chickens, you know, if that's what they want to do. But then those thresholds are further defined in part 4 as it relates to the amount of animals per acre.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. That answers that question.
So what does it cost to get a director's use permit or a conditional use permit? What's the average cost of that?
Director use permit is $743. Conditional use permit, Debbie, do you know?
Well, I think most of them start at about 3,500. And it goes up to based on what staff determines for biological reviews and CEQA reviews.
So both of those existing permit fees are subject to cost recovery. And so the real cost of that is really mostly coming from environmental review, but there's no hard and fast answer. It really has more to do with the location and what's being proposed and things like that.
I was just curious. I was just curious the cost burden on, you know, if someone wanted to put bees on their place or whatever.
And in the permitting process, there's also like a zoning clearance permit, which is a lower level than the director use permit. And that's more like a counter check, if you will. That there's potential of trying to incorporate that in if we have well enough established thresholds.
That's another way to potentially think about, you know, many of these uses that the desire may be to have them allowed by right, is that based on parcel size or some other set of criteria, there would be clear standards for those uses based on whatever threshold or criteria were established, and allowing more things by right, but then having clear development standards for those uses is another way to sort of tackle this.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Moving on. So next question, we've addressed number 1, right?
Sure, yeah, so what I'm hearing is that sounds like keeping that RR10 and RR is having that distinction in terms of parcel size is something that the commission is interested in keeping, is that correct?
I actually think that that's number 2, and we were discussing number 1.
They kind of work together. I mean,
I
one
would,
and
Okay.
two.
because I would like to if we're talking about the tiers, I would like to discuss that more because I see the value in minimum thresholds in different communities that have just different densities. And if we go ahead and just open up that there's R10 and those subdivisions can have no less than 10, and then everywhere else is carte blanche, can just have as many subdivisions as possible. That makes a lot of changes to these neighborhoods, and we might want to have some type of, I don't know, some type of oversight to, I don't know, maybe like the first subdivision, the first split is by right. The second split, if you have 20 acres, first one you can split. If you're going to do it again, maybe that's a DUP. If you're going to do it a third time, maybe that's a CUP, so that we can, because that does, especially in the neighborhoods that have, that are more closely tied together, that does have an effect on the neighbors when you turn that 10-acre parcel into 10 1-acre parcels.
So I apologize if I led us down the wrong path with that, you know, my description of that. But just to clarify, the Subdivision Map Act applies to divisions of land. And so 4 parcels or less are a minor subdivision, 5 parcels or greater are a major subdivision. And there are some very significant standards and costs, as Dan was kind of getting at, to do a major subdivision. One of those off the top of my head would be that you have to prove water availability for a major. You also have to accommodate two ways in and out of that subdivision for a major versus a minor. So just to clarify, it's not carte blanche. They can't just split it as they desire. They have to go through the subdivision process, which then applies those existing Subdivision Map Act standards to subdivisions of land.
Yeah, it's very hard, very expensive, and you have to have people willing to come out and buy the parcels to even make it worthwhile to do it. And since we have no one really moving into Trinity County,
For sure. And, there's the resource aspect of it. But then I think what I'm getting hung up on is just like the cultural aspect, right? There's a neighborhood of 2.5 acre parcels. And if they're able to shrink that down to 1 acre parcels, there are certain places where people are moving in and places that are more desirable and such. And that, I don't know, I'm concerned about having the ability to shrink it down to 1 acre parcels. That's a very big change to the zoning to the general plan than has ever been. And so that's definitely worth a good discussion.
is there controls on minimum parcel sizes? As far as like, I know the way it is right now where I am, it's 160 minimum, like where I live. Is that going to change? Is that going to change with what's going on here with taking away the unclassified? Is that going to change the minimum parcel size?
Or it can, depending on what it's rezoned to.
Yeah.
And, by dissolving the zoning district minimums, like if we get rid of the tiers in between, then, it does, then there's no baseline for the subdivision map act, if that makes sense. Then they could go down to the 1 acre, or like if an ag parcel, if we, like in the general plan, I think we have it set at 10 is the minimum. So for that, they can't go below that. But it can be any variance above it.
And so I just want to make sure that what we're saying is we're saying that in the current draft, anything that's RR 2.5 or RR1, RR5, any other current designations would be changed to RR, the blanket RR. And then anything R10 and up would be, okay. So yeah, I think I fall in line with what Commissioner, sorry. Thank you, McIntosh is saying, that again, it really is going to change, our communities. And I guess I'm interested in hearing more from some of my community members before I put weight either side. But, yeah, we have East Weaver, Brooks Lane, all of that is RR 2.5 and up. And so, that would be a change to the makeup of those neighborhoods.
And it's something we could analyze a bit further as well to kind of give some additional, data in terms of how many parcels that are currently, let's say, RR 2.5 or RR5 would then get converted one way or the other. Another way to think about it is that we could probably go forward with keeping RR 2.5, RR5, and RR10, but then that creates, another layer or two more layers of trying to determine which land uses would be allowed across those various RR zoning districts. But the one of the primary functions there, as I said, is just to make sure that in terms of future subdivisions, we're aligning, what we're doing with zoning districts.
So I do appreciate trying to simplify it, but we must simplify it in a way that doesn't have a negative impact. So before simplifying it, we have to look at the downstream effects.
So we should also, shouldn't limit allowable use in the poorest county in the state.
I hear what you're saying.
Agreed.
I do hear what you're saying. But we also don't want to on the resource level, we don't want to have, forestry on a 1 acre parcel, right? Or a feedlot on a 1 acre or our 1 acre. In that 1 acre parcel, it might work if it just happens to be surrounded by 100 acre parcels. And in Trinity County, sometimes there is a 1 acre next to 100 acre parcels. But in a place where there's a whole bunch of 1 acre parcels, no matter how poor the county is, we don't want to be bringing feedlots into a RR neighborhood, which would further bring down the property value and the way of life.
So another thing to consider is if you had, say, 3 acre parcels in a row that were on a flat with a road in front, and there was a 20 acre parcel that was a cliff behind you, you can put a feedlot on that. because it's 20, it's a, you know, I mean, and now all it's all going to run down into that parcel, or it's going to damage your property value anyways. And it doesn't make sense to do commercial activities on a hillside that's bigger versus a 3-acre flat that's right next to a road.
And that would be something that ideally would be addressed through the performance standards of those specific land uses that are somewhat detailed in Part 4 currently.
So I think that what we could do is we could go, we could humor keeping the different tiered RRs, and then we could go through the painstaking process. And I don't think it'd be too painstaking of going through each facet or each use and be like, is that reasonable on a 1 acre, on a 5 acre, on a 10 acre? And it's not just on one 5 acre parcel, it's in a neighborhood of 1 acre,
Right.
5 acre parcel. Well, if it's in the RR tiered system, if it is just RR and then, the sky's the limit, or 1 acre is the limit, then there will be definitely 10 acre, 1 acre, 2 acre. It would,
So
I think it
I
allows-
wouldn't be opposed at all to going
Yeah.
on each one and picking out what can be used, what can be done on each one. That would be fine. As long as we go over each one and not just let someone from the city figure it out.
I would support that. I would also like to advocate, though, that we need to, when doing that, look at cumulative effects as well. So not just like, yes, they can have everything everywhere and do everything all at once, and think about it a little bit with some strategy that, yes, we can provide things by right, while also saying that, a smaller size property may only be eligible to have 3 of these things happening at once by right, and then could look at adding additional things. I'm not exactly thrilled about having to go through the permitting process either to pay all the money and jump through all the hoops for everyone, but I do think there is some caveat to that for our smaller parcels, that we should allow some flexibility so that different individuals who have different interests can all participate in this process, but also just making sure that it's not going to be a neighborhood nuisance either.
in support of that, for instance, if a neighborhood has 3 farm stands, or there's 3 different neighbors selling firewood, that's not going to have the same impact as a neighborhood. And I'm referring to the higher density RRs that has feedlots or apiaries and things like that. It's complicated.
You're very afraid of feedlots.
I have a feedlot. I just don't want competition.
I think the one size fits all does not apply to Trinity County. And you're welcome. And the going down the rabbit hole and trying to simplify it, I'm very much in favor of removing restrictions. As Commissioner Harper said, the poorest county in California, and I don't want to make it more difficult, but I also want to make sure we are stewards of the land and stewards of our neighbors and do our job. So I'm certainly agreeable with going and fixing it one by one, and I don't think a one size blanket is appropriate. So I'm agreeable with that.
I would also like to just mention, so for one thing that I want to mention is that we did incorporate the RR10 to implement one of the general plan land use designations, which is it's the rural residential low general plan land use designation. And in the general plan, it already designates that minimum parcel size of 10 acres. And so we incorporated that as part of to implement the general plan. And then if we wanted to add keep the additional tiers of 2.5 or 5, we would need to add those in. But I do want to say that we would need to have the RR10 zone as a separate zone, not just folded into a general rural residential, to make sure that we're consistent with the general plan. And then just to the last point, that was last point of discussion with the commission for allowing more uses by right. We could do that and then just add additional performance standards detailed out in Part 4 as to depending on how big someone's parcel is, there would be kind of a tiered approach. If you take, for example, like animal husbandry, depending on how big your parcel is, regardless of what, even if animal husbandry is permitted by right, Part 4 would have a table that essentially says if you have a certain size parcel, this is how many animals of a certain type, or this is the threshold of you can't have more than this amount of animals. And so that it would still allow for the flexibility of there's not a different permitting requirement, but there's still performance standards that kind of act as a little bit of like a check for uses, even uses that are permitted by right, that would be determined at the counter, as Angel mentioned. If we have the more uses we have that are permitted by right, if there's a desire to have some kind of a limitation, we would need to clearly outline those in Part 4 under the appropriate land use. So I just wanted to add that as another point of conversation.
And if I may, Chair, that is in alignment with the general plan that we have presently. That there are uses that are permitted by right, but it changes based on, it's like if you have 1 acre, you could have 2 horses. If you have 10 acres, by right, you can have 10 horses. I'm just throwing numbers out there, but that's how the general plan as it stands is written. And it's been there for, has it been 50 years? And I mean, and are those factors that are controversial in the planning's experience? Okay, I'm not talking about roosters and RR. Outside of the roosters.
I think, I guess the biggest one I hear about is within Weaverville is the ag to allow mostly
Having a hard time hearing you.
FFA students allowed to raise their animals on their property. And yes, I know there's a permit for it and everything. But I do think that could be something we could look at allowing by right, so that they wouldn't have to go through a process if it's on the right size parcel.
It's a specialized like waiver. It's not really a permit, so they don't have to pay anything for that.
Okay, still a process they have to go through.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then on that note with FFA, we're talking about a pig or 2 or a cow, and those should be allowable by right.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of comments about the animal husbandry stuff, but I don't want to get into the weeds. I just want to keep moving on the big picture.
Okay, so Chair, question for you all. As we go through these parts, do you guys think it makes the most sense to pull up Part 2 and go through the tables and find consensus on any areas of allowability that the commission wishes to modify? Or is that too involved? And
I believe that's too involved at this time. We already have a full schedule. And then the only other thing I wanted to say is I do want to have an opportunity for the people that are here in person and on Zoom to have an opportunity to speak up in their concerns.
so in terms of, kind of collecting the feedback from commission and the public on some of these specific items like apiaries, let's say,
Just 10 hives or more.
would we then request that folks submit written comments? And we can kind of bring that back at a later date? Do you guys want to reach consensus and give us clear direction, or should we just do our best to infer based on the discussion what guidance you're giving us?
Commissioners, I'm not opposed to further discussion down the road, but what do you think?
What could we do a subcommittee to do a proposal? Is that, and then come back to us as a group? Would that help speed things up at all? Let's just come back together with.
I mean, subcommittee, we'd have to do the Brown Act and all that, so it makes more sense for all of us just to,
Okay.
I think, plug ahead and keep meeting more if we need to meet more.
Yeah, this is the process, and this is an arduous process, but this is our guiding document for the next 25 years.
Right.
And so, if it takes more meetings to get it right, our children will thank us for it.
Could we possibly just direct staff to, based on feelings up here and how things go to put it together, and then we can look at it one more time. And then if we want to actually make changes, small amounts of changes, no.
I think we're gonna want more input
Okay.
than that.
Okay. I just thought it was part of like a.
So
it along
as a
faster.
suggestion, I guess we can just try and get through the presentation for today. We'll see how much time is left, if any.
Yep.
And then for the next meeting, we could prep slides that then we could present and go through and sort of, either pick out specific use categories or specific uses that you guys want to say, no, that should be permitted by right across the board. Okay, yeah, whatever, yes in RR.
And we could send you comments ahead of next meeting, specific questions, so those would be addressed. Like, turkeys aren't included in animal husbandry, and that's one of the things that 4-H kids always want.
So one of the things that I think would help bring consistency, in my review, so I'm not sure what the functional difference is between the chicken, turkey, hog ranch and the poultry farm is. So that's something that we can revise in the
Well, and all that's
document.
separate from the animal husbandry definition and the box that says you can have those. Animal husbandry is different than the chicken.
Mhm.
It's different.
I'm assuming animal husbandry is just having 20 chickens and 2 pigs and a couple cows versus a chicken, turkey, or hog ranch, implying hundreds, thousands of
Yes.
intents, right? Is that what animal
Yeah.
husbandry is?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like backyard. Yes, you could sell a pig or two. Yes, you could go to 4-H, but it's not like on a real solid commercial scale. Is that your?
That's my understanding between the animal husbandry and the ranch and then the poultry farm.
Right.
Yes.
And that makes sense, right?
Um,
That's permitted by right, no matter how big your parcel is on RR. But if you want a hog ranch, then, and it's on, then it's a director's use or, yeah. I like it.
All good stuff?
I
But
think
we
that
also want
sounds,
to clarify, like, if when it comes back or how we want to discuss it, should it be tiered? Or, I think we should have a consensus if we want it to be, I mean, RR 10 is consensus. But do we want to have everything else just be RR? Or do we want to keep with the 2.5 and 5? Is it RR1, 2.5 and 5?
Oh, just two. I think it's just 2.5 and 5.
Just 2.5
Well,
and 5.
there's RR1, RR2.5, RR5, and RR10 traditionally.
So there is
And
an
that's
RR1. Okay.
and you can see that in attachment B.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And that was pulled from the old general plan.
So what would we like to see?
I think we were saying we would like to have you guys go back and look at incorporating, including, keeping R 2.5 and R5. Those are the two that went away. And by looking at maybe the number of parcels that would be affected if those turned into RR, which would be the 1 acre. I mean, maybe it's not a big number. I think that information we need before we can kind of figure out the impacts. And then if we decide to keep 2.5 and 5, then yeah, what would the performance standards look like per acre for those acreages? Right?
Good. Number 3.
Yes, so
Yes.
number 3 is addressing something that was proposed in programs in the housing element, as well as the pro-housing designation application that is happening concurrently with this zoning code update. And so this is the allowance of duplexes and triplexes in R1 zones. And that would be specifically where parcels are served by a water and sewer district and can accommodate on-site septic. And so we are going through and looking at the best way to implement this into part two in a way that is the most clear and makes the most sense with respect to permitting requirements and development standards of how that gets implemented. So we wanted to, since this is a newer proposal from the housing element and the pro-housing designation, we just wanted to get input from the commission about how you would like to see these regulations implemented and what type of development standards you want us to make sure we're clearly outlining in the zoning code to make it clear to the public and any developer of what these standards are.
So on the table, you have P as in permitted by right asterisk for a duplex in R1. So what does the asterisk mean?
Right, and this is one of the things that is something that you see in some zoning codes where something would be permitted by right, but only under certain circumstances. So that asterisk, because we didn't have a chance to write up standards before this was brought to commission since this was a decision that happened after we had drafted this initial part, but this asterisk would essentially saying there's only certain cases in which this is permitted by right. It's not permitted by right in all zones or even in this zone across the board. There has to be certain conditions met for it to be permitted by right. Otherwise, it would require a director's use permit, if that makes sense. So the asterisk is on the P, so the permitted by right, and that would be indicating there's certain standards that are outlined. We would draft into the code that specifically say when it's permitted by right. And then if it doesn't meet those requirements, it would revert to the other permitting requirement, which would be a director's use permit.
Thank you. Commissioners?
I mean, so R1 is low density residential. So what you're saying is right now, you're proposing that if you wanted to build a duplex in low density residential, it would either be a director's use permit or permitted by right with conditions. Am I saying that? Standards.
Correct, yes.
Okay. I'm okay with the way you're proposing it.
I'm not opposed to it either.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the zoning is for.
Yeah, because
Or
it's
high-
low density residential versus the, medium density or the higher density.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, permitted by right.
Another thing just to bear in mind in terms of kind of, that dynamic is that effectively you can build 2 dwelling units in R1, one as an ADU and one as the primary. So the main difference is that there would be a limitation on the size of the ADU versus no limitation on the size of that second dwelling unit.
But there already is though. On ADU has to be a certain requirement and.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So the only real difference that this is creating in terms of some additional potential director's use permit is that there is no size restriction on that second dwelling unit.
So
I think that's appropriate for low density, right? So low density, you could still have an ADU, but you're not going to have a whole second unit on it. And then as you go to medium and higher density, then you can have a whole second unit on it.
And it's permitted by right, potentially.
Yeah. And so if you're gonna build a house and split it in half or build multiple units, or, if we're gonna go start seeing apartment style units be developed, cool.
The other change here that, and we had some discussion about this yesterday, is related to like R3 And currently, if you want to build a single-family dwelling in R3, you have to go through the conditional use permit process. So we've at least reduced that threshold in these tables to, have it be a director's use instead of a full-blown conditional use permit to build a single-family dwelling in R3 zone.
So in R1, if you build a duplex, can you still put an ADU unit on there? Or is it, yeah,
One for each one up to.
gotcha. So conceivably 4 units.
With two of them being the smaller.
Angel, we can't hear you.
Yes, for a duplex, you could put an ADU per duplex, one per duplex, not two. And that's based off of like state laws. And then part of the ADU bonus section that was approved under the zoning ordinance update for the state compliance, but also the incentives for the pro housing designation. If a certain number of units are being designated to low income, then they can build additional units on the parcel. Only if the sewer and water service districts can support that.
Also within setbacks and everything too, yes?
Yes,
Okay.
setbacks and parking, we would want those standards to be able to be met.
Yeah, and just to clarify, so, you said for like, let's say RR2, there's a duplex built, then there's 2 ADUs, so there'd be 4 units in total. Okay, thank you.
All good, commissioners? It's a good opportunity to open it up to public comment. Public comment in the room, please.
I just have, Dan Trujillo, Weaverville. Just have one, it's question / proposal. So a couple of things have come up and the commission has proposed several things with regard to getting public input. It's somewhat unclear what, let's just say, for example, the table for section 2 standards and uses in tiered zones. So a lot of conversation went on. Then there was discussion about how the public could be involved in that. There was discussion about how staff should be directed, how the commission wants to proceed on this, if there's ad hocs, et cetera. It's unclear what standards are being used. Even if you went individually down each of those, are they just anecdotal standards, historical standards, taxation standards? Are they environmental standards? Or do each of those uses have a unified way of addressing this question of where should they be permitted, how should they be permitted, and how the public is involved in that process? It seems actually a little bit unclear to the commission as well what the right path forward is. And I would just suggest maybe clarifying what standards either staff is using, what standards the commission is directing staff to use, or if it's a discussion or you're proposing some other public meeting, how should the public come prepared to understand the standards at play there? And I don't want to go through like specific examples. You all kind of went back and forth, but some of those seem like it's really unclear what standards are being expressed here. I've heard a number of different standards from staff and from each individual commissioner, actually, without sort of putting those standards on the table. So that's just a suggestion. Whatever direction you go forward, those standards may be helpful for the public to understand how you're making those decisions, and more importantly, why you're making those decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Drew, you have a comment?
I'd be happy to clarify my understanding if that's helpful to the commission and members of the public.
Sure.
So my understanding of the direction that we received from commission is that at this next meeting, we will present slides where we can go through these tables more specifically and address, I think the term that Dan is using, standards, actually it would be more applicable to call them permitting pathways. And so right now these tables are indicating, is it permitted by right? Is it a director's use permit, or is it a conditional use permit? Or to Carol's question, is it is it permitted by right with an asterisk with, which means that there are some additional standards that would apply to clarifying that. So if that's helpful, that's my understanding. We're going to bring back these tables and go through them and clarify how we want to align standards across or permitting pathways with the applicable standards, which are contained in part 4, to the permitting pathway respective to various zoning districts.
Thank you.
Lisa Wright Lewiston. So I'm just going to kind of walk through notes from what the presentation entailed. So part 2, there was a table and it started listing nursery processing, which I associate with cannabis. Then it referenced 17.85 as being the governing ordinance, and cannabis is 17.43. So I'm not sure where that's coming from or why that was presented in that fashion. Second, there was some discussion on consistency required by state law of the general plan land use and zoning ordinances. And then there's a reference to overlays. So currently, we are not in agreement between the general plan and the zoning ordinance specific to cannabis, again, because of overlay districts that remove the allowable uses from your zoning type because you're in an overlay. So I think we need to be very careful. I saw overlay mentioned for airports and for cannabis, but kind of loosely. I think that's something we really need to hone in on when we get to overlays to make sure that the zoning ordinance is staying consistent indeed with the general plan land use designations, okay? I'm not clear, and I haven't followed all these, about what is considered low density versus medium density versus high density in terms of actual people in a certain area. And it seems to kind of be, you're comfortable with it, but I don't know that I necessarily am. So R1, is that a low density? Is that a 1 acre parcel, or what gives it a 1 versus a 2 versus a 3? Those are all kind of unknowns, to me.
That in the land use element table for the different general plan designations, it lists out dwellings per acre allowance, and it breaks it down based off of like the mixed use, the R1, R2, R3, and rural residential.
So it's not an acre, like R1 doesn't associate with 1 acre?
No, it's just, so even if it was R1, if you had like a parcel that was half an acre and the neighboring parcel was half an acre, and R1 allowed between 1 to 4 dwellings per acre, then you would calculate that combining those. So it's, imagine putting a grid of 1 acres squares over Weaverville, and then just randomly take an acre and you can count how many houses are there. And it breaks it down in the land use element of the proposed general plan.
Okay, we didn't talk much in this residential about those zones. We focused a lot on RR, which is very important, and it's probably the bulk. The R1, R2, R3 are more in the urban. I don't know if there's really urban, but you know what I mean, the concentrated areas. So maybe some more clarity around that. To me, R1, based on what I'm hearing, is it would be very difficult to have duplexes and triplexes that also include on-site septic, that perhaps they should be served by municipal water and sewer. I see a lot of small parcels. I'm assuming R1 is small parcel, right? I see a lot of those small parcels. So Drew's shaking his head.
I'd take up her time of 3 minutes, but I'm happy to respond to what I'm understanding.
I think
Okay, I'll continue if we
I think it's worth noting this is a study session and it is an opportunity for you to bring up your concerns, and they're all being noted and everything. So
Okay.
no one is saying that what we're doing is set in stone right now. It's
Sure.
just a discussion.
I'll just provide some
Yep.
input into my feedback. There was a comment around our participation in the pro-housing, program. Could allow for some relaxation of state restrictions on ADU programs. Typically, a local government cannot, or local jurisdiction cannot loosen state. It has to be more restrictive. So I'm just curious about that. Then I think it would be really helpful in this RR discussion to look at what are the allowable uses currently for the different types. So our current code has, a number of hoofed animals, that kind of thing, right? And we're not really looking at what's allowable now in those various RR zoning types compared to I don't even know what's being proposed. So I don't think we maybe haven't gotten to that yet. So those are some of my comments from your first section. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are going to try to keep to 3 minutes. I give you some extra time because there was some discussion with Angel. So 3 minutes, please.
So just to kind of maybe further orient everyone, because this is quite convoluted and complex. In part 2, if you look at the heading of any of the tables, you will see a land use table, or land use column, which is the leftmost column, which represents specific land uses. Then adjacent to that, moving from left to right, you will see specific zoning districts. And so in these tables specific to residential, we have RR10, RR, R1, R2, R3. R1, R2, R3 are existing zoning districts that the county has had for, I don't know how long, but quite a long time, many decades. So in terms of general plan redesignations, to my knowledge, there are few, if not no, proposed changes to R1, 2, and 3, respective to what already exists. Those have not been identified as the part of the 10,000 rezones that we'll have to accomplish in 2027 and 2028, more specific to unclassified going away. So the standards from R1, 2, and 3 are primarily being retained. And so it doesn't have anything to do with the parcel size specifically. It has to do with the density or the intensity of dwelling units that can be built on those. So R1 is for single family, R2 is more duplex, R3 is triplex, if you want to think about it that way. I mean, that's not exactly right, but that, to me, that's one way of thinking about it, that like it's a multiplier in terms of the density of dwelling units that can be created within those zoning districts, but not entirely specific or respective to parcel size per se. That's the intended function, but to points the commissioners have made, if you actually look through parcels in Trinity County, you see a lot of non-conforming lots, which is one of the other objectives with rezones, and the whole process that we're going through with the general plan is to get away from having as high a number of non-conforming lots. So that's one of the rationales behind retaining some differentiator, from a parcel size perspective, so that we're not creating more non-conforming lots that are below that minimum parcel threshold that's listed and associated with those zoning districts. And those tables, as Angel mentioned, are contained within the land use element and describe the parcel size and the specifics for those zoning districts that are being proposed.
So can I ask, sorry, before we moved on out of the residential stuff, could I ask one question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Totally bypassed that.
I was thank you for the information. Public comment in the room, please. Just the items we've discussed so far.
So if I want to comment on the animal husbandry part, would this be appropriate?
I think that's going to come up again.
I mean, if it's regarding RR,
If it's related to the residential zones, then this is kind of, we're going through residential. Residential, yeah.
Rural residential?
rural residential,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yes.
Matthew Jefferson, Trinity Center. I feel like the definitions need to be panned out. Cause it's like, I can understand that you don't want a commercial logging operation in RR, but right now what the definition says is any storage, cutting, processing of any kind. It also says it has to be in an enclosed building. And like, I don't know anybody that has a woodshed that's completely enclosed. It just doesn't quite make sense. I think that definition just needs to be looked at better. Because if you're just cutting and splitting firewood, you shouldn't need a DUP.
What definition were you referring to?
Firewood processing.
Processing. I believe. I just think that needs to be tweaked a little bit, maybe. Well, three of them. The farm stand, I think that one's just like really easy. I don't think a farm stand should need a DUP.
Correct.
And then just like I was looking through, I don't know, the only other thing I have to speak on is like the agritourism and the animal husbandry, and I don't know if I should wait for that or, but it's just a lot of like overburdensome standards that I just don't really feel like fit into the homesteading values. And like being a small farmer requires diversification of many different things that all have very small profit margin. And when you add a DUP on top of that, you might lose all aspects of your profit. And just like there was a lot of things in here, agritourism, minimal parcel sizes, 10 acres. I don't think that is appropriate. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but number 5, it says I need a sewage disposal system and public water. Well, I have a well, I'm not on a public water system, so I can't do agritourism. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Special events limited to 3 days. Just an example, I have a friend that went to a 2-week fermentation class. Super cool thing, but I would only be able to do it for 3 days. It says we can only have 4 events a year. It kind of seems overburdensome too.
That's, oh, sorry. I think that's if you're zoned ag versus zoned RR10.
Okay, yeah, and this was such a big document. It's been hard to digest. Totally, I might be wrong on a lot of these things. And then the animal husbandry is like, I can't sell chicks. It also says in here that they have to be fully contained. This is an open range county. I can free range my chickens, but this says I can't. I don't know. I feel like I'm definitely over 3 minutes. Yeah, no on-site sale of birds. Can I take like 20 more seconds on just one thing? Just when you go through the agriculture aspect, and I'm asked a lot, like, what is so hard for small businesses in Trinity County? And it's the vagueness, and that there's so much aspects of discretion that's put in it. And in the agriculture part, for example, it says nuisance. If there's any nuisance reported, then we're going to stop your operation and you're going to maybe have to get a DUP and all this, but there's no definition of nuisance. So if my neighbor calls in and says, I think his barking dog, that's a livestock guardian dog, is a nuisance, I have to cease my pumpkin farm. Because that's actually a real situation that would probably happen to me.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comment in the room?
Thanks again, Adrian Keys from Hayfork. Yeah, all those points are extremely important. I think that the purpose of this document should make our parcels more functional than less in Trinity County, which is heavily under-resourced generally. We can't assume that we're going to be having like some industrial employers move in and find appropriate land and then start some businesses going to employ hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in the county who presently make their living on their land. So I think that's just an important kind of overlaying consideration. As far as the rural residential and the zoning table and performance standards and all that, the way that I'm seeing this is really the 2.5 acre, 1 acre, the 5 acre, all those different tiers of RR or other zones really play out a lot around the function of subdivisions. And I'm not certain that I think that being able to subdivide to 1 acre in a bunch of these regions where there presently RR is really appropriate for the people who live there. I do think that if we use performance standards, we use ground coverage and the other existing modalities that we have in the ordinance that typify how many chickens you can have or how many horses you can have on a given acre, then those numbers, those acre, 2.5 acres, 5 acres, all that below 10, really don't mean that much as far as the use. I think you should assign the use to the land and then limit it when necessary based on the actual acreage. Because another thing that can happen with all the non-conforming parcels is you could have a RR10 that's 2.5 acres. So does that person have the RR10 entitlements? That's but they're on 2.5 acres. So what about their neighbor who's RR 2.5 with a 2.5 acre parcel? They have different entitlements on the same amount of land. And so to bring consistency into there, you set the baseline of what you can do, the uses. You can raise chicken, you can do animal husbandry, you can do cottage home occupations, these sort of things. Then tier it up by acreage, where then, like, say, what you could do on an RR 10, you might need a use permit of some sort to do on an RR 2.5. Or it may be that it's found to be inappropriate entirely, and that would come to the planning commission or the planning department to figure out. And that would just take out a lot of language. That would take out a lot of confusion about it. But the reality to me is, when I'm looking at this, it's like seeing the RR1 and considering not just like major subdivisions of splitting down like a 20-acre RR1 parcel, but splitting dozens, if not hundreds, of 2-acre parcels, just all over the place. That would be wild. And each one of those requiring hearings and all that. Of course, they're not all going to make it, but you do have to have justifiable findings to deny them. So if we open up the opportunity to split 2-acre RR parcels to more parcels, I've heard for years, particularly referring, to like the more rural regions of the county, and God knows what's going to come in out of the unclassified zoning, that we'd rather have less APNs in disparate locations throughout the county. That's what we were told for years in planning commission hearings during the cannabis hearings. So that's it. All right, thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comment in the room? Any comment on Zoom?
Steve?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I agree with the commissioners who were concerned about having the different standards for the different RR zones. And just, I'm at work, so I'm trying to follow along on Zoom while I'm working, and it's pretty thick. But I guess just back to basics, which is how do I would rather see this commission come from a place of how do we allow people to use their rural properties in reasonable ways. And it seems like there's more of a how do we restrict people from using their rural Trinity County properties. And it's just frustrating to see that we're just headed for more restrictions on our properties, more different types. If you're, 2.4 acres or 2.6 acres, you're going to have a very different world. And it just seems very burdensome at this point that we're breaking it down this way. Just try not to go overboard, guys. Let people enjoy their property. If it's a nuisance, we have a process. If there's a nuisance, if there's neighbors complaining, we have a process. We have animal control. We have a planning commission. We have a planning department. We have code enforcement. Just take a step back and sometimes look at the bigger picture of this is a bit much, and let people use their rural properties. We live in Trinity County. Like Adrian said, nobody's going to come in and build a 10-acre firewood processing plant. You have guys who, drop some trees or help their neighbors out when a tree falls and get the wood off their property, and they process it. And people should be allowed to do that. Nobody's going to be out there at midnight running splitters. And if so, that's a noise ordinance. We don't need to double, triple regulate the crap out of everything. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comment on Zoom?
Rhoda?
Hi, this is Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek area. I agree there's a lot of overregulation in here that doesn't really fit our rural communities. Another thing is the property sizes. I'm going to agree with everybody. We have tons and tons of properties that are 9-point-something acres. It's and they're 200 feet wide and super long and skinny. And so 100-foot setback from a property line to have a chicken puts like most of the properties in Trinity County out of that. If 400 feet for a beehive, that's just the size and shapes of our parcels here in Trinity County are very unique, and we need to really always keep that in our mind as we go through the general plan. Yeah, the director's use permit for a bunch of these things for small farms. I think it's really important that rural food should not be limited. You know, access to healthy local food is one of the things I think that is super, super important, and we need to do everything in our power to increase access to locally produced food instead of restrict and decrease. And maybe not everybody's aware, but the state of California has passed a law that says all chickens must be free range. So we certainly can't. It would be a bad idea to restrict that even more. And of course, there's hundreds and hundreds more things to comment on, but those are just the ones right off the top of my head. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments on Zoom?
Veronica?
Good afternoon, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I will agree with many comments that have been made today in the sense of this is a lot of material to go through, but I'm working my way through it. But I would like to remind everyone that's part of this process that, you know, it's so important to look at all of the agricultural uses and the animal uses and on rural residential. But there are people who, there's the word residential, there is that as well. And I do appreciate you guys taking an opportunity to look at it, because someone said way earlier today that, you know, you're just going to create the continued RR tension that has created such a mess. And it's just nobody wants it. But taking a look at putting those measures into place that allows everybody to enjoy their parcel, not just one, not just the other. You know, and you know, someone says enforcement. We have enforcement for this. I think we all know how that goes. Understaffed, overworked. We don't have a lot of enforcement, not just for agricultural items, but cars and things throughout the county. So that's not really a mitigating measure most of the time. And one of the commissioners did mention earlier something about just move. You know, generational families are here. You're going to tell us that work here, put money here, you know, buy property, buy food, you know, employ people. A little disrespectful. So maybe we can kind of move away from that just move for anybody to say. Figuring out how we can all live and work together, I think, is super important. But please don't forget those that also just want to live on rural residential. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comment on Zoom? Close public comment. Minter Harnish, what's the next step? Are we moving on to the next chapter now, or what is your thoughts?
If I had a question, if I had a question about the residential table, would this be at an appropriate time?
Sure would.
So this relates to an issue that is in District 1. So the table has rehab drug recovery housing as a permitted use in RR10 through R3. And I, you know, totally support that kind of facility. I understand the state law, but there's no definition of that. It looks like it's the same thing as supportive housing, which in an earlier table, it said that supportive housing would have additional regulations under 1795-240, which does not exist. So I just wanted to point that out, that I think one of those things is not needed, the rehab drug recovery housing, and that supportive housing, the additional regulations that you refer to are not there. And yeah, when we get to ag, I'll talk about ag not being a good place for that. Okay.
So the drug and rehab section was added at the last minute, so we didn't have time to incorporate a definition. but it has separate state laws that you reference out to for health and safety codes. So that's why I separated it out, because supportive housing has its own health and
But
safety.
supportive
code.
housing includes a target population, which
Mhm.
is people with drug and alcohol issues, substance abuse issues.
Yes, but drug and rehab facilities as a land use is also covered under a different state law as well. They're very similar, and the line between the two is very blurred and they overlap. But I think the state intentionally uh, uh, states the drug and rehab as a protected land use separately from the supportive housing because of the little bit more of a medical twist to it.
And then, so are you going to come up with a 1795-240 that has the regulations for that? 'Cause that's what,
We'll include that part of the definition and link out or state the health and safety code that pertains to that.
okay, thank you.
Commissioners, comments?
If I may, Chair. I think Carol and the public have brought up some good points that we're talking about uses and what is permitted, what is not permitted, and there hasn't been discussion on definitions and setbacks and allowances. I mean, there's so much to unravel, and it's really complicated. But that there is a lot to it, and understanding the definitions when we go into this as we're discussing these and what that means is vital to the process.
Agreed. Commissioners? Okay, Mr. Harnish, take it away.
Great, thank you. So the that next category that we'll want to go over is agricultural zones and uses. So I know this is a big topic, and the discussion will probably go beyond just these 4 questions, but these are some of the targeted questions that we want to receive feedback on. The first one is regarding lot coverage standards, specifically for the agricultural forest zone and the timber production zone. And in part 2, this is really in reference to the standards that are outlined in table 17.15-2, the development standards for agricultural and resource zones, and it's the maximum lot coverage. So the question is, we currently have it in here that it's a 10% maximum lot coverage, which is essentially just any type of building structure or structures that are on the property. They can occupy a maximum of 10%. And we wanted to ask commission, given the large minimum parcel sizes for these zones, which is 40 acres or 160 acres for the timber production zone. If we would like to decrease the maximum lot coverage for structures on the property, and we can really reduce it to whatever commission or through our discussion feels is appropriate. That can either be a percentage or a specific acreage, but we wanted to bring that as a discussion, considering the large minimum lot sizes for these zones.
Commissioners, discussion?
I think a 16-acre structures on a TPZ just seems like a lot. So maybe 5% for both of those.
Unless we get a new mill.
That's usually on.
But
that's usually
that wouldn't be on
industrial zoning,
TPZ.
Not on TPZ.
It wouldn't be
Wouldn't
allowed
be
in
on
TPZ.
TPZ.
I don't think anybody's building a 16-acre building out in the woods.
TPZ,
What is the negative? The question is, do we want to restrict it, right? Not
It's fine the way it is.
leave
I
it
think.
where it is. So What is the reason to restrict it?
Would you like me to chime in?
Sure.
Okay, so when you have ag, forest, and timber production zones, if you go and build a structure, and let's say I know it's not realistic number, but 16 acres, if you cover that and take that out of the timber production capabilities, then that land is not going to be like recoverable if you cover it with structures. So it has a long-term impact for a industry that has these trees that take a really long time to grow and reduces the potential output of the land.
Do we have parcels hitting this mark? Exceeding this mark, actually, is a better question.
No, not that I'm aware of, but the reduction in the percentage would potentially state, okay, we don't want them to build more than 20,000 square feet of like facilities on the land, because that would essentially lock out that much of the land for timber production.
I can see that on timber production, but not on ag.
So
The
it's ag forest.
ag, forest, and timber production.
What about a nursery? What if
But
you're
it's
growing
not-
trees? What if you need 16 acres of nursery building
Nurseries
to
are
produce? You know, that's what I'm saying. As far as timber production zone, I could see, but not anything agriculture.
And so, Angel, would you mind giving clarity on the difference between TPZ and ag forest?
Yes. So agriculture forest, I believe, has the minimum of 40 acres, and that allows for a single-family residence by right, as currently stands. And it's more of like, I guess, the homestead approach to timber production, but it's optional. Timber production zones have a minimum of 160 acres, and the landowners enter into a contract with the county to have that for timber production and to protect that land for future timber production.
That's optional.
It is optional, but once they enter the contract, they're locked into that contract for a minimum of 10 years.
And what's the contract regarding?
It gets them a tax break under the Williamson Act.
Those are separate processes. It changes how the land is evaluated from land assessors. They assess the property as timber production and not as like residential development. And so they approach that differently. As far as the contract part, when they go to enter into a timber production zone contract with the county, they have to do a timber harvest plan with a registered forester with set dates for harvesting the wood, the timber. And they have to make sure to keep up with certain requirements, like and then after the after the plan ends, they're supposed to renew the timber harvest plan. But I think a lot of properties, since they haven't been harvesting, it's just the timber's continuing to grow, or the trees are.
Well, has there ever been previous problems with this 10% rule? Any complaints or anything? I mean,
A lot of the timber production zone, as it currently is, it's either allowed by right or a conditional use permit.
I'm saying,
Okay,
has there been any complaints, or is there any issues, negative issues based on the 10%?
Not that I'm aware of since I've been here. It's just the idea of trying to protect those lands.
And what's the standards presently, right, as the general plans mandates presently?
So in current zoning code, there is no lot coverage standard for ag forest. And let me look up TPZ real quick.
And-
Debbie, did you have something?
I'd like to build out what Angel said about TPZ. TPZ, of course, they do enter into a contract with the county via the state and registered forester. Those contracts run for 10 years and they're on automatic renewal. And then, so if you say you wanted to take that land and not have that anymore and be able to develop it out into something else, you have to formally exit that contract. And that goes before the board, as does entering into it goes before the board.
Which is up in my district, we've had land taken out of TPZ. They canceled the contract with
Yeah, you can cancel.
with the idea that they're going to develop it at some point.
And it takes
So-
10 years to get out of it, and then you have to pay back everything that you saved too, money-wise.
Yeah. So what is considered structure? To get back to Dan's question, if somebody puts in a nursery, is that counted under the lot coverage?
If it's a greenhouse, yes. So
But if
a,
it's
a
tree
way
nursery?
to tackle lot coverage just simply is if it has a roof, it's counted towards lot coverage,
So
unless it's an
somebody-
ADU.
So we're talking somebody would have to exceed this threshold right now, they'd have to put in 160 acres of structure, of greenhouse
Yes.
to trip
and
that
I'm-
threshold. That's
and
a lot.
The point of this question,
16 acres. But even that 16 acres of greenhouses is a lot.
So what I'm talking about is the 40-acre restriction on, we're not talking, TPZ, you can drop that down. I mean, there's no point in having large structure, but with the other one, with anything ag-related, at 40 acres, that's 4 acres or 2 if you go to 5%.
Yeah, and on that, and my understanding, and is probably incorrect, is that ag forest, it says ag, but it's more pushed, it is more in the forestry category, right? There is no like agricultural allowances. I mean, this was about 10 years ago. Cannabis was put into it, but man, that was heavily fought. And I think that was only any farms up to 2016 were allowed in or something, but it's really, it says agriculture, but I think it is, and that just implies the homesteading aspect, but it is more aligned with TPZ, timber production, than agriculture. Is that accurate?
yes, for someone to move a parcel into timber production zone, it typically was previously agricultural forest.
Oh, huh.
And the point of asking about the 10% maximum lot coverage is to see if we want to go down on that percentage to not have a certain amount of development occurring on these parcels. So do we want, the question is like, do we want to keep it at 10% or do we want to further limit the potential for structures replacing the forest land?
And currently, there are no restrictions on that, right?
Yeah, looking through current zoning code for ag forest and TPZ, there are no lot coverage standards.
And it's never been a problem to date, so I don't see a problem with 10%.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, no one's complained, there's been no issues.
I mean, because, it's not like you can put residential structures on TPZ. I think maybe a house.
Single-family home, I believe.
Single-family home. But, it really restricts the type of businesses and activities you can have on it. And so it's likely going to be directly associated with timber production.
Yeah, and for development, you have to, have a forester come out and make sure that the development you're doing doesn't conflict with, the potential future timber harvests.
Okay.
All good on that one?
So are we good? We good with establishing 10%? Okay.
Moving on.
Great. So the next couple questions are regarding agritourism, and this is a new land use that we're adding in as part of this process. And this was added in based on a lot of conversations we've had throughout the general plan process with residents and decision makers and stakeholders, as this is something that a lot of people want to be able to do on agricultural land. And so it's in a very much in a draft phase as it stands in the draft that's before you. And a lot of this was pulled from different research of what other jurisdictions are doing for agritourism. So this can definitely be molded a lot more to fit what Trinity County wants to do. So the first question is really just how we want to define agritourism and what kinds of activities are included in that, so that there's a clear understanding about what we are talking about when we refer to agritourism in the land use tables.
Thank you. Commissioners? Agritourism.
So, agritourism, you're defining, as something, defined by section 52262 of the California Food and Ag Code, which that only requires that you have sales of $1,000 or more. Not profit, just sales. And so I think that definition is okay. It's not a difficult threshold, but there are a lot of agritourism type eligible activities that are smaller than 10 acres that would still meet that definition of a farm. So I think that you need to have a lower acreage threshold. There are a couple specific comments. You're talking about farm stays where, you can have 10 rooms, but only 20 guests. Farm stays are kind of like you're staying in a building. I would suggest that you add a definition to what's allowed in agritourism that is camping. So, we allow either improved or tent camping. Like if you go on hip camp, you can go to a farm, right? And not only can you put up a tent, but you could even drive your RV there and park it on a pad. And I think that's something that we should allow under agritourism. Somebody visit the farm and bring their RV and watch farm operations, right? So that would also mean expanding the definition of tent camping to include parking like a single RV or something like that. What can I say? I used to do this for a living.
If I may, just kind of provide some thoughts. So, it is certainly possible that we include camping more clearly into agritourism, but in terms of the internal discussion that we've been having about camping, and then was camping unimproved, camping improved. I think in discussion, looking at AB 512, that's now the new state regulations about low impact camping. It to us is, as we worked through it, it became less. Those terms became less appropriate, in the sense that, like, well, even low impact camping, you would expect would have improvements on the parcel. So what I think we would like to see is probably camping major and camping minor, and then establish thresholds for the intensity of the use, the amount of guests, the total maximum, let's say, development that could happen in conjunction with camping. But we've, for the moment, sort of differentiated agritourism as more of a primarily, let's say, day type of, people come to the farm, do farm tours. Agreed that agritourism extends far beyond that, but then if people are going to stay on the parcel, then we would have different development standards, ideally, between what would happen as a day use type of facility or, a multiple day where people are staying there. So that's why currently it's differentiated, but we could figure out how to try to merge. And
I mean, right now you're allowing farm stays, which is overnight. So I'm just saying, in addition to the formal farm stays where they're staying in a room, and if there's more than so many people, you have to have a commercial kitchen, blah, 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 blah. There needs to be the allowance for people to have like glamping or something like that, units, or just like the RV parking space, not lot, on their farm. Because seriously, if you look at hip camp, I can take my little RV and park all kinds of farms.
so what
I would propose that it's looked at differently based on what the intended use. Like, is it going to be just a few yurts and a small use and split it out that way? I think you're trying to get there with the camping, but I do agree that camping should still be part of agritourism. As somebody who has participated in it and enjoyed it, the tours and the stay is as is part of the experience. And so it's a different view if it's just a couple cars pulling up to a property with a smaller impact that may still have some structures and may still have to do improvements to the water system and septic system and everything like that, is very different than having a tour bus of people pull up and unload, and the use on the roads and the impacts to the neighbors and all of those kinds of things. But I support Commissioner Fall's advocacy that camping overnight opportunities should be included in agritourism.
So just to clarify that because they are differentiated by terminology doesn't mean that the way that we've presented them as allowable in the various zoning districts, it's not to say that because camping isn't part of agritourism, that camping can't occur on the same parcels where agritourism would be occurring.
It's in the standards. It's in part 4 where you say you can have farm stay, but you can't have camping on agritourism.
Well, we're not saying you can't have camping. We're trying to define a farm stay as staying in the farmhouse versus camping on the farm.
And I'm saying, please add camping as a use that's allowed in addition to farm stay.
Is a use that's allowed in those zones. It's just not included under agritourism.
Well, I would disagree with how that's written then, because when you look at that standard,
It's under recreation, entertainment, and public assembly uses, and the part 2 for the ags, it lists campground tent only, campground improved.
so you have to be, what if you're at, so ag automatically includes ag tourism, is what you're saying?
There is the separate land use of ag tourism, and then it's
Right.
allowed, and then the campgrounds are a separate use, and that's to acknowledge that if someone does have ag parcel and they don't have like a large ag business there, they can still have like low impact camping. And we're proposing to move away from the camping, tent only, camping improved, because we don't feel that accurately reflects the new state laws for low impact camping. And so we're wanting to shift gears and change it to camping minor, camping major. And we of course can adjust the permitting pathways on the table for agriculture lands, or pretty much any of these.
I think the tables then are very confusing.
They are, no doubt. As you pointed out, I think in terms of us working through this, if you own an ag zone parcel, but you don't meet the threshold for agritourism, we're creating a pathway for there to be additional economic development or revenue generation from that parcel through camping. So that's why we've differentiated them. They're very much complementary and they don't conflict from my perspective, just if that helps at all.
Again, it goes down to like, are you going to go to a 2-acre parcel and be able to enjoy their farm tour? And that may not have all of the overnight options and that kind of stuff. And we're currently saying no because of the 10-acre limit, versus going to a winery that has over 100 acres and can support buses and those kinds of things. And I think we're not capturing the intensity of the use here, or it is just too big of a scope, is kind of where I'm at.
So I don't think we're saying no. We are creating a different permit pathway to provide for Planning Commission discretionary review of agritourism in RR versus R10 as an example of the permitting pathways that are represented in the tables.
I'd propose that RR also is a director's use
For which table?
for agritourism.
When we talk about specific land use categories, we have to remember that across many of these sort of general plan designations, we have agritourism in the residential table, in the ag table, in the resource table, so it's spread, the allowability per zoning district is spread across, a handful of tables for a specific land use.
Just, why would you want to restrict it in RR?
Up to me. I'm actually looking to lower the restrictions from conditional use to director's use for that. I see that, and in my mind's eye, I see all these small rural communities that are zoned RR 2.5, but have 5-acre, have 10-acre parcels and such, and they're beautiful farms right above the river. Some of them are cannabis farms, some of them are horse ranches and such like that. And in our struggling economy, to allow people to capture our unique way of life, one family at a time with glamping, or, and share, seems like the impact would be light. Granted, I recognize that if it's just 1 acre in a small neighborhood and there's buses of people that come out, then that could have more of effect.
So yeah, to tag on to Commissioner McIntosh's comment. So right now you're saying agritourism in RR10 requires a director's use permit, and in RR requires a conditional use permit. I mean, why wouldn't you have permitted by right in RR10? If you've got a working farm that's 10 acres or more.
That's a suggestion you can certainly make, and across the board. I think that, if we want to move a variety of these land uses into allowed by right, then where we really need to dig in is what those development standards and performance standards are.
Because, I mean, when I worked for UC Cooperative Extension, we were trying to develop these agritourism trails where you had and they have them all over the state, where you have, okay, you go to a winery, then you go to the beekeeping operation, then you go to the U-Pick orchard, and you just kind of do these things. And a lot of those offerings were small farms. I mean, that's what you're trying to promote. They were not 10 acres or above.
I very much agree. Apologies to Commissioner McIntosh, I misheard your statement. I'm all for it. Allow tent camping, allow RV camping. I'm all for it.
Yeah, it means life or death to some of these smaller farms.
Along with that, the agricultural product sales right now don't include, it specifically excludes tasting rooms and on-site sales. So if someone wants to go to a U-Pick operation and they're going to have a tasting, let's have an apple tasting, and then they're going to figure out which tree they want to pick for their U-Pick. Or they're going to go to a beekeeping operation and they're going to taste honey and then buy honey. Right now, the way it's written for ag product sales and on-site sales, you can't do that. So I would like,
blueberries.
yeah, you can have a U-Pick, but you can't have a complimentary on-site sales. Or tasting room, I'm sorry. You can't have a tasting room and on-site sales.
I see what you're getting at. I don't know that I read that definition in the same way. The sentence reads, "This does not include the sale of products for on-site consumption." So I think that's trying to clarify that there's a different set of standards if people are going to consume what they're purchasing, which then would align with a food facility. I don't think it's preventing there being free tasting from happening. That's not the way I read it.
But
So why wouldn't we just put the language in there, allow it to occur, and if it occurs, it needs to follow this additional set of rules, right? It's all about food safety and health, and I don't think anybody wants to poison anybody, so.
Guidelines, whatever it may be.
I think that's helpful feedback.
Yeah, you have two people here who are well-versed, who are reading the same documenting. So I think simplifying it would be beneficial. Thank you.
And I
Did we
think
lose
that,
Mr. Harnish?
yeah, no, we're still here. I think Michael just stopped sharing his screen, but I think that kind of leads a little bit more into the third question of if there's, for these agritourism uses, and recognizing that there's small farm operations that would have agritourism operations, and there might be ones that have larger. And I think having a clear understanding of what for, I think specifically for smaller parcels, if there's certain activities that would, based on intensity, that should be included in part 4, for kind of a performance standard, if in what types of thresholds that we would maybe want to include to make sure that especially for smaller parcels, there's not a too high of an intensity use, and what those uses would be and what thresholds you would want to include.
Well, you have under agritourism standards, you have things like on-site parking and amplified sound and access and traffic, but it just says there's blanks where it says chapter whatever. So are you gonna parking, loading requirements, whatever noise standards, are you going to put standards for agritourism in those chapters?
Yeah, so parking is covered in part 3. There is a table in part 3 that has a list of all the land uses and the parking requirements for each of those. And so that would reference out there. I think, but I think part of this discussion would be what those standards should look like for agritourism. I would need to check back in part 3 to see if we've defined it for agritourism yet. I don't believe we have. And so that would be part of this discussion of what type of performance standards would we want to include for agritourism, and that it could vary based on the type of agritourism or the intensity, could be based on parcel size. So I guess just in the commission's opinion of if there's certain agritourism uses and performance standards that we should take into consideration, based on parcel size and intensity.
Go ahead.
I guess.
So,
Oh,
so what it,
bottom line is the minimum parcel size going to stay 10, or are we going to talk about having it go down? And then if it goes down, does it make sense to have different thresholds, standards?
I believe it should go down, based on the model you discussed earlier, to create people the incentive and to create that agritourism, which is something I think we're badly missing in this area. I think removing that limit would be very beneficial.
yeah, and I just wanted to actually take back one of my previous comments, because I do think some of we will need to address roads and that kind of stuff, and that will come as this grows. And hopefully that will go back into the tax base to help maintain the roads and make it a better experience for the visitors. But as a quick synopsis, some of the fond memories I have bumping around Costa Rican roads in large passenger buses to get to very small individual farms and getting stuck and having to walk there. And I think we'll need to sort that out as a community and how to negotiate that of, having some of these opportunities and it causing inconveniences to the residences over time. But I don't want to see us limit the opportunity for growth.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. So since you've, I think, generally clarified that you perhaps don't want a parcel size limitation, let me point out the section below that where there's a limitation on maximum lot coverage related to agritourism, which is currently listed at 10% of the total lot acres.
We're getting there.
Which I think, probably effectively accomplishes some of what was, trying to be accomplished with a total parcel size. And then that way there is sort of, a spatially referenced maximum amount of, lot coverage related to agritourism, if that seems good.
Yeah.
And for clarity, the agritourism percentage is lodging, tasting, parking things, not the actual agriculture, but the,
Structures, facilities, or other improvements for agritourism uses.
yeah.
And that does not include private residences. This is only associated with the business component of it, or it includes private residences and those.
Thanks for asking that question. I would say that off the top of my head, there is some ambiguity there then as it relates to farm stays, but something we can continue to try and refine and acknowledge.
I think that it's potentially a good place to start and then find out if we hit up against it as this industry is developed. I wouldn't want to see it go lower at this point in time.
I agree.
I think it's important to allow people of different economic backgrounds to participate. So tent camping, glamping, RVing should be all inclusive.
And just a question, so does agritourism allow the agricultural product sales? Is that compatible? If you have
I don't think there's any incompatibility, or not that I've noticed, but
Okay.
we can make a note to ensure that there's consistency there.
We got 3 minutes to discuss number 4.
And I
Want me to
think
start?
number 4 is definitely a bigger discussion. And so I did want to just check in with commission. I know there's the 5:30 break. If you want to take the break before jumping into part 4 or the 4th question.
That sounds wonderful. How long are we taking a break for?
3 minutes.
20 minutes. What do you want? 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Got to do 30. Keep talking until it's 10. Good evening. Thank you for allowing us a short recess and moving on with everyone's favorite topic, animal husbandry. Minter Harnish.
Great. So this next question is something that we had a lot of discussion with staff about, and definitely wanted to as a topic of conversation for this meeting. So in the land use tables and all of the agriculture zones and in most of the residential zones, animal husbandry is an allowed use. And it's pretty common for jurisdictions to include some performance standards when it comes to animal husbandry for things like the number of animals per acre or the types of animals that are allowed, depending on the size of the parcel or the zone. And so we wanted to get some feedback from commission on what kind of standards, which would be listed in part 4, that we would want to include, which could either be based on per acre for number of animals, and or the that can range just by acre, or can also range by zone. So we just wanted to get some additional feedback.
Thank you. Commissioners.
So I see a conflict between the definitions and the standards. So in the definitions, you're talking about raising farm or game animals and similar animals in association with school 4-H or future farmers. So to me, the definition means you have to be associated with some sort of project. Whereas the standards, it talks about the purpose is to establish standards for commercial and or personal use. So which is it? Is it only associated with like a 4-H project, or is it for a commercial use?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. There are, and it might be that it's just because there's 2 definitions in part 7 that are related to animal husbandry. The first one listed is animal husbandry project, and then the next
it.
one is animal husbandry. So the animal husbandry project is a definition directly related to a school or 4-H program, whereas just the standard animal husbandry definition, which is directly below it, is kind of the more general raising and breeding of farm animals for a commercial purpose. So that might be where there's a little bit of confusion since there's two definitions.
Yeah, that helps a lot. So under animal husbandry project, then I think I said this earlier, it doesn't include turkeys and or pigs. Oh, it does include hogs. It doesn't include turkeys, which is one of the big things that the 4-H kids have, which is turkeys.
Does say
Yeah,
such
we
as.
can, I believe we can include that in as, sorry about that. I think my computer has maybe a little bit of a lag time. Yeah, it doesn't directly include it, but it does say and similar animals, but we can definitely include turkeys in the list if that's something that the commission would like included, but it's not limited to just those listed, but it's those listed and any similar animals associated with a 4-H type project.
Okay.
Do you have
And
some?
yeah, commissioners, I'd like to add that turkey is also considered poultry, so maybe found under poultry farms versus animal husbandry.
Well,
Well, but for the project, we'd specifically want to see, it says chicken, so we would either want to switch it to poultry or say turkey.
You prefer that we switch it to poultry or add turkeys?
either one.
Okay.
It's more encompassing, so you'd be able to cover chickens and geese, et cetera, any bird.
This definition here says that livestock, which has been part of human agriculture since the domestication of animals thousands of years ago. So raise an animal, whatever animal.
So then the rest of your questions, so for animal husbandry itself, yeah, I definitely think we need to have thresholds based on intensity.
So I will refer commissioners to part 4.
The table.
And the table there. And just for context, if you currently look at the RR zone, we have I'll read it if that's helpful since you guys don't have it pulled up.
Can you give us a page number?
Do you want the page number for the table in part 4? I'm looking at current code is what I was going to read.
Oh,
No, that's fine. I was gonna look at what the proposed, thank you.
And then current code, just to give a, example, under RR, uses permitted are single-family dwelling and agricultural uses except those requiring a use permit. And it goes on, but specifically it says like shall not exceed the following standards unless a use permit is first secured. Horses, mules, cattle, similar livestock, minimum 1 animal per 20,000 square feet. And we've encountered scenarios where there were complaints about, horses on, I can't remember if it was basically it wound up to be that they were only allowed to have 1.5 horses, which, we had some jokes about that. But so that the table in part 4 is essentially trying to further define what currently exists in zoning code in terms of, setbacks. That's a new area. But then as far as the number of animals per 20,000 square feet, the reason that we landed on 20,000 square feet is that's what currently is the threshold to quantify the number of animals per parcel.
But the new proposed table, so large animals are horses. So one of my residents has 2 horses on essentially less than a 1/4 acre lot. So that's would be like can't do that.
entirety of the lot is a quarter acre, or where they put the horses a quarter acre?
The whole lot.
Oh, wow.
They're in the front of his house, in his front yard. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I have like an acre and a half of irrigated pasture and 3 small cows, miniature cows, 1,000-pound cows, can handle an acre and a half, and so that seems to be good for like the large animals, 1 per every half acre. Of course, not overusing it. I think the recommendations for having large animals is larger than that. But then at the same time, I mean, not everybody has irrigated pasture. Some people just have them in paddocks, and then they just feed them hay. But then if you have more, so if you have a minimum in RR of a 1 acre lot, you could have 2 of them. So it seems like, so you said they were on a quarter acre and they had 2. If you're on 1 acre, you could have 2. Yeah, and that concentration, what I found is like when raising hogs, man, if I kept them confined, the level of smell and flies that goes to my neighbors is palpable.
Yeah, and so I think that gets to kind of my concern is not necessarily a number. Yes, there is a capacity issue at a point, but that it's more so about the land itself. Is it flat? Is it sloped? And how it drains to your neighbor's properties, what those issues are, and how you're managing and maintaining it. And because you could have a lovely Duncan who very lovely maintains his property and has a good balance and make sure that he's not being disruptive to his neighbors. Or you could have another individual who doesn't really care. And if you just let them have as many animals, then it does cause a problem. But for me, I see that there are people that can go past these limits and it's okay. But I also recognize that there's individuals who would take advantage of it and it would become a problem. And I don't want to allow that to persist or to create a opportunity where it is overused and becomes a big issue.
So you're saying animal husbandry is allowed by right, permitted by right in R1 and R2? And so in R1 and R2, these standards would apply. So you could have a horse if in R1 or R2, R2 is medium density. You could have a horse in R2 if you had 20,000 square feet. Am I reading that right? Okay.
And is that 20,000 feet, are we saying just as area for the animal, or is that the parcel, the lot as a
parcel.
whole with structures and everything? Okay.
Yes, it's the parcel. If you want to have a standard for the living space for the animals, then that can be added.
That would make sense.
And then, as far as like what zones it's allowed, like if you don't think it's appropriate to allow an R2, then we can of course modify that, or if you want the project to be reviewed at a director level to check for, okay, could this potentially be a nuisance, or what conditions could be applied to prevent it becoming a nuisance? Those are things that we can look at and incorporating into this.
I guess with regards to that, I'd like to know what the existing general plan has, and if there has been challenges that you know of in the last 50 years. I know you can't go back 50 years, but I mean, is horses in R1? It seems like that's kind of a big animal to have on such a small property, but not if it fits within the fabric of the
neighborhood.
The low density.
So I can't speak off the top of my head to the general plan from, 50 years ago or so. But what we can refer to is zoning code, because ideally, zoning code is always consistent with the general plan. So looking at that table in part 4, I believe that primarily, in terms of the number of animals per 20,000 square feet, we've brought that in from existing zoning code. I would say where we're creating the potential of new standards is the next row down, shelter living space per animal in square feet. So that's a new, sort of criteria that's being proposed.
And
80 square feet.
how are you gonna figure out between different size animals? As far as amounts, could you do
So it's
a
broken.
pound, so it's like 20,000 square feet, 1,000 pounds of animal. So it'd be 1,000 goats, or 1,000 pound horse, or 1,000 pound cow.
So
I'm just spitballing, but
the shelter living
otherwise
space
you would have to specify each animal and how many you
is
could have. of
broken down by
different
small,
kinds.
medium,
Just by
large
small,
categories.
medium, and animals. So
Gotcha.
small is like rabbits, and medium is like goats, and large is like horses and cows.
Okay.
So you gotta have 80 square feet for every horse or cow kind of thing.
And I just pulled those numbers off the internet of what I saw some other operations doing. So those are we can more than adjust those or cross things out.
To mandate the requirement of having shelter living space, but to prevent, exceeding that. But that probably needs to be further clarified in this table.
Yeah, whether it's a required or a maximum.
Also, the side front of properties. I mean, 20 feet is really not that far. I see in communities where I drive by, I see the fences all the way up to the street, or, 10 feet from the street. I guess I'm assuming that their properties go to the center of the county road, so that works within that. But on another way of looking at it, it seemed maybe that their fences, what is the setbacks for fences in typical, I mean, is it setbacks for fencing, is it different in ag versus RR and such?
Not that I remember. I don't know if we had specific setbacks for a fence. I know that we had discussed like line of sight for like road access.
So there's no setbacks from a property line to build a fence? You could build a fence right on their property line?
0 to 5 feet.
0 to 5? Okay.
The other thing too in this table, from my personal perspective, I don't know that we should restrict how close to a person's house a chicken coop can be. Whether or not we land on creating a setback from the property line, that could be sensible, but speaking from experience as it relates to cannabis administrative buffer reductions, it's a bit problematic to create standards related to distance from adjacent dwellings, given that, then we get into, well, was your chicken coop there first? Did someone build a house? Is it line of sight? Aerial imagery is not sufficiently detailed to make a, down to the foot determination from aerial imagery alone. So then it requires going out and doing, a rangefinder measurement, things like that. So to me, I don't know that I'm necessarily in support of doing distance from an adjacent property, but curious to see what the commission thinks.
So you're talking about the line that says off-site residences, the setbacks from off-site residences?
Correct.
Got it.
Less restrictions equals more compliance.
Any other discussion from the commissioners?
So maximum number of animals for a location, the 50 asterisk, is that the poultry farm for small animals? The very bottom.
I do believe that poultry is considered small animal.
Right, well, but on the table, there is a maximum number of animals for a location under the small animal category, and it's got 50, and then it's got an asterisk.
Well, poultry farm is in a separate column.
That's what I'm asking, is that referring to poultry farms?
Yes, and if you look down at the bottom of the chart, it kind of spans a few pages, but it has an asterisk and then explains that 50 chickens or over, it counts as a poultry farm.
Okay, so when we get to that, I have some questions, but, and I know I'm getting picky here, but small animals, it doesn't include turkeys. So you need to either change that to poultry or add turkeys. Because
Somebody's
seriously,
gonna
when
add
I worked
turkeys.
for cooperative extension and I had to do all the 4-H kids, turkeys.
You're getting as bad as
think-
Duncan with the feedlot.
Don't want the feedback, she wants turkeys.
Kids love turkeys.
I think poultry and fowl are synonymous.
Well, but small
Uh,
livestock, it says
No?
chickens, ducks, geese, pigeons, and rabbits. Guinea fowl are not the same, similar fowl. Sorry.
I think it would be reasonable to add turkey to small animals, seeing as it is considered poultry.
I support that, Alex.
Turkey it is.
Turkey it is.
Drew, could you could you clarify or maybe just reinforce your concern for off-site residences?
I just think it becomes cumbersome to regulate that. You know, I get the intent, and I think the intent is right on, but in terms of, you know, how we would enforce that, it starts to become pretty time consuming and maybe not of huge value. Another way to kind of look at it again is, you know, more on a zoning district basis, but again, as we've grappled with, you know, earlier this evening. So do you guys think that having setbacks from on-site residents or off-site residents are appropriate?
The setback, so the setback from an on-site residence, aren't you really worried about setback from the property line?
So we have and I need to readjust the table, because
You've got side, front, rear property lines. So
Yeah.
you're saying you have to have your chicken coop so many feet away from your house when you're talking about on-site residences?
Those are separate rows.
That's what I mean.
Chicken coop is only 15 feet.
So off-site residents, we're talking about our neighbors. So we're saying it has to be
But-
20 feet off
but
the
if s-
property line, and then it also has to be 50 foot from their house. So you have to have another 30 feet on the other side of the property line, is what you're saying.
And if I, just to, you know, check Angel's math, I'm pretty sure it's right on though, is that right now you have an existing setback from a property line to a dwelling. So we've added those two figures together, 20 plus 30 to come up with 50.
Yeah, I can see where, I mean, in most scenarios, neighbors are neighborly and there's space there where homes aren't built right on the property line, but not all of them are built, you know, in the middle of their property. And if there's a home that happens to be on the property line and they want to put their horses in their barn and all that right there, it could create conflicts. And I could see just keeping this as it is or adjusting it I mean, all this stuff is established, involves the county when neighbors aren't getting along. And so if neighbors are getting along, this is good stuff. But there maybe should be some type of parameter if it's like, okay, you
are keeping your manure right on the property line or something. I don't know.
I don't know, it just seems more like our buffers that we've dealt with already last year, and I don't know that. Use the property line is kind of my recommendation, but. Okay. Yeah.
I guess another way to look at it would be that we use the property line setback standards per zoning district as it relates to animal, containment or animal areas.
I mean, you look at it too, so if you have two properties right next to each other, same size, say they're long rectangles, and somebody builds their house in the front and the other person builds their house in the back, and then you're limiting the room that the other person has to utilize the property.
And
Pretty
I mean,
setbacks of 20 feet.
it's not limiting where the animals can roam. It's just like the potential for concentrated, potential for nuisance is what I was aiming at for this. Again, can be modified, stuff can be striked out, we can remove it.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. So, I mean, 150 feet from an off-site residence or 100 feet from an off-site residence is a long ways on a 5-acre parcel that's narrow.
That's for dairy.
Hmm?
That's for dairy.
100?
150 feet.
Okay, or even 100 feet.
100 feet is large, yeah, large animal.
100 feet from another person's home if you have a horse or two. That's a long ways. That, as Amelia is saying, that could put their whole backyard out of ability to have that. And so,
So you said pens and feed. So are you meaning shelters? Because when you say pen, it's usually a confined space versus their pasture. Like, how are you defining that?
Yeah, I was meaning like the shelter, but I understand that like during extreme weather events, they may be confined to the shelter for safety of the animals. And then like the feed, because that could become a pest nuisance.
Copy. So I come from a horse background with outdoor shelters, and we actually would move them throughout the years because they would have a heavy impact in one spot, and then we would move them to another side of the pasture to provide that area some relief, and then they would impact another area because they'd enjoy them and it'd get muddy. It wouldn't be good for them. So the mobility of those was useful.
So, I have a question. So do they still have to comply with the county ordinance on roosters? In residential zones?
In low density residential zones that, and like R1, R2, R3, yes, they would have to comply with the rooster, but I believe that does not apply to rural residential and agricultural lands.
Right. That's the county ordinance. Okay. And then, at some point under animal husbandry, you do have special regulations for certain animal types, and it does talk about poultry farms. Can I ask a couple questions about poultry farms?
Absolutely.
So if you have more than 50 poultries, chickens, let's say, then you're tripping the threshold and becoming a poultry farm. Okay, one of my constituents asked, what happens when my hens have chicks? And there's a dozen little chicks. I'm serious. I got questions. What happens is that, am I tripping the threshold into a poultry farm?
We can define that if you'd like.
Okay,
yeah.
I think that's what she asked.
And on that note, like I've got 25 layers, and then each year I'll grow like 25, 30 broilers. And that's enough to fill up my freezer. I'm not a poultry farm, I mean, and it all fits within a chicken tractor or 2 chicken tractors, one for the broilers, one for the layers. I mean, I could sell a couple here and there, but it's not, that doesn't feel commercial. I know 50 seems like a large number, like chickens.
I would agree with that.
And same thing, this lady asked me, she said, I guess if you delete chicks, she's probably not over the 50 limit, but she does sell a certain number of laying hens, you know? You know, the poults, she passes those along once they get big enough. So how is that considered? Where, because it says no on-site retail sales. So if someone has a real poultry farm, you're saying they can't sell like excess, you know, poults or meat birds or anything on site?
We're talking about selling the live animals, correct? We're not selling anything processed.
Well, it just says no on-site retail sales of birds. So live birds or dead birds, I guess. It doesn't really specify. I'm sorry.
A constituent that sells a lot of fowl, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just weird questions, but that's what I got.
I,
Just think about it, okay?
yeah, well, I wanted to, I looked up what we have down for poultry farms for rural residential and ag, and they're permitted by right and R10 and above. But we can modify that if we want to allow it in like RR just based off of
Well, it's not,
acreage
it's the
threshold.
standard. It's not where it's allowed. It's the standard itself for poultry farms that doesn't allow you to have on-site retail sales. So
Well, we can modify that. It's at the discretion of the commission.
Modify to allow on-site. Yeah,
As long as it's not in a state law, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to add is that in existing zoning code, if we look at rural residential, interestingly, we limit to ratites, emus, and related birds a maximum of 40 offspring per 20,000 square feet, but we don't address offspring under chickens, ducks, geese, pigeons, pheasants, peafowl, guinea fowl, rabbits, mink, chinchilla, marsupial.
Hey, you laugh, but I know a lady who has had an emu in Trinity County, so they're around.
Should we establish a standard for offspring and
no.
propose that? No?
No, I
standard.
mean, I think a standard for offspring that doesn't trip them over that 50 birds, you know, if all they're doing is, okay, so their hen had 12 chicks and that's part of their replacement flock and part of what they're eating and all that. I mean, it's got to be a time frame or something.
I mean, realistically, if they have chicks, we're not sending out code abatement or enforcement to go cull the herd.
No.
So I mean, I appreciate the concern, but I don't see it as an issue.
True.
And with that 50 chick limiter, poultry farms is still allowed by right based on the charts currently in ag and rural residential. So even if they were to go over that, it just might
It
trip
has to
some
have a-
additional threshold or performance standards like
It requires a DUP in rural residential.
rural residential 1 acre.
Right.
Rural residential 10 acres, it was permitted, state said it's permitted by right. And we
So,
can't
yeah, I'm just
adjust
saying
those.
RR is a DUP.
And so like I said, it's, you know, that doesn't have a very big impact. I have my 1 cow has more impact than 25 chickens. And so, you know, for it to be considered commercial rather than 50 or a chicken poultry, I think it should be at least 100.
And right now in RR, there's a maximum of 25, you know, fowl or poultry per 20,000 square feet. So I think the intent there was to throw a number at, you know, quantifying what then triggers higher standards for a, poultry farm.
Yeah, certainly.
So do you want to raise that number to 75 or 100 or?
Yeah, if I have more than 50 chickens, and that's at a time or in a year.
At one time?
That'd be at one time. Then that would constitute a DUP and put you in the category of having a poultry farm. I think it should be raised to 100.
That's a lot of chickens on a half acre.
It's not on a half acre.
1,000 square feet.
No,
That's less than a half acre.
There's 20,000, or there's that many allowed on every 20,000 square feet. But to be considered a poultry farm, if you have
gotcha.
more than 50, now you're in a category, no matter how many acres you have on RR, unless you're RR10.
You're just raising that to 100 then.
Just raising that threshold, that
That, okay.
definition. Realistically, if you are commercial, you're going to have at least 100.
At least.
You have 100 chickens on 200 acres, you're fine. But once you hit 101, now you're a poultry farm.
Discussion on chickens.
Not just chicken.
Go in the freezer.
Not talking about turkeys. I'd like to open it up to public comment, please, on anything we've discussed so far. Comment in the room, please.
Matt Jefferson, Trinity Center. On that agriculture thing too, where I was talking about the nuisance, it would just be really nice to have some kind of standards on what a qualified nuisance is, so we're not just getting frivolous nuisance complaints shutting down farms. And then the agritourism, you guys already talked about the 10-acre minimum size. Be cool to lower that. So when you get into farm stay operations, and then number 2, food services, B, lodging and meals shall be incidental and not primary function of the farm stay operation. That seems kind of strange because a lot of people will come to get a farm to table meal. And the entire thing that would be based off of would be maybe a night's stay and a meal. So that seems that should be allowed. And then special events I talked about, I feel like it should be more than 3 days should be allowed as special events. Because maybe you're doing like hosting a week-long workshop. And then the animal husbandry, that one I just see like with unique parcel size and stuff like that, some of the setbacks are onerous. I believe I'm using that word correctly. But like the beehives, setback from your dwelling, it has to be 400 feet away. Poultry farm, they have the poultry housing, that located a minimum of 100 feet from a property line, all of your poultry housing. That could be really hard with some people with skinny, narrow properties or something like that. And then like containment. So something I really loved and I chose about why I moved to Trinity Center and the valley I moved in was part of the open range aspect of this county. And I grow crops. I have cannabis, I have food, and I cherish and love that there's cows that walk down my road. And it is my responsibility to fence them out. It is not the cow's owner's responsibility to keep that animal contained, and it's not my responsibility to keep my chickens. They're allowed to free range if I want them to. And like example, I free range guinea hens, and that's my integrated pest management. So I don't have to use pesticides. I have guinea hens roaming all over, eating all the bugs. And then my last concern with that is like, they just go out and breed. All of those guinea hens come back and they'll have like 40 babies. So then am I a poultry farm all of a sudden because my guinea hens are, and I'm not like, I'm keeping the guinea hens as a tool on the farm, but I'm not selling any aspect of them. I don't know. That's really weird, unique.
Thank you. Any other comment in the room?
Hey, thanks again, Adrian Keys. I think in the whole poultry conversation, I think that should be broadly inclusive. I know folks that want to raise quail, other people raise pheasants, so on and so forth. So definitely expand that to include poultry. And then we don't have to parse that out any further. I think that aquaponics and aquaculture should be included to make sure that those are both permissible. Those are both things that tie really deeply into food sovereignty, which is something that I think that we should all be concerned about and is one of the benefits of owning land, is being able to produce for yourself and for your neighbors and such. So I'd like to see those included. Those can also be done like in really top-notch sustainable ways. I really like the direction the agritourism and agricultural stuff is going. Keep in mind, like for the variety of the types of agritourism that could occur, some might be an hour, like who knows? It's up to the individual to create the models that are going to help them be sustainable. So particularly for these lower intensity ones, I think that there should be as much by right use as possible, even down to the smaller parcels. You could probably use existing like baselines or whatever, like for vehicle trips a day and all those things are going to be tucked into the general plan somewhere anyway, and say, hey, these agritourism activities actually fit underneath the by right for any zone, for any ag zone or any RR zone where it's applicable, and all the way up to the longer term events, like educational workshops, those sorts of things, and definitely including the glamping, camping, hip camp. Very appreciative to the UC Extension for helping ram that regulation through. It took a long time, but we got it done. So very supportive of that. As far as like a lot of the conversation was around chickens and chicks, but when you think about a head of livestock is a cow-calf pair. So let's try and use the existing language where we can. And so if I were raising a cow for my own sustenance and I wanted to breed that cow and have a calf because that's actually what I'm going to be consuming, then I think that should be permissible. So when you were talking about a head, let's use that word, a head per 20,000 square feet, that could be a cow-calf pair. And so you might as well then just throw chickens and such underneath that same. And so you've got I don't know what you would call that exactly, but it would be how many like mature or marketable or whatever animals underneath that. Also inside of those, in all of this for just fun consideration is like mini horses, or mini horses like 400 pounds, not 1,200. So there could be different standards for those, and those could be part of agritourism activities, is why I threw that in. Plus, I also saw on one of our local Facebook pages that somebody's got camels in the county now. So camels are actually much larger than a horse. So there's another consideration. Then let's see, the acreage per animal type. Man, I'm running out of room on my note page here. This is getting messy over here. I know what I'm talking about here. The existing standards, my understanding is if you have a horse and you need 20,000 square feet for it, and then you've got some chickens and you need X number of square feet for that too, they're not supposed to overlap. So say you've got 2 acres and then you're starting to kind of like pull in enough animals to be hitting thresholds. That makes like that in concept, I understand, but it doesn't really take into consideration the use of animals as part of your agricultural tool. And so really to say that your cows are over here and your chickens are over here and your sheep are over here and occupying this much space isn't necessarily an accurate take on it. You might run your cattle through, you might run your chickens through, you might run your sheep through, and then they've all got their barns and such. So just to make it as flexible as possible in that regard.
Thank you,
I
Adrian.
think that might be it, but I think this whole animal husbandry section is actually really interesting and deserves a lot of thought process. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Any other comments in the room?
Hi there, Vedette from Lewiston, Son. Couple of things. The agritourism conversation is very, very exciting. And what I've noticed quite a bit lately is that in conversations I've had outside of here, I've seen cannabis people and all kinds of people talking about agritourism. So it seems to be that we have a cohesive and collective something that we're excited about. So I think also with that, I think that is some of the greatest potential that we have in Trinity County right now. And if we get really, really smart about it, we could as a collective and as a community come together pretty strongly on this. And there's a few things that I kind of want to just echo what Matt was saying. And actually, Commissioner Fall, lower the acreage, please, for that. This is the face of someone who might not be able to afford 10 acres, but 5 acres, and I'm here to do a wellness farm. So give me a chance, please, give me a chance. The other thing too, with the camping conversation, I kind of saw, I don't know, director, sorry, I'm trying to be all like whatever, but what Drew was saying about having it be an avenue into the glamping or the camping. I just want to make sure we're covered on that because I think that's also a very big opportunity for us with glamping, and I want to make sure that we don't go out and do this and then all of a sudden it's not included in our regulations or something. And to that point, we have no idea the world that we're going into. And I keep saying this, but our world is changing so freaking fast, and the world of business changes so freaking fast, and the world of farming is going to continue to change so freaking fast, that I want to make sure that we are keeping ourselves open to be able to expand into opportunities that we may not quite be able to see yet, but in 25 years down the road, it's the world at that point. So I don't know where that fits, but I just want to keep saying that because what I've seen so far at Trinity County is we set ourselves up to kind of be like blocked inside our own rules, as opposed to keeping us a little bit flexible for growing businesses and the way the world is going. To Matt's point, I didn't get to this thing, so I'm so glad this part. The farm to table thing, we have to fix that. Like, that's huge. And literally people are moving here to help me to bring farm to table meals. And I didn't know that was talked about not being able. So yeah, otherwise I'll do it underground and I'll say it on here because that is where we're going, farm to table. Let's be progressive, please. And then special events as well. Like agritourism goes with special events. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comment in the room? Any comments on Zoom?
Rhoda?
Hi, Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center. My first question, and hopefully we just do away with all that, but say the DUP for the ag stuff, say for chickens, I guess we'll use that example, would, if it ends up that we have to get a DUP for some of these things that we all just want to do, would it be a one-time thing, or would it be something we would have to renew every year? Because if we have to renew it every year and there's turnover in the county, then we're at a position where we can't really plan for the future. We can't really, build a life not knowing whether or not the next director is going to approve it. So that's a first question. The other thing, I feel like I'm really excited. I feel like you guys are all kind of seeing the same things that I am about, some things that just aren't suited to our rural communities with our really bizarre property shapes and really extreme geography. And so that brings me to the setbacks. I understand the setbacks from houses. I also understand Drew's concern that that's really just kind of been a nightmare in the cannabis world, and he doesn't want to bring that into the rest of the. But so our property out here, 9.86 acres. It's very common to have a 9.8, 9.9 something properties. So yeah, property sizes I think need to be changed a little bit. And there's not a single dwelling on any property that touches my property, and probably never will be because of the bizarre geography. So I feel like I shouldn't have to have setbacks for my agriculture from the property line, since there's no dwelling and most likely never will be. These are just properties people use during hunting season and stuff like that. So I think that's so then maybe just some wording tweaks about whether or not there's dwellings or neighbors. I'm not sure where the setbacks go, but thanks, guys.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments on Zoom?
John?
Good evening. I just tuned in recently, so I I heard a bit of the back and forth about animals, but it's unclear to me if you're talking about allowable animals on a specific zone, be it residential or rural residential or ag or what. Can somebody please can you inform me to that real quick?
John, we will endeavor to get that for you and share it with you.
Well, the kind of larger point I would like to make is that there's very few conflicts currently county-wide outside of Weaverville for any of the issues with animals. And so I would just encourage the commission to be no more restrictive than currently. And to, if you are going to break RR into an RR10 or and a smaller RR, if there's going to be more than one RR zone, that the allowable uses be the same, and that way you can prevent smaller multiple subdivisions and keep working lands whole and working lands and keep them productive. And but the ability to have the same uses by right are really important to the Trinity County economy and to the homestead lifestyle, and to distinguish between them at 10 acres or 5 acres or any number really just serves to create conflict out in the community, and it would breed an environment of very selective enforcement where it's not a problem for most, but unless you have a complainer neighbor, and those people would feel like they're getting picked on. So these items may have already been addressed earlier in the meeting, but those are my general thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments on Zoom?
Steve?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Hey, I heard somebody mention FFA kids raising turkeys. And, I think if we're going to prepare our future farmers of America, that we should prepare them to be future farmers in Trinity County. I don't really like the smell of turkeys, so I think we're definitely going to need a CUP on any FFA turkeys in RR zoning. Turkeys have an environmental impact, so we'll probably need environmental review, like full CEQA. Turkeys can fly pretty long distances, so I think we should notice the neighbors and allow for a comment period. We should definitely have inspections. We should make sure their water source is a legitimate water source, no surface diversions. So we should probably get a water board registration. We should make sure the entire property is code compliant before any kid raises turkeys. Septic certification, and definitely setbacks from residences on all FFA turkeys. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments on Zoom? One thing I wanted to highlight from discussion about the farm to fork is there is now a California guidance on AMICO, micro enterprise home kitchen operations. The limit is $100,000 per year in sales, 30 meals per day, 90 meals per week. And meals must be prepared, cooked, and served on the same day. MEHKO. Just an option for the farm to fork deal.
On that, may I answer comment? So with agriculture stays, the reason why there's like a limit on providing of meals, it's based off of the state laws with health and safety codes for when a kitchen can be a restricted facility versus a full-scale commercial facility. And the way they use restricted is a bit confusing, but they mean a bit lower standards than a commercial scale kitchen. And so and a part of that, they say that to have that lower standards, you can only serve breakfast and then like snacks. You can't serve 3 meals or sell a meal to someone who's not boarding there. And so that's why we can definitely create like a farm to fork or farm to table land use as a part of all this, and discuss the thresholds or standards that you all want. But that would be separate from agriculture stays.
Right, and the farm to fork specifically does state illegal small scale restaurant in their home on kitchen. So there is some delineation on that, so, perfect, thank you.
I just want to make sure we build in the opportunity that the landowner can develop what they want to. So if they want to have a full blown kitchen and do everything, then they have the opportunity to do that. And if they only want to work within the smaller venue, then they have that opportunity too. There's no reason we shouldn't be limiting having a full kitchen option for some of these agritourism opportunities. I mean, some of it gets to is if you're looking at it more like a small hotel village, like, you have small cabinas or something like that, and you're getting 10 to 12 of those. And yeah, if you have it full out, you're going to need a commercial kitchen based on the food policies. But let the food policies regulate that side of what that's going to need, but allow the residents to build out their capacity to have the business that's going to support their families.
Right, I wasn't using it as a limiting, I was just using it as a option. So yeah, I agree with you.
And I think that the intent behind that, and obviously there's some nuance, and I think at least in terms of planning staff, we acknowledge that we need to do some more coordination with environmental health on this specific topic. But the main thing is that you would need some sort of food handler permit, and I'm not familiar with MECO or, MEHKO. But I think that there's probably a way to just, refer out to those applicable standards. But that was kind of the thinking behind it, was that like at that base threshold, you need to have a food handler permit or, a certified kitchen or one of these other pathways.
Yeah, and I would just say if it pulls out those 3-day limits and that kind of stuff, then I would suggest that we go that route and allow for more opportunities and clearly say, this is the pathway. Go look at another chapter, another section, talk to another department, another program in order to reach those goals,
Chair, if I may add? Sure. Yeah, I think adding to that with regards to special events, and it was mentioned that there are different levels of intensity of special events. If there is a fermented food or Korean natural farming 4-day event, it's not going to be having amplified music. And so it would be held differently than a musical event or something like that. And so it's even on small parcels or parcels less than 10 acres, they could be having master gardeners coming out for a few-day event or something like that. So that's something that we just maybe agendize more depth of talking about the special events.
So they can, if I understand correctly, so the special event limitations under agriculture and agritourism, that's for a year. It has to be related to the agricultural operation, yeah. But they could also, if I understand correctly, come in and ask for to get I think it's a DUP as a special event facility. And then that facility allows them to have like up to 18 events a year and a lot more stuff, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So the ag tourism, the special event under ag tourism allows for specific uses related to ag tourism.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, they could apply for a special event facility.
Because like if they want to do weddings, weddings aren't necessarily related to agriculture, but somebody might want to have their wedding out at the vineyard. So they wouldn't be able to call that an agritourism event, right? They'd have to get a permit as a special use facility.
Yes, or we also have the temporary use permits.
Okay.
Process as well, that we could build out more to accommodate maybe if they have like one wedding every few years versus something they need more routine.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just saying, if the impact is one per year, that should easily be allowed by right. But we can address that later.
So adding aquaculture to, in the table.
You know, at the direction of Commissioner Board, you know, of course, we could increase the number of events in conjunction with agritourism. I don't think there was any real rationale behind 3 other than to throw a number at it.
I liked 6. I got a request from a constituent for 6 special events per year. And as Matt said, not limited to 3 days. And the notification is a little onerous that you have to notify the community development department at least a month before the event. And so, you know, if you're going to do a cider pressings, it might depend on when the apples are ready. So, is there a justification for why you need to notify them a month in advance and, you know, provide the specific date of the event and the hours of operation and all that stuff? I mean, why do that?
I think the reasoning behind the notification of is to make, like, to review for fire standards, parking, make sure that environmental health is looped in for making sure that there's appropriate sanitation that can handle that amount of people for an event. Now, the timing can be adjusted, and of course, anything can be adjusted in this. I think the month time frame was stated to give the staff time to review and coordinate with other agencies before the date of the event.
Well, could you do something like, I'm going to do 4 events a year, and I'm going to have an apple pressing, and I'm going to have a farm to table event, whatever. I'm going to do these. I don't know the exact date yet, but you know, here's how many people I think are going to be there. I mean, just give them some flexibility. I mean, the hours of operation, you've already got criteria for like noise and all that stuff. So why do you care whether they're from 6:30 in the morning until 10 or whether it's there from 8 till 11? You know, I'm just trying to figure out what was the justification for all that detail for a special event for an agritourism facility?
I'm not 100% sure why, but
Okay, well, it's just something to think about.
I probably think it was a boilerplate answer provided for a different community that doesn't apply here. I thought your example of the apple press was very poignant because a month's difference in the apple's lifespan would be crucial. So I think removing that is definitely beneficial, and I think tailoring it to Trinity County and not a boilerplate answer is definitely more beneficial.
Yeah, and I will just mention that those and these initial standards were, a lot of it was just pulled from research about what other jurisdictions do and how they regulate agritourism. So these can definitely be adjusted. I think having something that, especially if there's going to be, they're planning on scheduling, X amount of events, and they're all pretty much going to be the same type of event with the same, approximately the same number of people. There's something we could build in of, if it's a repeat event, there's not like as much review or additional. It's basically just notifying the county of, hey, this is happening, and yet we can decrease the time for review on that. So these are all very much adjustable. I think it's just more of the intent of typically a jurisdiction is going to want to know the type and the intensity of events that are going to be hosted on these properties, and how the county decides they want to regulate that is completely up to the discretion of staff and the commission and the board.
Yeah, because I just think it's really unpredictable. You've got a pumpkin patch, you kind of know it's going to be Halloween, but maybe your pumpkins are really early and you want to have the kids out there early. I don't know. The 1 year, the 1 month and all the specifics just seemed very inflexible.
Well, that's a good point, because the pumpkin patch could go on for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So just looking at part 4 related to this topic, if you see B3, the bottom of that, it basically says notification is not required if the following event information is included in the approved permit. So if someone was, planning to do a regular, an agritourism operation with various seasonal activities.
So could you,
including-
where B3 says notification, I'm reading that. I have different pages because I got the notes.
Yeah, I'm on 39.
I'm on
Page 39.
page
With-
33 of the version I'm looking at,
I'm on 39.
I'm on 39.
on the clean version. Yeah.
Well, we're on the clean with comments version is,
39.
and we're on 39.
But B3, it
Got
says, property owner shall notify the county community development director of a special event at least 1 month before the event is to take place.
Right, it's the last
Oh, I see.
sentence. Yep.
Notification is not required if the following event information is included in the approved permit for the agritourism use. But what if it's a permit by right?
What qualifies for a special event? How many people?
I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, there isn't any definition. I tried.
Because if I want to throw a party for 40 people, I have to get a permit.
Need to know basis.
Yeah, invite only.
There's a definition
So,
for a special event facility, but not for a special
Not
event.
for an event.
So if I'm remembering correctly, the differentiator there is special events up to a certain number of events per year. Beyond that, it would become a special events facility, which would require potential of a use permit.
Or what's a special event?
I think you make a good point. We don't have special event defined. We only have special event facility defined.
Because to me, if you're saying like there was talking about a pumpkin patch and opening the pumpkin patch for sale and inviting people in, yes, is an event because it's a seasonal time of the year when people are coming to the property. But that's not like one special event to me. And that should be, if that's the purpose of the property is to sell the pumpkins, then this
Commissioners, if I
doesn't
may,
work.
it says on the California State Parks site that a special event is 25 people or more. That is their definition.
Clarification.
So do you want to include that in definitions?
We will add that definition.
But I guess I just want to make sure it's not tied to a sale, right? So if it's some kind of and I don't even like saying this. I don't even like saying like educational events, those kinds of things. But if it's tied to the sale of something, it's not a special event to the grocery store and there's more than 25 people there. So I guess I'm just a little concerned about, if there's a seasonality to the purchase of items, and if you have a farm stand and 25 people show up to your farm stand unannounced, that's not a special event.
So if I could
Yeah,
just.
so I just want to make sure that we're really thinking through this, and I think I'd like to make sure we come back to that, and I'd like to see, I don't want us to assume the 25 people limit. I want to see some research into what other districts define it as, not just it, and what is reasonable, please.
And to just as a comment of kind of regarding some of these activities, I would say something like a pumpkin picking patch or you pick where it's kind of a ongoing seasonality, but you know, it might only happen a month or two out of the year, but it's happening every day. And I wouldn't consider that to be a special event. I think when we're talking about it in relation to agritourism, I think a pumpkin picking patch or you pick would be that would be the agritourism activity. But a special event as part of that agritourism activity might be that there's, you know, a pumpkin carving competition or something like that, where it's something separate from whatever the agritourism primary agritourism use is, and it's something that, you know, is only it's something that's taking place for a day. I think it kind of changes in terms of what's a special event in context of whatever the agritourism use is, but I think it would be something that's happening outside of whatever the standard agritourism use is for that parcel, if that makes sense. So I don't think that something like a U-pick or a pumpkin patch that's, you know, spanning over several months, I don't think that we would be considering that as a special event.
Okay, understandable. I also just want to make sure that we make it very clear, the differentiation between a public event and having the special events part of the public versus private events.
So at a quick Google search, it says special events usually require special services, security, parking and/or food vendors with a temporary alcohol permit. And they differentiate activities that have an impact on surroundings that obstruct traffic, produce noise, require specialized services, or have a significant impact on neighboring properties are classified as special events. I think a few people in tents going out for some honey tasting and some cider pressing. I think it's redundant, and I think we're over analyzing this for a problem that won't exist.
Chair, if I may, I
Please.
just want to add that in looking through part two, even though we have a definition in part 7 for agricultural product sales, we don't have that listed in the tables. So I think if we had that listed in the tables, and then that was clearly allowed by right in those specific zones, that would clarify some of what we're trying to determine, you know, in terms of like, is it agritourism? If it's a U-pick apple farm or a pumpkin patch, no, it's agricultural product sales, and that's allowed by right in zones that allow agriculture.
Well, that was the question I asked earlier, whether or not agricultural product sales were allowed as an agritourism use. So you're saying just break it out separately?
That could be a more clear way, or it could get combined under agritourism. But then I think what we're trying to determine is, okay, so at what point is that a special event? So either way, but off the top, you know, looking at it now, it seems like it might be helpful to just call agricultural product sales allowed by right in you know, in zones that allow for ag production.
Yes, that sounds good.
I agree.
Over 100 chickens, over 100 people.
Don't mention chickens. Any other questions? Harnish.
Great. And so we'll move on to the commercial zones and uses. I do just want to check in with commission since we're approaching 7:15. I do want to just remind that we have there's still 4 more topics that we want to go over, and it's about that it ends up being about 12 more questions. So I just want to be mindful of the time.
Thank you, Nikki. We'll do our best.
Great. So just moving into commercial zones and uses, the first question has to do with bed and breakfast. So this is, a bed and breakfast would be a residential home that's turned into a bed and breakfast in within the existing residential structure. So it's converted into a commercial use. And so the question is just what zones bed and breakfast should be allowed, and should they be allowed in highway commercial zones?
Commissioners.
I think we should encourage broad mixed use.
Yeah, and
Or-
if you look at the current zoning, there's some highway commercial stuff that's really like, why is it that? Seems like bed and breakfast would be fine.
Yeah, maximum versatility.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Next.
Next, please.
Great. So the next question is just regarding home-based businesses. So this is an update that we kind of a distinction that we created in the draft zoning or code, and we made a distinction between home occupation and home enterprise. And really this is just kind of a difference in intensity, where a home occupation, in short, is just essentially thinking about it as someone has a home-based business that's fully within their home, and essentially from an outside perspective, you would not be able to tell that there is a business being conducted there. They don't have necessarily, there's no one coming to visit. They don't have customers that are showing up, or major deliveries that are happening at the residence. Whereas a home enterprise is a little bit more intense, where it's still a home-based business, but they might have more regular customers that actually come in, thinking of, like a home-based hair salon or something like that, where you could tell that there's a business being operated there, but it's not necessarily to the extent of a full commercial operation as you would have in a commercial zone. So that's a distinction that we made, and it's really, both are pretty much allowed anywhere a residential is. There's just different standards listed in Part 4 for the types of performance standards that that homeowners would need to meet. And we wanted to bring to commission about the differences between home occupation and home enterprise, and if those standards should be adjusted, if the standards that we've drafted are clear as to what the difference between those two uses are.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Staff, would you mind providing us some clarity with the difference between home occupation and home enterprises?
Or what page is on?
Sure, I can do both of those things.
Thank you. 52.
In mine. I don't know what it is in yours, somewhere around
In the clean version with no comments, it is on page 46, home occupation. Home enterprise, not unless I've lost track of the alphabet, I'm not seeing it before home occupation, which is where it should be in Part 4. But I think probably the best place to clarify the differences in the definition section, which if you're looking at clean versions is page 17. I can read it, or I'm not sure, Commissioner McIntosh, you want me to just kind of give you, I mean, Nikki kind of started to characterize it, right? It's really has more to do with the intensity of the use and sort of, I guess you could say, like the visibility of the use, where a home occupation wouldn't necessarily be recognized from the outside of the home that there's a business being conducted. Home office would be a good example, versus home enterprise, where you could have a garage, or you could be providing mechanics services, and that would be more, a home enterprise. In some ways, visibility and then intensity.
And
No,
it-
uh-oh.
sorry,
Is there a table where it shows by right?
Yeah, look under residential. And so home housing is under commercial uses and, home.
Commissioners, there is a table on page 49 of part 4 of the clean version, specifically for home enterprise characteristics and use permits.
Thank you for the clarification.
and these have been modified from what's currently in zoning code, which is for minor home occupation and major home occupation. But we tried expanding onto the home enterprise section based off of the community plan feedback that we received.
Thank you.
So, but if you read the standards, sorry, I didn't get to this earlier. It looks like home enterprise, there's a minimum of 5 acres. Isn't that wrong? Under the standards for.
It has like acreage threshold for permitting, and that is based off of current code. But we are more than open to modifying things.
Well, I guess,
Home enterprise. My page 55,
Page 50 on our end.
under general provisions, minimum parcel size. The minimum parcel size of a parcel in which a home enterprise is to be established shall be 5 acres. But it's allowed in like RR1, R2, either permitted by right or a director's use permit. So is there a contradiction there?
I would say there's some inconsistency there. Yeah.
and so is it intended that for these home operation versus home enterprises, that these are full-time? Or they
It can be
side jobs? What are we talking about?
It could be full-time or side jobs,
What?
either or.
Why does it matter?
I don't think we approach it from that perspective. It's more like the categories, in terms of the definitions and what's listed in home enterprise versus home occupation.
Well, I guess some of it, at least for me, a little bit goes to the disturbance. If it's unobtrusive and they do have some clients, but if it's intermittent, I wouldn't consider that an enterprise. But if we're saying that for clients go to enterprise, I don't necessarily agree with that. But if there's opportunity that for making sure that the smaller operations can have some of that business hours and clients and that kind of stuff, I just wanted to make sure clarification that we're not limiting smaller operations there.
In parts, or in letter C, just above the table, it states that the home enterprise use with one or more characteristics identified in that table are subject to the either a director use permit or a conditional use permit. So if those standards do not apply to the project, then it would be allowed.
I'd like to point out that also that table also has, you have to get a CUP if it's under 5 acres in size. I don't know that a home enterprise, if you've got like a nail salon, then you've got a few people coming to your house, and it's going to be definitely under 5 acres, that you need a CUP. You need to follow health and safety codes and all that. but-
Agreed.
Or like a motorcycle mechanic in their garage.
Yeah.
That's, doesn't need to be on a large parcel.
Then would you want to remove the acreage threshold?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please.
I don't know that nail salon is maybe a bit of a nuanced and problematic example because nail salons store products that, you know,
Well, they have the other standards they have to, other criteria they have to comply with, right? Of the state.
Would,
Yep.
would the motorcycle mechanic not store materials also?
Yep. And that's why those are kind of more in the home enterprise
I think,
category.
get out of the way, let them do their,
I mean,
their
this
business, do
came,
their job.
this came up quite a bit during our community plan meeting that we wanted to allow more home-based businesses, whether they were occupational or enterprise. So I think we need to really look at that and make sure we're letting people do low-impact stuff out of their homes.
Totally agree.
Right. So that's where like I'm trying to think about it with my husband's work. Like where
Mhm.
does that fit? Right. So he's sharpening saws in the garage, like it's enclosed.
Who cares?
Right. Exactly.
Just trying to
Those where I think we're trying to re-engineer the wheel, there's not an issue and leave it alone.
As long as it's secondary to living there. If you're not moving in to a residence to open up a business, but your primary, it is your residence, you live there, but you also have a business there.
Well, it's the definition of the first word, home. It's
Well,
your home.
It says, there is, under the standards, it says relation to residential use, the home enterprise shall be clearly incidental and secondary to the use of the property as a primary residence.
So I think it's covered, right? So, okay.
I just want to add that I am aware of an instance where essentially in a dense residential neighborhood, someone built a metal building and put in a car lift, and you know, I've heard some complaints about cars parked all over the neighborhood that are being worked on in that mechanic shop. So I think that's a, you know, example of why we're trying to potentially create a permitting pathway to capture those activities.
I know the mechanic shop you're talking about. Yeah, no, I agree, but I think we've covered it all. Good.
To clarify, do you guys want to merge these, keep them separate, or just keep them separate and remove the acreage
I thought,
limitation? Or
I thought the commission was merge them and remove the acreage stipulation.
so they're allowed by right as a, you know, secondary use to any single family dwelling, then we probably don't need to define them and, you know, create different categories between the two. Okay.
I agree. Nikki, number 3, please.
Great. So I know short-term vacation rentals are a big topic of conversation. We heard it a lot in the public outreach that we've done. And we wanted to bring to the planning commission of if there's a preference for how the zoning code should address short-term vacation rentals. Typically, short-term rentals would be allowed in anywhere where residential is allowed essentially. But we could include this as a separate line item in the land use tables as its own, kind of like how accessory dwelling units has its own line item in the land use tables, even though it needs to be part of an existing residence. So we could include it as a line item and then have a section for it in part 4. The other thing that a lot of jurisdictions will do is they have just a separate ordinance where it's not necessarily codified into the zoning code itself as a land use. It's just a separate ordinance that the jurisdiction regulates for potential vacation rentals. So just based on preference from the commission about how short-term vacation rentals are addressed in the zoning code.
Thank you. I remember there was a lot of discussion about the Airbnb, so commissioners.
So, I guess a couple questions. My recommendation would be a separate ordinance, that potentially could align itself with community plans, because I think there are some communities that have issues with short-term rentals and there are some that don't. At our community meeting, we were talking about things like off-street parking, which I don't know if that could either be a standard if you had it as a special use, or if you would refer to other standards for other like parking and stuff. but, or if it would be better to be in an ordinance. But I do think at some point, either ordinance or as a separate land use, you need to have some sort of place to put standards for short-term rentals.
I agree. I think that an ordinance would be a good place for it. Or if it was countywide, was no ordinance, and each community plan could put in their own ordinance for their own use, and that way countywide, it would just be open. Because who cares whether you rent your house for a week or a month or a year, or in outside of those communities that want something different, each community plan can enact their own version. That would be kind of more fair to the whole.
Can we do that by ordinance?
Off the top of my head, it would, if we're gonna modify standards based on community plans, then we get deeper into the topic of community plan-based overlay zones, which at this point, I don't think we are generally headed in that direction. I don't know that I would want us to go in that direction solely for Airbnbs or, short-term vacation rentals.
Well, how about something like this? I mean, our issue is that when you have short-term rentals with essentially R1, R2, R3 zones, you really increase the density. So people are parking on the street, they're blocking the street, noise ordinances. But if it's in R10 or something like that, who cares, right? So is there a way to break it out, the standards that way? Short-term rentals by zone have different standards?
So if we want to address short-term rentals by zoning district, then it likely needs to be included into zoning code. The alternative, that wouldn't necessarily address it as specifically by zoning district, would be more through a business licensing mechanism. But my opinion, as it relates to public health and safety and some of the concerns about parking or, like the true capacity of the septic systems, the actual occupancy ratings of those structures, and then, people saying, oh, I have a one-bedroom house. Of course it can accommodate 20 guests, as a short-term rental.
Right.
That does pose problems. So I personally think that we should go down the route of requiring a use permit for short-term rentals, but.
So, as someone who, I love Airbnbs, I use them all the time, all over the world. I think there should be some type of mechanism in place, whether it's a use permit or a business license, where if in the event there is community backlash and the people aren't respecting the boundaries or being good neighbors, then there should be some accountability for that business owner. Quite often they'll tell you you're only allowed a vehicle per room. So if there's 4 bedrooms, potentially you could have 4 vehicles. And then in the event that there is complaints, then that person is directly responsible for policing the policies that are set forward. I think it's laborious for the community or for the county to have to manage each Airbnb. So it should be used as a business model, and if they don't adhere, no different than any other business, if they don't adhere to the rules stipulated, then they can potentially lose their license or the ability to have Airbnb.
And it would be a great way to capture the TOT, which I think we're missing quite often because we just don't know that that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, the recommendation is that we address it through business licensing and not so much through zoning, or?
No, I think through zoning, through a use permit,
Whatever whatever is the commission's consensus.
because we don't have business licenses at all in the county right now. I don't know that we want to go down that path just for short-term rentals.
Whatever the community, the commission comes to consensus, but I don't see the point in adding to the county's already strenuous workload.
So
Director's use would be good.
Director's use permit?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but could you clarify what the standards would be? What would be that process for director's use permit for a short-term rental? I'm just thinking about all the short-term rentals that already exist. So now they're all going to need DUPs. So I'd just like to understand that before.
So I think a good example that I've seen is in like Kauai, where they were experiencing the problem where essentially like all of the existing housing stock was getting eaten up by vacation rentals. So they passed an ordinance of some sort and only allowed for vacation rentals in particular zones, and that the pre-existing vacation rentals prior to that ordinance were grandfathered in, so they were allowed to continue, but there were no new vacation rentals in the majority of the pre-existing residential zones. And obviously they have a lot more tourism than we do, but that I think is a, you know, a good example of sort of understanding, you know, like what I've heard for Trinity Center, where there's a lot, and I don't know proportionally if it's vacation rentals or just vacation homes, but I would say the DUP process would be, you know, apply for the DUP, there'd be a set of standards, they'd have to, you know, sort of explain, you know, the size of the structure, get some sort of review, you know, make sure that how they're listing their dwelling is consistent with the occupancy rating and those sorts of things. So we can develop that and bring it back.
And if they're, well, then they'd also pay an intangible tax, right, in addition to the TOT if they're a business, right?
I don't know the answer to that question, but yes, I think similar to, I think is it an unsecured property tax, where for like agricultural businesses on agricultural properties, you pay an additional fee or tax.
My concern is, just like we did with number 2 on the list, it is a small home enterprise, and we took away some of the roadblocks from that. I want to be aware that we don't add roadblocks to potential Airbnb people. So
Well, you know, like I said, this is why I was wondering if we could do it community by community. But I mean, our issue is people are investing in homes. They don't live here. They never lived here. They're from out, you know, LA or something, and they're buying a house and they're renting it out as a Airbnb. It's a business to them. And so they're buying up the housing stock that's not available now to local residents. And they're, you know, they'll have the Airbnb and it'll be a 4-bedroom house or 3-bedroom house, and they have 9 people with 4 cars, and half of them are parked on the street because there's only 1 or 2 parking spaces off street. So it's just, I could see that some of the community, it's so beautiful here. People want to come here and vacation, that some of the communities are going to start turning into these phantom communities because they're just going to be vacation places.
Isn't that kind of, I mean, Trinity
Well,
Center
70% of the homes in Trinity Center are not residents.
are not residents, yeah. And so that's the challenge of different parts of the county. I doubt District 5 has that problem, right? So, you know, like maybe it could be such where R1 and R2 zoning would be held to a different level of parameters than RR or anything else other than the high density residential,
Right.
real tight knit neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have in my neighborhood, I've got 3 Airbnbs or whatnot, and they're all in their own private driveway. They're all different sizes. One's a lodge, one's real small and such, and they fit really nice in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to see them having to go through and get a DUP for an existing business.
Right. I guess looking at that too, in an R1 and an R2, we do have unobtrusive Airbnbs in Weaverville. And so then you would be subjecting them to additional if we go that route, saying that all R1s and R2s have this new compliance pathway.
So what? You finished?
Thank you. Sorry.
No worry. What does that permit cost? And is that a yearly fee?
A DUP?
Yep. One time, I think. I said about
The one-time
seven,
fee.
it's about
It's
700
a
bucks
one-time
roughly.
fee.
700 roughly is what we were told, and then one time.
Yeah.
So yeah, a director use permit can be, for the life of the project or a annual renewal. That can be up to y'all's discretion, on which applies. We were talking, about all the existing Airbnbs, and if we were to then require a director use permit, how we would go about that. Typically, for when a zoning code is enacted, then previous uses are kind of grandfathered in. And how to check for that could be through the transient occupancy tax. If they had been paying on that, then they could be grandfathered in. And if they had not, then they would be required to get a director use permit.
And how many Airbnbs would you say that are in Trinity County? Is there any way to quantify that number? Do you have any way of tracking them?
Well, some are paying TOT right now.
Well,
Right, just the TOT rules.
well, I'm just trying to do some quick math. If it's $700 a year to have an Airbnb times X amount of units, so how much money does that generate for the county, for the historically tourist?
This shouldn't be an annual
How about this? How about if we say that it's allowed, it's a permit by right in the less dense land uses like R, RR and above. Below, the more intense land uses like R1, R2, R3, you have to get a director's use permit one time. That kicks them into the TOT rolls. We'll be tracking them. And yeah, the existing one's fine, they're grandfathered, but you would still be able to come up with standards for what the existing ones would have to meet, right? Okay, that solves the problem.
Amelia, you probably have more of those zoning in your district.
I
Feel about that? I'm sorry. Amelia, you probably have more R1 and R2s than any other district. How do you feel about that?
I have not heard from my community as much of the conflict with them as District 1 is having. So it's hard for me to want to add that restriction or add that component when I'm not seeing an issue. Not to say that it doesn't exist, it hasn't come to my attention.
And just to quantify my question was I was looking at as a revenue generator. And especially when Commissioner Fall stated Trinity Center is vastly affected by this at $700 a year, as whether it's a business license or a director's use permit, whatever we're calling it, how much money does that generate for the poorest county in California?
Well, the caveat though is that if you start charging $700 a year, I think you'd have a lot of them drop out. So, yeah, so I want to keep encouraging this as a way to make money, but not, not be it so onerous that we lose Airbnbs.
Right, because these people coming in are spending money in your community, so you want them there. You don't want to chase these like Airbnbs out.
Correct. But you can't have it both ways and say that Airbnb are buying up all the houses and then not have a reward for the county at the end of it. And I'm not saying, it's just an idea, when this is a workshop, so we're discussing it, it's just an idea. Debbie, please.
I like to put a little bit different spin on it, because when you have, and I've read about this many times in the news, communities that become heavily Airbnb. And we're also a county that doesn't have a lot of housing for people who need to work here. And you tie them up in Airbnbs, there's no place to go. And we don't have any contractors coming in building apartment complexes or building subdivisions where you can, add 20 families.
Visions and building is overregulated. No one wants to try it here.
On that same point, speaking of Trinity Center, there's they don't have, I don't think, any problem with people buying up them as their second home, third home. They just come up there and vacation here and there, and there's nobody living in it 9 months out of the year.
True.
That seems to be okay, but it's when it's occupying the street and having impact on the surrounding neighborhood is
Yeah.
is kind of what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and so for Weaverville, right, our issue is the housing availability. And yes, there are some Airbnbs around, but they're not necessarily all the ones that people would use as long-term rentals or, you know, which is what Weaverville needs is more long-term rental availability. Um, there's some of the larger homes that would be cost prohibitive for most families in the area to purchase anyway. So it's a way to have those properties utilized as well. At least within my district. Are there some that could be long-term rentals? Sure, there could, but I don't know of a being too far off balance
But if,
in Weaverville per se.
but if the existing ones are grandfathered in and they don't have to get a DUP, but the future ones would have to get a one-time DUP, and then altogether they'd have to follow standards. I mean, some basic standards like having them have enough parking and stuff, I just think are just basic business kind of, a business has to have parking.
Which is what I was saying earlier, as someone who frequents them quite a lot, the guidelines that the host stipulates, hey, you park in the designated area. If not, you're going to get towed. If not, I potentially can lose my license. It has to be run effectively like a business. So how you make them accountable and be good neighbors and care about the people who live there year round versus showing up for 2 nights. And, Airbnbs get a bad name. That people show up and they think they're just there to party. As someone who travels almost exclusively for business, I mean, I'm not there to party. I'm just there to have somewhere nice to live or nice to stay. But it's kind of like blanket statements are thrown out there that I think are detrimental to the industry as far as Airbnb, and not every host or every guest that's there is a bad steward or a bad guest. You brought up the housing in the community, but the problem is there's no industry to attract people to come live here because we've been so successful at stopping any industry that tries to be successful here in Trinity County. So there's no motivation for people to move here. So the housing market is stagnant because people don't want to move here because this is where industry comes to die.
I will add that in the state of California, business licenses need to be renewed annually. And if we're looking at Airbnbs as a business, getting a one-time DUP and not something that would be annual seems to be contradictory to that.
Well, the problem is we don't have business licenses required for Trinity County. So if you're going to start a business license ordinance, you're going to have to look at all the businesses, not just Airbnbs.
I just want to clarify at least one thing. So fees for service such as planning DUPs really aren't intended to be a revenue generation tool. I personally think from a health and safety perspective that business licenses are an appropriate step forward into the 21st century, and it could be done at a very nominal cost. Last point.
Did you say inappropriate or appropriate?
Appropriate.
Appropriate, okay. Thank you.
Yep. And then if we were to go down the path of DUPs for Airbnbs, I think the dilemma that we would run into from a compliance standpoint is that, as with the rest of compliance in Trinity County, it's complaint driven. And so there's not really a strong capture mechanism there. I guess we could certainly start with TOT tax rolls and, require people to enroll or get a DUP. But if the proposal is that anyone who is already paying TOT for an Airbnb would be grandfathered in, then there is no use permit to apply for because they're grandfathered in. But we did discuss this with Mentor Harnish. I don't know if Nikki or Michael might have some feedback, but they did also say that we wouldn't necessarily have to grandfather in all of the pre-existing Airbnb or short-term rentals.
Well, I guess so. If it's going to go potentially a business permit way, I don't think there should be like zoning restrictions to it. It just should be everybody's treated equally and everybody
But there's no
from this point
plan,
forward gets enrolled.
there's no plan to develop a business permit ordinance right now, right?
I would say that, no, I don't agree with that, as we recently met with some providers of business license software and that could be done really cost effectively at no cost to the county and a very minimal cost to
But
individuals.
before we have this zoning stuff figured out, I mean, I don't know that that's ever going to happen.
That I can't say. I mean, that would really be something if you as commissioners support that, to talk to your supervisors and encourage them to move forward with that. But it's outside of zoning code either way.
Yeah, we don't need a business license.
Angel?
And zoning or from a zoning ordinance standpoint, we could still have performance standards that we expect like Airbnbs to meet, like the parking requirements, sanitation, those items. And just have that as, okay, these are the performance standards we expect, even if you have a business permit or license.
So you could allow them as permitted by right in all the land uses, but still require performance standards.
Correct.
That'll work.
Okay, let's do that.
That's perfect.
Winter Harnish, number 4.
All right, so this fourth question is a little bit more general. So it's really just looking at the list of commercial land uses that we've included, and if the planning commission feels that any should be added, removed, or consolidated further. We consolidated several commercial uses and have gone through and removed some that were listed in the current code, or so we've done an initial pass at going through all the commercial uses, but wanted to get any input about the uses that are listed, and if there's any uses where the proposed permit requirements need to be adjusted. So this is a little bit more general, but still specific to mostly just the commercial land uses.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Where you were asking about renaming auto repair facilities as vehicle repair facilities? That was one of the comments somewhere. Oh, it's under definitions. Not under land uses, I'm sorry.
So is the comment just to have auto replace auto with just vehicle? Is that?
Yeah, since I got
Okay.
the copy of the stuff that had comments, one of the comments was to rename auto repair service to vehicle repair service because it includes RVs, water vessels, golf carts, motor vehicles, and that just made a lot of sense to me. And you've got auto repair service listed under commercial land uses, so.
Yeah, we can definitely make that adjustment to be just a little bit, just so it's a terminology that's more inclusive.
Right.
Absolutely. Mhm.
Anything else, commissioners?
Is there a page where there's a table for commercial zoning?
Yeah.
On 237.
Part 2 has the commercial table with the land uses.
Again, a note in terms of how this is put together. The various land uses are listed within each of the sort of general plan designation categories. So commercial, you would find in all of the sections. The specific to what's allowed in the commercial zones, C1, C2, highway commercial, C3, and mixed use, that's in, it starts on page 51 on the clean version of part 2. But again, they are, commercial uses are listed throughout each of those various sections.
So why would retail, there's retail storefront and retail non-storefront. So a non-storefront retail would be a delivery service,
Yes.
and the delivery service would, and needs a CUP, but a storefront is only director's use?
Under the cannabis?
So
Oh,
what
the, oh,
section are you looking
I'm
at?
sorry, that is under cannabis. My bad, I'm not in the right area.
I mean, that is a commercial, that is, I think, under that same category of commercial, but not sure which zoning districts you're looking at.
See.
So one of the questions for one of my constituents was about offsite storage of either winery or brewery products. So is that essentially right now they have to store their products on site the way the ordinance is written? If they are storing it off-site, do they need to be warehousing, which is a commercial use?
Are you addressing a specific existing land use type that are in the tables, Carol, or? I guess I'm not sure I follow the question.
Let me find my notes. Keep going. Let's see. Where did he say?
I don't know. I don't see any, but I bet you the public might have some insight.
Yeah, I would imagine there's a lot there.
Mhm.
If there's no clarifying questions from the commission at this time, I'd like to open it up to public comment. In the room, please.
Matt Jefferson, Trinity Center. Let Rhoda speak on number 2, the home-based business. So like the short-term rentals. Trinity Center has a unique thing going on here. Just like simple fact, 70%, if not more, of our homes, just like Carol said, have all turned into short-term rentals.
Long-term
That's
vacation
or
homes.
vacation homes and all these things. Whether it is what it is, a result of that is that that Trinity Center and Coffee Creek has the highest crime rate in the county from personal property theft. And like, we got to watch our shit in the wintertime because it's like a ghost town.
Nobody's there.
Yeah. And maybe to just flip the coin on a crazy idea, maybe instead of more restrictions, we make incentives. And I have no idea how this would work. But like, what if there was some kind of incentive for someone to make a long-term rental? And I know you're not like paying more for a short-term rental, or if you live in the house yourself. And again, I'm not one to say we should put more restrictions on anybody. But how do we make more long-term rentals? Just like Ms. Flights and Ms. Fall have been saying, like, how do we bring more long-term rentals in? And maybe we incentivize them. And I wish I had an idea. But just a thought.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comment in the room? No comment in the room. Anything on Zoom?
Rhoda?
Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center. Yeah, it is a unique problem up here with the vacation rentals. Some of the local water boards have lost their funding because there aren't enough permanent residents and stuff. It's a big problem. But I mostly want to talk about the home-based business versus home enterprise. And I feel like the person explaining it was saying that like a home-based business would be something that you can't tell from the outside is going on, and a home enterprise would be something that you could tell from the outside that something's going on. And so I have a small farm. So obviously my home-based business uses the entire outside of my home, but I don't have any traffic associated with it. My customers don't come here to my house. Have virtually no impact on anyone in my neighborhood. So that's just something to think about, is like, do we really want to stick people into a category where they get more regulations? I'm just not sure that being able to see it from the outside is a really good indicator of whether or not it's suited for the area. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. And any other comments on Zoom? No comments on Zoom. Any redirect from any of the commissioners?
I thought we combined them and knocked and put the size restriction on the,
We did.
okay.
Commissioner Harnish, next slide, please.
Right, so going into industrial zones and uses, the primary thing that we wanted to just touch base with commission about is the list of land uses in the industrial for the industrial uses, and then the permitting requirements that we've included for industrial uses. And as Drew had mentioned earlier, so industrial uses, you'll see are listed in all of the use tables. And then it will change depending on the zone of where those uses are allowed. We did do a lot of consolidation of industrial uses, primarily into the categories of industrial major or industrial minor. And that was from in the existing code, there was a really comprehensive list as the allowed uses. And we've basically just categorized those into two different categories for industrial major and then minor, and then have a list of what those uses are in the definitions of those two line item uses, just to simplify the tables. But we just, for talking about industrial zones and uses, just wanting to see if there's any adjustments that should be made for the lists of industrial uses or the permitting requirements in any of the zones that allow industrial uses.
Thank you. Commissioners?
So, slaughterhouse is listed as a, something that is, allowed by a CUP. And so I would ask that you, in the definition then of slaughterhouse, that you exclude mobile poultry processing units. Sorry, it's chickens. But, that is a thing where someone who has a chickens can, and it's usually a community event, a mobile poultry processing facility will show up, and then they'll process all the chickens. And so it's like a one-time temporary thing. So, but the definition of slaughterhouse right now, which shows up, I think, for the first time under industrial, shouldn't include those kind of facilities. So is it possible to say excludes mobile poultry processing facilities under that definition?
Or mobile processing period.
I was thinking the same thing. I mean, because there's butcher,
Goats.
or for
That for cows, pigs,
Cows.
everything, yeah.
So mobile processing, mobile animal processing under the definition of slaughterhouse? 'Cause it's,
Yeah, we can definitely include that exclusion from the definition. Typically with something like that, it is a temporary use, which would typically, that would lend more to like a temporary use permit. It wouldn't necessarily be something that would be addressed it would be addressed separately as a temporary use, since it's not as the established use of the property. But we can definitely, just for clarity in the definition, just clarify that it's excluding those mobile processing units.
And I think that it's implied because a facility is generally not mobile. But I think it's great to provide
Except
that
that
additional
that's what they
clarification.
call it. I mean, they call it a mobile.
Right, my point is that
processing
the
facility.
definition of slaughterhouse says facility where livestock are, ... So mobile would not be a facility. That's, but we're
But it's
happy to,
confusing because that's what they call it, is a facility.
okay, well, we'll clarify.
I was wondering, so here we're looking at, we're calling it cattle feed yard, but in other places we're calling them feed lots. And so just getting that cleaned up. And, eh, you know, what are we saying the difference is between our, sorry, poultry and hog ranch requiring a director's use permit versus a feed lot, which is permitted by right?
In which zone are you referring to?
In the industrial zone? Aren't we talking about industrial? Or am I?
Industrial use, it covers all the zones, looks like. How I kind of understand this. Or is it just
Well-
industrial zone?
So I see chicken, turkey, or hog ranch director's use permit, and then cattle feed yard is permitted by right. So what's the difference? Or dairy, I guess I'm just seeing the impact there across those three is about the same, but we're saying that they're through different permitting processes. And then our poultry farm is by right.
Nikki, do you see any issue if we were to consolidate that across all land use categories and zoning districts?
Well, I mean, there are different definitions. So cattle feed yard, 60% or more of the feed for such cattle is imported versus the definition for, chicken, turkey, or hog ranch.
Three strikes you're out.
Most dairies I've been around are a lot messier, a lot smellier than a feedlot too.
But chicken, so it's basically, the
Dairies are-
definition. So
oof,
chicken,
gnarly.
turkey, or hog ranch, it raises chickens, turkeys, or hogs. Typically operate in a manner that has increased odors, air emissions, or other environmental impacts versus the cattle feed yard where they're importing the feed. So yeah, they
And the
kind of
feed is
overlap a
back on.
lot. So maybe we should just look at the definition for those two.
Knowing the two, they're definitely different.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're good. Okay.
And sorry, was the question about whether to combine the poultry farm, dairy, and then the chicken, turkey, hog ranch across all, include that as just a one line item land use? Or was it
No.
more that in the industrial zone, that the chicken, turkey, and hog ranch that's requiring a director's use permit, whereas, a poultry farm is permitted by right? Was that more of the question, or?
Yes, that was more of the question, and
Okay.
my understanding from from my commissioners, my friends over here, is that that it's good as it is.
Okay.
Even if we increase poultry to 100 chickens.
From an industrial zone.
All good with moving on to number 2?
Great. And yeah, this is just kind of similar question for if the permitting requirements for industrial uses and in all zones seems that across different zones seems appropriate, and if any adjustments should be made to any of the permitting requirements for any industrial uses.
Thank you. Commissioners? Issues or concerns?
Hang on. I mean, so fitness gyms in commercial areas are just basically permitted by right, except for highway commercial. Why is there, so there's a director's use permit required for industrial and highway commercial.
It seems like because industrial isn't typically a place for
Got
just
it.
like foot traffic, commercial activities.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
The only thing I see is that cannabis seems to have director's use or conditional use permits on almost everything, whereas we've already deemed, or the CAO already deemed, that cannabis is agriculture. So does it necessarily need to be that over-regulated?
Well, but agriculture, but still.
I mean, you're on
it
industrial
still
property.
has standards based on which zone it's in.
Well, we're on industrial. Why is it regulated more than anything else, like a feedlot?
I think that's a great question, but I can answer sort of why it was constructed in the way that it is currently, is that we basically just brought over the majority of the existing allowability from cannabis code into these tables. So right now, to engage in cannabis activities on industrial, it's either a director's use permit or a conditional use permit. And if you look at the existing M3, heavy manufacturing zoning district, which is kind of our current industrial, any land uses that create, I want to say, odor, dust, and a variety of other categories, which typically agricultural land uses would do a variety of those things, require a conditional use permit. So that's currently what's in code, and that's why it's currently set up the way that it is, but feel free to give us guidance on how to modify that.
I just saw that there was nothing permitted by right in cannabis. That's all I was just curious about. Whereas, everything else, there's lots of permitted by right.
Yep, and that's a function of just kind of moving forward what we currently have in code as it relates to cannabis. But if you think that, those types of activities should be allowed under a different permitting pathway, please give us that direction.
I certainly do. Commissioners?
I'd like to think about it some more, because there was a lot of discussion and rationale for why it was put into industrial to start with.
But it just seems to me that we don't want cannabis in any zoning. Industrial, it's no different than any other type of industry. We can't,
Well, I guess it was more like there's such limited industrial zoned areas in the county. Do you want to have a whole acre of that taken up as a type 3, operation or something like that?
Right, and so right now, type 3s require a conditional use permit anywhere where they're allowed, period. Also, just to clarify, in terms of cannabis land uses, I know we didn't get into it much tonight, and we'll save it for next time, but basically any license type that is currently allowed has, in these tables, I've reflected the concept of converting to director's use permits so that there's a more long-standing land use entitlement for those activities versus an annual license. So that's why you see, as opposed to allowed by right, it's just converting from something that currently would be a license to a director's use permit.
So I guess, industrial, why would a manufacturing under cannabis be a director's or a commercial or a conditional use permit? Or manufacturing, why wouldn't that be permitted by right?
Industrial, yeah,
because it's
industrial
cannabis.
zoning.
What they're saying is right now, each year it's a new license each year. But if they mandate that it's a director's, it's a one-time director's.
So if everything was changed to directors, then it would just be a one-time,
One time.
and it's
then-
cheaper than conditional also.
Well, substantially, but this approach might be, I don't know, maybe a little more long-term sustainable.
That we will have many hours of discussion about cannabis land uses and these tables. So if we want to move on for now and answer the primary prompt there, which is be land uses and whether they should be consolidated in industrial. And we'll hold cannabis for next time.
Well,
Okey
You're,
dokey.
you're late to the party. We're already on number 2. We already answered number 1.
Sorry.
And I do appreciate that you are trying to fix a long-standing problem and moving forward, making it better. It just seems to me that the county has historically made cannabis not wanted anywhere. So no matter where they want to do it, whether it's industrial or there's a reason they don't want cannabis there. So time to embrace the change. Any other discussion, commissioners, before we move on?
Nothing sticks out.
Just give me a moment.
Do we have, okay, do we have any comment on Zoom?
Rhoda?
I'm sorry, my hand must have been up for a long time.
Go ahead, please.
Nope.
Nope.
I'm sorry. I think I accidentally still had my hand up from before.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any closing public comment? Commissioners, any clarifying questions before we move on?
I
Go use the restroom.
No.
I'll go. You know, you keep proceeding without me.
5-minute break. Thank you.
Don't breathe very well.
Minter Harnish, please proceed. Thank you.
Great, thanks everyone. Welcome back. So we'll move on to the recreational oriented zones and uses. This first question has to do with the recreation development overlay zone. And the original in the existing code, this is a zone that exists primarily with the purpose of allowing or limiting uses within the Trinity unit of the Whiskey Town Shasta Trinity National Recreation Area. So it's a very specific to that area of that nationally recognized recreation area. And the question that we have is if this overlay should allow for a broader range of the permitted land uses within it, and if so, what level of flexibility is appropriate. And I think kind of another aspect of this is if that overlay should be extended beyond just the defined recreational or federal recreation area and if it should be that overlay should be applied to other parts of the county as well that could benefit from that added layer of restriction of what uses are or are not allowed. And just as I know I haven't talked about overlays extensively, so an overlay zone would be anything. The requirements would still apply for the underlying zone, and then the overlay zone adds additional requirements. So it's layered on top of, not necessarily instead of the zoning requirements of whatever the underlying base zone of the parcel is.
so
Thank you. Commissioners.
so just for clarification, the overlay restricts options rather than open options.
Correct, yes.
I would state that we could modify it to be less restrictive if we're applying it to specific parcels that are recreation focused, like certain areas in Trinity Center or along Trinity River, just as long as they meet set performance standards. But we can allow more flexibility within it.
And I would just add that specifically in the case of the recreation overlay, unlike the other overlays, it's more of a extension of uses rather than a restriction.
Personally, when it comes to recreation, I would like to limit the restrictions. It's recreation. We want to encourage people to get out there and enjoy the place we live and why it's so special. So, commissioners?
What is A2? Right, providing immunity from acquisition by the Department of Agriculture of all improved property. That sounds like a good idea.
So I haven't dug into the historical nature of this, but reading existing code, which is where that provision that you're referring to, Dan, I believe comes from. It seems like, provide immunity from acquisition of all improved property. So I think this probably had something to do with when that federal recreation area was established, would be my guess. That seems like one of the primary sort of functions of it.
So it's in place, is what I'm getting at. Is it in place or is it something we're adding?
Right now, it's RD1, I believe, is what it's called, Recreation Development Districts, or RD1 district.
And at one time, it was a county policy to kind of not encourage, or actually to discourage, more land moving from private to federal.
Right.
Yeah. So is RD1 the same as RDO, or they're different? How are they different?
So RDO is just the way they're tackling it in the zoning ordinance update. RD1 is what it's been traditionally called. So we can stick with RD1 for clarity's sake.
Okay. Because I just, when I was looking at the language describing RD1, again, just to clarify, what you're talking about is the geographic boundary of the NRA, because you're talking about, because we don't have any say so over what happens on federal lands within RD1. You're talking about what happens within private land, on private lands within that defined boundary.
Yeah, and I don't think it's related to FRA
or NRA.
or NRA. I think it's, my reading of it is that it's specifically related to the Whiskey Town record,
Well, that is
But
the
that is-
NRA.
area.
That is the NRA.
Yeah, the NRA. So the Trinity unit of the Whiskey Shasta Trinity National Recreation Area is a defined boundary around the lake of
Okay.
Trinity and Lewiston Lakes.
And it is a recreation.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it includes a boundary around Whiskey Town and a boundary around Shasta Lake. And so the Trinity unit is just our Trinity Whiskey Town, Trinity Lewiston component. And there's a boundary on the maps, and there are private lands on the inside of the boundary, which would be what this recreation development overlay applies to. Now, if we wanted to expand where this recreation development overlay could expand to, there are other opportunities such as looking around the Wild and Scenic River Corridor.
The wilderness. It's just private properties within the wilderness.
Yep.
So my suggestion, since I am totally not well oriented to this, is that we do a little discussion with county council and sort of confirm the legality and necessity of this existing structure. And I think kind of where we've been thinking about it more broadly is, should we consider creating a recreation overlay district that then could be applied to a variety of parcels, not necessarily within any given, aggregated geographic area, but just as an overlay that would allow for recreational uses with a base zoning of whatever's already there.
So would you mean like on a parcel by parcel basis?
I mean, I think that's what we've been talking about. Like, should we create a standalone recreation district that would then facilitate recreational activities through, through a zoning district and the allowed uses? Or should there be an overlay process to apply an overlay parcel by parcel or in a broad, geographic swath?
So the only thing about an overlay, and this is because this is long, long time ago experiences for the North Lake, which is private property within the NRA. We're told that there were restrictions on like what color they could paint their house. It couldn't have a pink house. It had to be compatible with, natural stuff. So there was a big pushback about kind of that compatibility issue between private and public lands within the NRA. Most of those old farts are dead, so I don't know that it's still an issue. But if you had an overlay, there is that potential that there'd be a certain amount of questions, about what's compatible.
Sounds like a HOA. Sounds awful.
So would there not be a reason why we just do recreation like we do others, rural residential or whatever, where we have recreation-based properties that are for that purpose? Right, I guess I'm thinking diversifying, like, we have private and public campgrounds, we have river rafting companies, we have all these different recreation-based businesses and facilities and that kind of stuff. So
If I may, commissioners, I know just from internal dialogue between staff on this topic, our idea of debating between an overlay versus a district is if it was a district, it would be constrained specifically to recreation-only activities, whereas as an overlay, there's a potential to allow it on other zones that can be used for other things beyond simply that recreation. We also had the debate on certain zones where maybe it would not be ideal for that overlay, like, for example, industrial. Probably wouldn't want too many recreational activities on zones like that.
Could you guys,
Health and safety.
could you clarify what type of recreational activities we're talking about that are not just kind of inherently allowed in highway commercial along the river or on rural residential that is along the river or the lake?
Well, like raft, like rafting, by having as let's say a recreational overlay, where currently, like if you had a large RR parcel, you wouldn't be able to allow for like rafting services or activities on that parcel. So just as an example, that could be allowed through a more flexible recreational overlay. But there's also like with, I heard mention of the applying recreational activity or uses, like we do other land uses throughout different zones, and that would be bullet point 2 on this of like an alternative
Like countywide recreational activities, yes.
to tackle recreation.
So then it's also worth noting that January 1st, Senate Bill 1425 came into effect. It was in 2022. And what that focuses on ensuring all residents, particularly in underserved communities, have access to open space and recreational facilities. It incorporates rewilding, which is opportunities to restore ecological function and biodiversity within all public parks and open spaces. So something we should make sure we incorporate to make sure we're compliant with Senate Bill 1425.
So I'm thinking that we want to allow the greatest flexibility that promotes recreation, right? So, I don't know what the best way is to do that, but that's what I think we're getting at.
Less restriction, get people outside and enjoy where we live.
Yes, less regulation.
Perfect. Number
Yeah,
2.
I think so for and kind of tying 1 and 2 together a little bit about what Angel was mentioning about having recreational activities as a land use line item, kind of like how we would allow for single family residential. There's a few different ways that you can permit and allow for recreational activities. And I think a few of them have been mentioned, but just to kind of list them off, and it can be one of these, it could be multiple. You can have recreational activities as a line item that you allow in zones. So, you could allow recreational activities in across the board in whatever zones you wanted to. So if you want to allow it in all rural residential, then allowing recreational activities as a land use could be a good way to do that. We could have a recreational zone that does end up, you have to kind of apply all the different land uses to that zone. And then there's the overlay, which is something that you can kind of more designate areas of the county that you want to allow recreational activities. So similar to allowing it as a recreational activities land use line item, it would be similar, but instead of allowing it in all rural residential zones or all parcels that are zoned rural residential, it would maybe just be allowed in rural residential zones that are in this defined overlay area, but not necessarily in all rural residential zones or all parcels zoned rural residential. If that makes sense as to kind of the differences between those types of zoning tools that we can use to promote and allow for recreational activities. I think it's just a matter of the direction the commission wants to take in terms of where you want to allow it.
So I guess let's think about this, just a quick example. So somebody wants to they want to rent out boats. Okay. They're going to do kayaks and that kind of stuff. I don't care if they're along 299, if they're in Trinity Center, if they're in Hayfork, if they're in a backcountry road that nobody will see them, and that's their choice to put their business there. If they're going to bring an opportunity to the county, I guess I don't really care where that business is sitting, and I don't really want to restrict that opportunity.
Yeah, so I was trying to figure out how to make it work. So you're saying in the left-hand column of these tables where it says land use, one option is to add recreational activities as one of those listed land uses. And so potentially it would be under that group, recreation, entertainment, public assembly uses, and it could be permitted by right, essentially across a lot of the zones. And then in definitions, we could have recreational activities include things like renting, like renting kayaks is one of the things that comes up in Trinity Center. So it could be an allowed by use, permitted by right.
But are we going to have to itemize it? Like, I like to go spelunking. Do I have to itemize that as something I want to do? Like, I mean, by definition, we live in Shasta Trinity National Forest. And we live, surrounded by lakes and rivers and streams. And by definition, we live here because we want to have a recreational life and go out and explore. I don't see any need to put limits on that.
Right, no definition whatsoever, just recreation.
Yeah, recreation.
So right now in definitions, we have low-intensity recreational uses, either public or private, including limited development recreational amenities that allow for access to natural spaces with minimal improvements. Illustrative examples include, but are not limited to, trails, kayak dock launches, and other similar facilities. As we're talking through this, it seems like, those types of activities would fall under some commercial endeavor. And so I think we could potentially just capture them, under home occupation, home enterprise, on residential zones as a use that's incidental to the primary use of the single family dwelling, and in, commercial zones. Yeah, we could just, say recreational uses are allowed by right and most of the zones, I suppose. I mean, I guess we'd have
All
to
of them.
flesh
I
out the
think-
definition a little more, but.
Yeah, I think
I would say all the zones.
one place where federal law would cause some concerns, one place where federal law would cause some issues is the river corridor, and it's really just about development adjacent to the river and what is and isn't allowed within the different sections. And it's not to say it can't happen, there's just processes. But yeah, that's just one
So allowed,
small component, but overall, yes.
so allowed by the county, but you would have to follow those regulations, based on what river or what lake you're on.
Follow all state and federal guidelines.
Right.
Thing applies to the wilderness, you know, if you want to have a packing kind of trip up there, you have to have a license, special use permit packer, you know, and so forth. So yeah, there's, even though it's allowed by land use or zoning, it doesn't necessarily mean that you could do it if you are on federal lands or whatever.
Wouldn't that be pretty simple to do? I mean, for want of a better explanation, go outside, follow all county, state, and federal regulations. I mean, it doesn't have to be, this long drawn out document, does it?
And leave no trace.
Yeah, I mean, tread lightly, leave no trace, go outside, enjoy it, follow all county, state, and federal regulations. And I just don't see the need to overcomplicate it with a lot of words.
Sometimes though, if we don't state it, then people don't know that it exists. So, so in like a few instances, I like putting in the state laws that are, link out to relevant, restrictions or regulations. Like if you're putting in a boat ramp into the Trinity River, you need a stream bed and lake alteration agreement with CDFW. And
Wild and Scenic.
Right, and a whole bunch of other things for sure. And it's not really something that we're gonna, like, yes, we might want to regulate that activity in terms of land use on private parcels, but the bulk of the regulatory hurdles are gonna be far beyond zoning code.
Yeah.
So I think that if I'm tracking, it seems like we're saying yes to number 2. And then we'll come up with some sort of inclusive list and.
And we're saying recreation we're classifying it, just for clarification, separately from camping. Is that what we're saying? So for recreational uses, we're more looking at like guided tours, rentals of equipment, those. I just want to make sure. Sorry.
yes, something that you could do in like one day, like a day journey, a day adventure. I would think that with camping, you need more of the sanitation and water facilities. And so that's why I foresee that being separate from like light recreational use.
Okay, we'll go to the next one and then if we're all ready, sorry. And then I'll follow up.
Number 3, please.
In my head.
Yeah, and this has already been discussed a little bit throughout this evening, but just the classification of, or how we're defining and classifying different types of campgrounds. So we're proposing having campgrounds defined as minor versus major, and there's applicable thresholds to what requirements need to be met for both that are listed in part 4. And so just wanted to have a discussion with commission about having these 2 different categories and the thresholds that we're defining in part 4, and then the permitting requirements that we have for both of these in across all the zones.
Thank you. Commissioners, any further discussion?
Is there only one campground right now, designation?
Campgrounds are very poorly defined in current code. It makes a reference out to the old general plan And basically indicates that you need some sort of use permit, but it's hugely vague, and that's probably a reason why we don't have a lot of campgrounds.
Yeah.
So are you saying that for campground minor, you would be kind of in combining campground improved and campground tent only that are under in the definitions, and then campground general would turn into campground major?
I think what we've been talking about is campground unimproved would be minor, and improved would likely go to major. I think what we're trying to differentiate in terms of the applicability as it relates to specific zoning districts is, would you want a, KOA to go into a residential neighborhood, or are there zones that would be more appropriate, or parcel size limitations or things like that to kind of differentiate? Okay, sure, per state law from HCD, now you can have low intensity camping and it's allowed by right, but how do we define what those thresholds are? How do we define what improvements can be made in conjunction with low impact camping? And then I think another significant consideration in terms of like development standards is really related to public health and safety. And so do we want to have some thresholds so that we're not creating a huge campground way back up a one-lane dirt road, and if there's a, significant wildfire event, then we're creating, unintentional traffic jams and ingress egress problems.
Okay, so because this did come up in my district, because of the question, because we have KOA and hundreds of campsites, and literally when they're full, they're 3 times the population of town. So that's to me a campground major. But campground minor, so the definition of improved campground right now talks about glamping, cabins, yurts, and other similar improved overnight lodging facilities. And so to me, that's actually on a level of scale, it's very different, and that's minor. So that's why I'm thinking you can have an improved campground, but still have it be considered minor.
Right. I kind of see a area, not even just an area of impact, but kind of a site number break a little bit there. More so than it has these amenities or it doesn't have these amenities. Cause I think you could have a really nice 5-site full amenity setup, but I wouldn't consider that a major impact. I would consider that a minor impact.
Right.
So yeah, I think some kind of cutoff in there, and I don't know the right number.
Right, and the major would have the ability to have, a camp store and some of the other things that you would expect to find at like a KOA versus, something that's more maybe secondary use of the property, or, just a
small,
a lower threshold of the number of campsites and number of people that would be able to camp at one time.
And what about resorts? Like, we have Bonanza King and all that, where they've got like, what, 10 or 11 cabins, super nice cabins. Is that considered a campground?
So that's another area of code, and I believe it says campground, resorts, campgrounds, and horse ranch summer camp, I think, are all lumped together in this very ambiguous, and, it basically says refer to the land use element of the, whatever, 1988 general plan. And so it's just not something that's at all clear in code. As far as resorts, I'm not recalling off the top of my head kind of where we went with that in terms of a land use type.
There's no definition, and there's no land use that lists that I saw.
Bonanza King itself calls itself a resort. It's called the Bonanza King
Yeah,
Resort.
and we have other resorts, whether it's Almay Ranch or whatever. So I just didn't see them. So I
Almay's
don't
for
know if
sale.
they're, huh?
Sorry.
Almay kind of burned down, but anyway.
I think
Coffee
we,
Creek
I think we
Ranch.
do need to, clarify and define resort and figure out like if that is something distinct from a campground improved, if it's going to be a resort that, You know, think of some five-star resort, there's no campsites perhaps, you know, and there's
But-
lots of amenities and.
But they have cabins, and so if you come up with, if you picked a number, if you say 20 cabins or less is a minor campground, you know, and somebody had, like they have 10 or 11 cabins, they don't have any tent sites. They don't have well, they do have a store, little tiny store. So yeah, I would appreciate some clarification on how that fits in.
We can work on it.
Seems like total number of guests would be a good place to break that off at, because there's so much variation on amenities. I mean, a small store versus a big store, propane versus no propane.
Right, but I guess I don't equate a resort to a campground. So the resorts are hard structured buildings. For a campground, yes, the KOA does have those small cabins with limited amenities, whereas the resorts are buildings generally have full amenities available within them. And some are even to the, like, you know, they have the kitchenettes and everything in them. But with Trinity, I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. The one that's up Stewart Fork.
But, Bear's Breath.
Yeah, that one. So with, yeah, so that one too is a lot of solid style buildings. I don't see that as treated exactly the same as campgrounds that are more mobile and not solid structures. And so I don't want us to lump those necessarily. The others are more in the hotel and service style industry. And I'm not saying I want them lumped with the motels and hotels either. I think they are their own unique thing and we should preserve their character. But I think
Would a simple way to define them be permanent structures? So like Bonanza King has 7 permanent structures, so it's a resort. So we can differentiate between a
And I-
tent and a permanent structure?
Yeah, I think if we look at the existing definitions, and I acknowledge your comments, Commissioner Flights. Right now, I suppose a resort would fall under the definition of hotel or motel.
Well, then we'd want to allow it, maybe break it out and allow resorts more in other land uses.
We could certainly go through the
Other zones,
tables
sorry.
and allow, you know, where hotel motel would be allowed by right, off the top of my head, in a commercial zone or highway commercial zone. We might want to allow for hotel motel and include resort and allow for some conditional use permit in like ag zones and certain things like that.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you.
Sounds great. Any other questions? Moving on. Do we have any public comment before we move on? Any on Zoom? Nikki, take it away.
Great. So moving on to our final topic of the evening is the public facility and special zones and uses. So we have just a kind of a general question about the public facility uses that we have listed, and if there's any additional public facility uses that need to be more explicitly identified to improve the clarity and consistency throughout the zoning code, and making sure that we're covering all the public facility uses. We did collapse several of them into what would be considered more of like a governmental building. And we list list what those facilities would be in the definition of that land use, but wanted to see what commission thought about the public facility land uses that are currently in the land use tables.
Commissioners.
On the public facility use, would that fall into the same thing that's going on in Hay Fork right now with the power? as far as adding more to where if a public use is going to do something like that, to where they have to do more environmental impact reports on adjoining parcels to maybe eliminate the problem that's going on right now. I don't know, I'm not sure if that's the right spot or not. It just
Yeah, I
kind
mean,
of popped up and possibly.
I think that's more related to the specific use and not the zoning district itself. So what we're trying to
Gotcha.
work through right now is what uses should be allowed in public facility. Honestly, off the top of my head, I'm not sure that we could, across the board, prevent cell towers on the public facility zone, but it's.
Well, I wasn't saying prevent them. I was just saying as far as adding to where they would have to do environmental impact or some kind of impact report on neighboring properties, because that's the issue or a big issue right now. So that's all I was thinking.
I mean, they do have to go through CEQA, but it gets more into the, the FCC regs and state regs as it relates to cell towers and that sort of infrastructure.
Any other discussion?
So, I was just wondering why community garden on a public use zoned area would require a director's use permit. Well, I don't know. I'm thinking about where we have proposed community gardens. And so, we're talking about where the Oddfellows Hall is and stuff.
There's one in Weaverville.
Yeah, the one in Weaverville is it's owned by the park department, so that's, anyway.
I mean, off the top of my head, I don't see any reason, specific to community gardens that we couldn't allow for it by right. I mean, obviously they would have to gain, the permission of the
land use.
landowner.
The owner of the public facility, yeah. I mean, if someone has land and it's public facility, if they want to allow people to put in a community garden.
I think that sounds great. Moving on to number 2.
Great. So number 2 is dealing with the special use districts and if within the zoning code, if we should establish baseline development standards for these districts where standards don't currently exist. And if so, what should we include as part of those development standards for special use districts?
If I may, I'll give a little context.
Please.
So one of the things that we've encountered is that historically SUDs were created and no guidelines were ever created along with the establishment of the SUD. So I think this is in part an attempt to create standards that would be applied to all of the pre-existing SUDs that didn't have guidelines created, rather than having to go back through SUD by SUD for I don't know how many that don't have guidelines. And so I think a good example is Ruth Lake CSD. Angel, feel free to jump in on it.
So I went through and made a list of the SUDs that we don't have guidelines for, and it's about 7 or 8 of them. And so what happens when we get a building permit review when we review a building permit that is on an SUD without those guidelines, we don't have performance standards to apply. No setbacks, no lot coverage, no allowed uses. And so those projects are pretty much pending and until we get standards applied to them. And so having a baseline to refer to will help with allowing development to occur and try to remedy these parcels that are pretty much in limbo because they don't have performance standards. So just allow some development to still proceed.
Thank you. Commissioners?
So these properties don't have any performance standards. I mean, those 7 or 8? I mean, are they just run down, full of blight? I mean, are they
Developed, and in some cases, I believe some people have developed on it without the appropriate permitting.
Right.
And then there's a few where in the past, the planning division director allowed, like signed off on a building permit.
Yeah.
But it's still, that leaves it up to the discretion of the planning director and whomever is in charge at that time.
Yeah.
And it really just creates a whole lot of more back and forth, trying to determine what is the appropriate step forward, without having that huge bar of a conditional use permit and CEQA review for each individual SUD we come across that
So-
doesn't have those standards.
You say it also impacts, sometimes if somebody wants to do a non-by right use, we over here have to lay on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when we have to get a conditional use permit, sometimes we're like going, I don't know. Yeah.
I guess my question is, if there's special use districts and each of them is special and we make a baseline, are we then eliminating their reason for having a special use district, or?
In a way, but as it stands, these were rezoned like in the 1980s, and 1990s. And yeah, and they have just sat there without any sort of guidelines, or performance standards because they don't have an underlining zone.
They were
The
rezoned
SU,
to that?
yes.
They were asked to be rezoned?
The applicants went through and asked to be, in the past, they asked to be rezoned to a specific SUD.
To a district that has no parameters?
They were supposed to submit guidelines before being approved for a rezone. But in several of these cases, the board at that time approved the rezone without the guidelines. So they approved it with no performance standards.
Started with subdivisions as well. Somebody subdivided with a rezone and wanting a special unit district, which is, I kind of give it to most of the public is like, the homeowners associations, HOAs,
Like,
or what is, the COCs or CNCs?
So a lot of these I know on Ruth Lake are actually lease lots. They're Forest Service lease lots. And they don't have, I mean, there's no road to them. You have to boat to them. So it'd be really hard to apply our standards to them because they would be ineligible then.
So they,
I don't know how you would do that.
On that specific one, we're currently working on some guidelines for their SUD. Because they're so specialized.
Odd, yeah.
so they basically just said, nah, we're not doing this, and kind of did their own thing. That's awesome.
Just, a lack in the process where for whatever reason, whoever processed those applications to rezone to SUD didn't develop guidelines or didn't bring the guidelines forward or.
So without having any, pardon me, without having any understanding of where these properties are or their proximity to other zoning and such, I mean, how are we supposed to put, how are we supposed to put parameters on them? I mean, would it be better for them just to absorb into the surrounding zoning and go back to
grandfathered in?
Whatever the zoning once was around, that it continues to be around them?
Well, but some of them, like, so Ridgeville is one of the more recent ones down the road from me, and it has guidelines and standards, right? It's not one of the 7 you're talking about.
Talking down below Estrelita?
Mm-hmm.
I think those have guidelines.
So how would
Ridgeville.
Ridgeville? How would it, so if it did have standards and they were conflicting with the ones that you would be proposing for the ones that don't have standards, then what would happen?
Well, they already have standards and those standards apply.
Okay.
This would not affect that. The standards that were approved with the rezone would trump these baseline standards.
Okay.
And we could have it where these baseline standards could be reviewed under certain parameters under like a director use permit. And we could have different categories of standards, but that might get a little messy.
Do you think that it's needed to maintain the special use districts, that they should stay intact?
We could look at rezoning them, but that would take researching each individual area to determine the appropriate land use to reassign them to.
Or we could just leave them where they have to have a DUP.
Hmm?
Just leave them to a director's, use permit.
But the problem that she was explaining earlier is with that, they don't have any basis on what to apply to sign off, to
Right.
say, yes, that's okay,
And
or
when
no,
the
it's
director
not
changes
okay.
hands, it changes too. When you get a different director, it's
Correct.
gonna change.
Correct.
Right. I see the problem there.
So this is why we bring it to y'all, because it's been something we've been trying to struggle to figure out how to tackle.
Yep.
This
I don't-
can that's been kicked down the road
Yep.
towards us.
I have an idea. Can we expand on them? Can we make more of them?
Right.
These are sound awesome.
There we go.
I think a baseline could be a good as a default, and then if the districts at any point want to develop their standards, they could come back and change it. No?
Well,
Debbie says
and right
no.
now, it's kind of like a, build your own zoning district.
It's a limbo like purgatory. They want to build, and if you have a planning director that is gonna give you a DUP and sign off, it's okay. But outside of that, you don't really have much control over what you can and cannot do.
There's not even that. I mean, we're totally lacking any parameters or scope or permit pathways or what's allowable, what's not. I mean, it is like a zoning district with no standards whatsoever. And so
Twilight
when
Zone.
things come through, we don't know what to do.
Sounds perfect.
Where'd you say those parcels are?
So
Can I-
mean,
can
are
I
we
get my-
talking
can I get my place
hundreds of
zoned that way?
acres? Are we talking
Yes.
like a couple like?
The Ruth Lake alone is over 100 acres. I mean, this week alone, I got a building permit for the Ruth Lake SUD, and I have no idea how to proceed on that permit because there are no standards,
And
no setbacks or uses. It's
How many
approve
different
it.
parcels in that 100 acres is
many,
many?
over 25, I believe, for this one.
And do those parcels have unique characteristics to the surrounding areas?
Yes.
Yeah,
And
very.
one of the other dilemmas in terms of
Interesting.
standards for Ruth Lake specifically is there are APNs, but the lease lots don't align with the APNs.
Little more fun.
There's like 120 lease lots, and then some of those are broken down into letter groupings. So like lease lot 114A, lease lot 114E.
Nice.
So, and trying to keep track of that in SmartGov or permitting platform doesn't work because it's based off of APN. And so we have to add in a note saying what lease lot. And it can be quite the puzzle to put together what infrastructure is on what lease lot.
These are camping areas?
Oh.
Not exclusively, like the permit I got this week was to build a home,
To build a home.
a permanent home.
And is this like around the lake? Along
Yes.
the lake?
Yes.
Mhm.
But we've encountered this with other areas, like there's there's two SUDs
But it is Forest Service property.
without
Controlled by-
guidelines in Junction City. There's Dredger Camp SUD, which allowed for residential structures. It wasn't
And then most of it burnt down, so nobody. can-
fully created legally,
Where's that in Junction City?
off of Sky Ranch Road.
So that's where the big.
And then there's the Underwood SUD, the Bradford Underwood SUD.
Underwood Mountain?
Before the fire.
I believe so.
Or Underwood in Junction City?
Junction City.
Underwood. Okay.
Part of the danger of not having any kind of regulatory overwatch over SUDs specifically for the Ruth Lake is the fact that Humboldt County sources a lot of their drinking water specifically from Ruth Lake. And there's been instances in the past where environmental health has been flagged due to unpermitted septic type activities and discharge into the water, which affects people quite literally, not even only in our county.
Well, staff, do you have some suggestions?
Well, so I guess you're saying we need baseline standards for SUDs that don't have them.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
I would agree with that.
Line standards.
Meeting with the Ruth Lake SUD constituents tomorrow. So we are beginning the discussions on hopefully establishing some kind of but
Well, I mean, that could be great for them, but again, that's one, and there's multiple others that still don't have any guidelines and are in limbo. And we don't know how long it could take for them to develop their guidelines either. What would a baseline look like?
And can they just say, no? I don't want to adopt a baseline. We've been doing this for 60 years. I appreciate that the county wants to, but no.
We have to have some parameters.
But no, do they have the ability to say no?
Yeah, no guardrails.
Get a building permit, right?
And yeah, I mean,
But-
you have that.
But essentially, they don't need one.
Well, they do. Otherwise, it's not a legal structure. And they're in violation of building code and Trinity County zoning ordinance code. Just because there's no standards doesn't mean that they can do whatever they want. It just means they can't do anything.
it's the potential for a seabed of violations.
Oh, no, I agree with you. I'm just wondering how this looks to them. Can they go, no?
They could and then get violations.
Just thinking about it in terms of any of the other more clear or tangible zoning districts, if, as we're contemplating, right, if we make changes to zoning districts provisions and allowable uses, with the exception of, pre-existing uses that then would be non-conforming, we can change them. So I think it's a question that we'll have to ask our legal counsel to kind of understand that more clearly. But at this point, just for sake of time and all of us, I think we should do a little more research as to whether or not we could, apply some sort of set of minimum standards to the SUDs that don't have guidelines, clarify that question. And then just to point out, we didn't catch this in the slides, but special use districts, currently they're special unit development SUD in our code. So we'll have to talk with Mentor Harnish as to what the different terminology is and if there was some other intent there that we missed.
It was wild. I mean, what's the complexities is just the diversity of the types of parcels they are, right? One is along a lake that has no roads to it. Another one, if it's Sky Ranch, it's surrounded by RR 2.5s. And then Underwoods is mined out property that is probably either unclassified or RR that has no development on it at all, which is so different. So it would almost be like we would need each one of those SUDs to come to the planning commission and we could discuss it and we could look at the intentions of an SUD and how we can find guardrails, parameters.
Like for Ruth Lake, almost everything there was built before 78 when the building department came into being. And the only reason it's a problem is because half of the place burnt down. And so nobody can get rebuild permits. Before that, there was never really an issue. And in reality, the county should just say, do whatever the hell you want, rebuild whatever you had, because they should be grandfathered in. I mean, it was built before 78, before there was any guidelines whatsoever.
But that's not the world.
Most of those parcels are going to be impossible to make what they are, what you want. And nothing that's there currently will fit any guideline that's in any of our districts. You know what I mean?
It's not entirely true that nothing new is being built there though. So for example, this week, this is a brand new structure.
There was no structure before the fire? Well, that's a rarity. I mean, what I'm saying is most of the problems over there stem from the fire burning out about 50% of the lake. And that's where all this came from. Otherwise, it would just be one or two things here and there. That's the only reason there's a bunch is because of the fire. Huh?
It's a little deeper than that.
Debbie, your microphone.
Is
little
SUD
deeper than
is the Riverview project in Hayfork? Is that in one of these SUDs? Copy. Yeah, that's not a fun process. Having been through.
Fork is in an SUD with guidelines.
Just the 7
As the
SUDs
guidelines,
without
okay. I
guidelines.
just had to get it rezoned, okay, for something else. Okay.
I'd propose that we just take each SUD before us on one-on-one basis, and let's look at it and see how it fits within the fabric of the community and the local ecology, and see if we can put some reasonable parameters on it that takes into consideration what those communities actually want to see in it. I mean, if it's an SUD, then it's a unique characteristic, and the owners of those properties, I'd like to hear from them and hear their perspective.
And I'd say Ruth Lake is a very unique and difficult scenario just because they're all the lease lots. In some other instances with SUDs with no guidelines, I know that the previous zoning was essentially reverted back to in terms of making a decision as to what was allowable, given that there were no guidelines. So, I think what we need to do is some more research and dig into the specifics, and we'll bring it back to you.
Got a little over 10 minutes to try and get through 3 and 4. So, Mr. Harnish.
Yes, so for the architectural review, for historic districts, so in the current county code, there's 3 architectural or historic districts that are included in a historic overlay, and any development that is done within those historic districts requires a review from an architectural review committee. And one of the things that we noticed, and is, I believe is something that the county has run into some difficulty with being able to get enough people to participate on the several architectural review committees that there are in the county. There's an architectural review committee for each historic district, which a lot of times, typically what jurisdictions would do would have one architectural review committee that reviews development in historic districts throughout the entire jurisdiction, and there might be specific requirements for that committee to have representation from certain areas of the jurisdiction, certain communities, or have a certain kind of background in order to be on the architectural review committee. And so one of the things that we wanted to bring to commission was the concept of, with the historic overlay and having this architectural review committee, that there would be just a single architect, changing the way that the code is written so that it would really only require there to be one central architectural review committee for the county, and we could includes some stipulations in that where there's certain regional representation requirements for the committee to be included, but to just have one architectural review committee to be in charge of review for development across all historic districts for the full historic overlay zone in the county.
Thank you. Commissioners?
We'll defer to Amelia. She's our,
7 minutes, Amelia.
If it's the only way that we're going to be able to get anything done in the other historic districts, okay, but we're also, yeah, I'm not going to make decisions for the other two districts without appropriate representation. So I would ask for at least one community representative from Lewiston and from Junction City, Helena area to participate in those meetings. That's the only way I would feel comfortable.
Perfect.
so the language you've proposed as far as they're talking about 3 architectural review and preservation committees, each consisting of 5 members. So what's the difference between the creating the committees that currently exist versus what you're proposing? Because you're saying each committee would consist of a planning commission member from the affected district, architect, contractor, builder, and historical society member, a member of the business community who owns a business within the special district represent. So it sounds like how we're currently picking members of the
Yeah.
committee.
No, because we don't have the regional distribution that would be, that I guess is what I'm advocating for Lewiston and then Helena, because it's, so currently under the Weaverville structure, because I am the district planning commissioner, then I am on that commission. We could have it that it's rotating or that it's based on nomination as to which one from the different districts are represented on that. But then I would say, I'm saying that there should be in the other positions, one person from the other 2 districts participating, but we currently don't have that distribution. So then essentially we'd have to kick somebody off. So I would rather propose to add 2 positions rather than kick anyone in the existing committee out.
But I'm looking at the yellow language where they're talking about establishing, they're still talking about establishing 3 different architectural review committee.
But the question, right, is if we want to go down to 1 or do 3.
Right. So the way that it's currently set up is that there's supposed to be an established architecture review committee of 5 people for each district. So there's 3 committees, each with 5 members. And what we're suggesting would be that you would make that into just one architectural review committee for the whole county, but you would adjust in that establishment section. And these edits haven't been made yet. This is something that we're in the code where that's something we're proposing now. That you would have one architectural review committee for the whole county, and then we would adjust in the establishment section in that subsection F for what the membership of the committee would include. And as part of that, we could expand that to be a larger committee. So instead of 5, it would be 7, and those 2 additional committee member spots would be to make sure that there is district representation for all 3 districts on the one committee. So our suggestion is most of the establishment requirements would be the same. There would just be an added portion that there would need to be representation from each historic district on the committee.
Doesn't that make it harder to get a quorum and meetings and all that stuff, Brown Act going?
Is there a challenge?
I think we would have to look at updating or looking at reviewing what the ordinances currently say and but just, yeah. Um, I wasn't at our last architectural review committee meeting because they've been moved up and they conflict more with work. Has this been discussed with them? I know it's been kicking around for a little bit, but did that come up yet?
It only came up at that meeting that you were present at a handful of months ago when we were trying to find folks for Lewiston and we were kind of trying to get that moving.
Okay.
I think that undoubtedly, if we look at the existing, chapter 17.29, there's some issues with it. And there's subsequent ordinances that I think clarify some of what is unclear within this section. So I'd say either way, we should revise this section. And then I guess have some more discussion as to kind of what we're proposing clearly rather than spinning around at 9:26 p.m. And
I do agree that one committee makes more sense. It's just trying to figure out what the committee consists of is what I'm trying to figure out.
Sorry, is there a raised hand? Public comment?
Oh, but we still have number 4.
I was gonna say, we had historically waited till we got through the page and then open it up to public comment. But we are also out of time and we have to do planning commissioner reports and director of community development report. Do the commissioners want to power through and do the last one? Okay, we're powering through. Whoever's on Zoom, can they please stand by?
Stand by a little bit, John. We're going to finish that 4th item.
Number 4,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, this final one is in regards to the critical water resource overlay. And this overlay is the kind of the purpose of it is just to protect the important water resources in Trinity County, specifically for when parcels are subdivided. And that was something that we were looking at as part of our review, is that most of the standards included under the critical water resource overlay are really just in regards to when there's divisions of land and making sure that certain standards are met when those pieces of land are divided under the subdivision title of the code. And one of the questions we had was if it's necessary to really have a zoning overlay for something that's primarily having to do with subdivisions of land and those subdivisions meeting certain requirements regarding critical water resources. And one of the suggestions would just be that this could be a condition for consideration when land is subdivided, instead of having these standards listed under the zoning code specific to an overlay, since it's not necessarily zoning related.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Sounds perfect.
I know a lot of time and effort went into the development of the critical water overlay. I think that the intent is preserved there, that when splitting parcels, that it is assessed, as we already know that water is limited in the areas of the critical water overlay, and it's already limited resource in that area. And so not wanting to develop and then further impact existing residents would be my recommendation.
I actually think it should be expanded to more land use decisions beyond just subdividing, but because water is going to be an issue in the future, it needs to be considered not just when you're subdividing, but that's just me.
There have been ongoing drought resiliency task force meetings that, the county's engaged in and developing, a plan related to that. Certainly a topic that we can discuss with them, but I don't see how we get rid of it at this point without quite a bit of environmental review and data analysis. And so we could certainly start looking into, whether it should be expanded, how we would capture that in terms of subdivisions or any other applicable development standards. But I say for the moment, we retain it.
I believe it's a pretty robust document as it is, so I'm good with it. Anybody else?
Support you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minter Harnish. We're 1 minute past schedule. Apologies. Reports or announcements? Planning commissioners, reports. Oh, whoopsie. Do we have public comment in the room? We have public comment on Zoom.
John, go ahead.
Hi, just circling back to the SUD topic. The special use districts are actually a very Trinity way of dealing with site-specific and use-specific, otherwise difficult to fit zoning challenges. And some of them are actually really well done and seem to serve the purpose well. If there's no standards and they got approved, then there's no standards. And so as it was explained to me by longtime planning commissioner Tom McKnight, years ago, he volunteered for the planning commission for 29 and a half years. He loved the SUDs and he thought it was actually quite an elegant way to allow for unique uses on unique sites in Trinity. And he explained it to me as basically bring your ideas. And if the planning director feels like it's too controversial to approve, then he'll kick it to the planning commission. And then the planning condition can condition that project. It's discretionary. So these days it would have an environmental component. But I say don't add guardrails. Let these be a very Trinitarian solution to land use and planning, and very site specific, very use specific. It could come in really handy down the road. There's no telling what the future may bring.
Thank you for your comment. Any additional comments?
Pat?
Yes, this is Pat Frost from Covington Mill. And just a quick comment on the critical water resource overlay. I'm looking at the upper right-hand corner of all your slides and it says Trinity County 2050. You all need to not be just thinking about what we need today, but what our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren are going to need with regards to water resource availability in the year 2050. So certainly don't eliminate the overlay. Do the good work that's needed to be done over time. Invest the money that's needed to make sure that we have reliable water supply in 2050. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Any other comment on Zoom? Closing public comment. Planning commissioner reports. Commissioners?
Just please, I agree with Lisa. No more yellow or pale orange, please. So yeah, this is an old fart request. I
No,
can't
it's
read
not.
that.
can't read it
And when
either.
you print it out, you really can't read it. And I can't read stuff on the computer for very long. And so I don't know if there's a mechanism to have like a disability accommodation or something, but I don't need a laptop. I need stuff printed out. I can come down and pick it up. You don't have to mail it to me. But I'm just gonna say, just for the future, that would be really, really, really appreciated.
We're happy to do that, and we will make sure that track changes are all in red next time around.
I do have an additional request as we are all busy in our lives and we're not on this commission because we're not engaged in our communities. We are because we are. So I would like to request that moving forward, any packet over 100 pages be provided to us a minimum of 7 to 10 days prior to the meeting. I understand there were extenuating circumstances this last week, but it does make us be able to attend well prepared and provide important comments for the direction of our communities. And so it does us and the people a disservice if we don't have adequate time to prepare. Otherwise, if that's not appropriate, I would like to ask that meeting or that documents for large meetings such as this are provided at the previous planning commission meeting so that we have 14 to 24 days to prepare. Thank you.
Noted. We will do our best to be more ahead of the curve in the future.
I would like to motion that we make the 5th district an SUD in zoning.
It would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the big lift the staff has completed in getting this before the commission. We're coming up on 8 hours here, and I would very much appreciate giving you guys the acknowledgement you deserve.
Job.
Thank you. Director of Community Development, keep it short.
Likewise, thank you guys for sticking with this and making it through. As previously stated, we'll be having our next planning commission meeting on February the 26th, starting at 2 p.m. And just to confirm the request, we'll bring back the individual tables so we can go through, scroll through and make sure that we didn't miss anything in terms of the permitting pathway or the allowability. And we'll get into cannabis topics then. And that's all I have. Thanks very much for sticking with it tonight.
And likewise, the 1785, the cannabis regulations, as early as possible would be wonderful so that we can really make sure we understand. Thank you.
So in terms of the changes that we've discussed tonight, do you guys want those back again for the next meeting, or can we just incorporate them based on the input received and they will be included into, the sort of the full public review draft when it's released in the next couple of months?
I'm certainly agreeable since the meeting is recorded, moving forward with them as stated tonight.
That's fine with me.
Will do. Thank you all.
Meeting adjourned. Dude.
8 minutes.